Hello! Welcome to the Epilogue and Q&A of Strixhaven! Yay! It's the end of the game!
At least it wasn't hello.
Yeah. We're here. This is, we already played the finale. We're going to do a little bit of an epilogue today, and we're also going to be... Don't lie to me.
The finale?
No. Shh.
I think there's another 10 bosses we have to go through.
10?
That's insane.
Well,
that is a good summary of the end of the game. Yeah, it was just a boss rush.
Baseball?
Boss rush.
Baseball?
No.
Baseball.
I'm going to punch Jace in the face.
Oh, I thought you said
Jace.
Baseball.
I also
Jace
heard
ball.
baseball.
That's fair.
is Jace right now. Jace Ball. Jace
Jace
Ward.
Oh, Jace is ball.
Yeah, in
Oh,
case you
he's
have
your
not
Pokemon.
watched the rest of the campaign, obviously, spoilers, we're going to be
Ball
doing a
is
lot
life.
of...
Therefore.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of answering questions throughout the entire campaign, but if you're one of those people that is like, this might get me to watch it, I know you exist, and I know you're watching, so thanks for being here, thanks for hanging out, and thanks to everybody who submitted questions on the forum. We're not taking any more questions. I've already got them all organized. But thank you to the, fucking 60-plus people that did put in questions. Some of the questions that we're going to be answering tonight, I have truncated a little bit into, categories, because sometimes a question was asked twice, just in a different way. So if you don't hear exactly your question or something like that, just know that we're going to answer a variety of questions that you guys were able to submit. So thank you for doing that.
What happens if someone donates money and asks a question?
Then we take their money and we don't answer it.
Yeah. Fuck you, basically. I will have to say that we will we'll look at them at break.
Okay.
How about that? And we'll take a look. And I'll vet some of them and see if we.
No,
most of the time people don't have pretty good questions, but I just don't want to get in the rhythm of that because that is a good thing to bring up. So
Look, I'm not saying that people are going to do that or
Right.
should donate their hard-earned money for that.
Right.
But if they do,
especially Tree Man.
tree
Tree man,
you're
you beautiful tree,
Or-
you beautiful man, quit it.
Just to stop this issue, you can just donate the money.
here's
No
what we'll
question.
do. Here's what we'll do. If you guys
Donate the money, no questions. Just give us your money.
if we have donations, which by the way,
That's
thank you so
crazy.
much if you do, we really
Thank
appreciate you. If you have
you.
donations, if we have time at the end, we'll go through and we'll maybe look at those. So if you from here on out, if you've got a question, you put in a donation, it may not get read. Just know that from here on. Emma put that as
We
a pin
still
to
love
comment.
you, though.
Do we?
Yes.
Emma went, okay.
Do you have a keyboard now?
Emma, it's
all
on
it
She
is.
can do it
the
on her laptop.
Oh, yeah.
She can do it on her phone, actually.
Isn't it?
That's what she just said.
She's too busy playing The Sims.
Yep. And I took away her phone.
Which couch is
And
it
her
on?
right to vote?
Yep.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Emma.
He did take her
Whoa.
phone for a while.
That was an accident.
Unintentionally,
It was an
but-
accident. I did take her phone. But yeah.
Oppression.
Just put if you donate and if you donate and ask a question, it may not get answered until the end. Thank you. And then pin it.
You like it? I love it.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of a loosey-goosey time here tonight. We're just gonna be hanging out. We're gonna be doing a little bit of epilogue stuff. We're not gonna really be rolling dice. Not gonna really be using rules. This is mostly just a narrative thing to see what happens after the game. There was a question that came through today that we're not going to answer because we're literally going to play it out today. But it was what would have happened to this character, i.e., in a Fallout slideshow? And it's so the epilogue. That's what we're playing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then once we're done with that, we'll jump into questions and. Who knows how long this will be? Normally these tend to be pretty short.
Are we going to use diagonals?
All right. So, Grace, do you want to go first?
No.
I think
I think
you
I'm
know what
volunteer.
Kalisto wants to do.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
fair.
So, I think we can start off here.
Run
and-
the
oh,
intro.
Oh, hang on. There's no intro. Hang on.
What?
Before we
No
start,
intro.
I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor.
Sponsor tonight.
The Wandering Tavern,
Recipes.
guys.
Recipes.
Guys, there are recipes in this book. This is a floating TTRPG setting that's sort of system agnostic, though it does have a 5e conversion. If you're into big Studio Ghibli style stuff, this TTRPG setting is it's by Homie and the Dude, and it is a little setting that you can use for your games. And if you don't want to use the entire setting, there's really cool rules in here, especially there's modular. They're called, I think, Zephyrs is what they're called, and they're a vehicle builder. Or you can find all of the dozens of recipes that are in here that you can make in the game, and also there are real recipes that you can make out of game, which is really cool. But it's an expansive Studio Ghibli inspired floating TTRPG setting. If you're a big fan of what is it called? Howl's Moving Castle. This is very much like it. It's got maps, it's got characters, it's got lots of cool stuff that you can do in it. And they're a small little business where they write RPG stuff, and that's super cool. We love supporting people like that. So if you want to go check them out, there is a link Hey, Emma. Hey, Emma, you want to drop that link in the comments? Thank you so much. And if you guys use the code
I need to type it
Fireball,
out
you
letter by
will
letter.
get. I really still need to check if it's a discount or if it's just like a referral thing. You should just use the code if you decide to get it. You might get a discount.
It's something
might.
good.
Something good.
That helps us
It's a surprise.
And help
the
them
dude.
out. So go check out the book. They were so kind as to send us a physical copy of it, and it's pretty dang cool. So
Hell
check
yeah.
out Wandering Tavern by Homie the Dude. Thanks for sponsoring this stream.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, that is precarious.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
It's a good thing it's flying, right?
Mia's gonna walk up and go boom.
Boom.
She's unconscious. So, we the end of the campaign happened. You guys defeated all of the
Praetors?
the Praetors, and Arcavios and the multiverse is now safe. You guys are. I think there is a point where I think where I want to start this is where we had the last game end, which was you guys all standing on top of that what?
It sounds like Gold's jumping on his bed or something.
Where we left off last game. The end of the campaign was you guys sort of like overlooking the campus, talking about what you want to do in the future, being sort of unsure, Teferi offering you guys a place in Gatewatch if you want it, and then leaving. I think we jump ahead from that. It's like a bright, sunny day. There's a couple of clouds in the sky. Center campus has been completely redone with magic. It's this it's Strixhaven Stadium. It's where you guys defeated Elish Norn, and it's been refurbished. Everything's all good, and it is the graduation ceremony, and it's post that. You guys you got your graduation caps on, your Strixhaven graduation caps, and.
Yeah.
You guys have received your magical doctorate? What is this?
I think it's a bachelor's degree.
Bachelor's degree. You got your magical BA.
All this
You got your Strixhaven magic BA.
for a fucking BA?
You have to have 6 years for
Hey, I got a
PhD
BFA. Thank you
after
very
your
much.
BA.
Can we unplug your mic?
Nope.
That
As
was
someone
funny.
with a higher
Yeah,
degree.
yeah. You're right.
Would Stella make it through those 6 years?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I think from there,
Stop.
you guys, I just want to paint that scene of all of you, with all of your friends and your various loved ones, celebrating your graduation together. What?
She's on a little.
That mom.
Yeah.
pillow.
All right, Aclazotz showed up and was just like, I'm so proud.
Oh my lord.
There's an unseen servant
that's not what I
holding
meant.
up the pillow. With
Yeah,
the
That's
hat.
crazy.
yeah.
Your mom
Who
is
else
a
is in the
bat.
Who else is in the stands? Laszlo and Ashkari are in the stands. We
Hey,
got
my dad's fine. We're cool now.
Philip,
Okay.
Kia, your
We're
three
cool now.
siblings are also here. Ronin, fucking Evenfall reference.
Mark your bingo cards.
Your uncle and his husband are also here, and they're so proud of you, Kalisto.
They better be.
And Aclazotz and who's
On a
the other
little
one?
pillow.
Who's
On
the
a little
Zatalpa? Zatalpa and Aclazotz are
What
both here.
about Saint Alinda?
Yeah.
Saint
Her,
Alinda.
and a whole troop of vampires are all here.
They're carrying you guys on litters.
Yeah. And they're like,
deserting.
Yeah.
They're like, get them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
conquest.
they're like, ooh, we gotta go.
How important are you guys?
Lelia and
Let's see.
Jacob. It's in there. It's in there. It's
A
in
lot of
Go to the
content.
Mind Palace. Take
Think
a
of Bat
lap.
God.
Yeah, go like this.
I mean, you never played with them, really.
Aw.
Think of Bat God.
It's in the Mind Palace.
Think only of Bat God.
I know what she looks like. I can see multiple art pieces.
All right.
I can see the art piece that you commissioned
away.
of the two of them.
Did I? That was a while ago.
This is mine. Show them off.
It's not Emily, Jacob. Fuck, what is it?
Talia Adler.
Dahlia! I knew that! What are you two talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, balls.
Aren't you glad you asked?
Lelia and Talia are also here. And your family finds you, all of your loved ones find you, and they're just so proud. The Dusk Legion is like, great job.
Damn.
Get back in Ixalan!
I was about to say, they're like, yeah, good job
They
going to
point to the
school.
portal.
Yeah. It's like all of your normal sized family, and then behind is Zatalpa, like,
How did she get here?
Carefully.
and then she like flies into a portal in the sky.
Oh,
Thank God.
the fucking omen ways or omen paths or whatever.
Are mysterious.
So I think what we want to follow first here is Ronin and Mal. In this epilogue scenario that we're kind of in, again, this is just sort of I'm giving you guys fully narrative control here. I will guide the reins here, but I am in no way going to create the path or narrate what happens here. I want this to be something that you guys decide.
Well, gosh. I mean, I think the first thing that happens is that after the Phyrexian invasion and in between, like, Strixhaven rebuilding, I think Mal and Ronin probably stay in bed at the beach house for a week. Just... He, me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, go back to school, all that jazz. I mean, I know for Mal, I think one of the conversations that they have with Ronin is it's just like, I know that we've already done so much, like we saved the multiverse, but I don't know, it's weird. I feel like I've just kind of discovered who I really am, and as cute as this little beach house is, I just don't really think I'm quite ready to like put down roots yet, you know?
That's fair.
I wanna go out there and I wanna see more. I wanna see Kamigawa again. I wanna see where everyone went, except, you know, maybe Dawn. That sounded
That did sound
gross.
terrible.
Yeah. But like I wanna see Ixalan.
Maybe just once.
maybe once just to experience it.
One day.
Get a postcard, you know,
Yeah.
put get
Little
the picture,
stamp on your
little magnet for our
passport.
fridge.
Yes. It's like a severed arm.
Yeah. That's the frame. It's
Yeah.
it's like severed arms
Yeah.
framing the picture. Us running away from vampires. But you know, I want to visit Kaldheim. I want to see New Capenna. You know, I want to go there and I want to help more people and I want to perform more. Honestly, like I don't know. I developed kind of a reputation on Kamigawa for being like kind of a rock star. And I really like that. I want to do more of it. But I know that it's asking a lot of you to like come along with me to do that.
Like,
Really?
wherever you want to go.
Really?
Yeah. And I mean, the house is whatever.
It's not whatever. I mean, this,
well,
you made
we'll
an
come back.
investment.
We'll come back
Right. Of
We have-
course.
forever.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So,
Let's graduate.
yeah.
And then
school.
Are
Don't
we gonna
remind
put
me.
like are we gonna put all the names in like a hat, or are we gonna just
I want to go back to Kamigawa first, if it's okay with you.
Kamigawa's fine.
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna need a couple years before I go back to Ixalan.
You know what? That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Sunset, beautiful.
It's not super high.
Vampires,
It's not super high on my list.
No.
So, you know,
coffee's great.
the coffee's great. You know, maybe we can stop for coffee, and then we could get out before the Dusk Legion realizes we're there.
Yes.
And then, I mean, we've got the whole multiverse, and I couldn't think of a better person to experience it with than you. I love you too. So much. Oh, gosh. Feels so good to say that
Yeah.
after pussyfooting around for like, what, 18, 19 years?
Yeah. What are we doing with that?
Being dumbass kids.
Well.
All right,
Then.
you go take a shower. You stink.
Oh,
I love you.
Love you.
And
don't forget to feed Mouse and
oh,
Toasted John.
yep. I will. Come here. Got your oats. Yeah.
Some bugs.
And
So instead of the domestic bliss, the two of you, you want to go explore, go adventure.
going on our
Lane's Hop.
long-awaited boyfriend-girlfriend mood.
Yeah.
And the first plane you guys you hang out on is Kamigawa.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
super cool.
I show Ronin the sights. I probably try and reconnect with Kaido.
Oh yeah. He has a secret
check in-
handshake.
Check in with him. Yeah, like, what's up?
It's that
Like, this
intro.
is my boyfriend.
Hi.
It's that intro in 2077 in Cyberpunk.
Oh my God, where Jackie
Jackie
and
is like showing him the city, and he's just like, yeah, let me show you that montage. That's what this is.
100% what it is.
The music playing.
We drive up in a car and we're like, all right, you want to like go over the tutorial? It's like, nah, I'm a planeswalker, bro. I got this.
Did we
This is my new game
steal
plus.
a car?
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I don't know. I mean, at least for Mallory, I think Mallory Shea, they go on to sort of become this like interplanar pop star.
That's
where
cool.
they like show up on different planes and do shows and like help people and fight tyranny and all that jazz, just like in true rocker fashion. I don't think she really tries to make any sort of monetization off of it. I mean, we can go anywhere and do anything. Plus, your dad's super rich, so like we can get money from him if we want. But yeah, I mean.
I'll just give you like winning lottery numbers.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, that's crazy.
Using divination
Yeah.
for
Yo, that's
evil.
crazy.
I love it.
You're in Capena at one point, like later in the years.
Oh my
and they're-
God.
You guys
We're
show
in the
back up,
casino.
and they're like, "It's fucking them! I knew they'd come back! Run!
I told you that these guys
That
would
boy
work.
can see the future!"
They're on to us.
Mallory Shade's wearing the mustache. You're not. You're wearing the
Yeah.
glasses.
No. Ronin is Mallory and I'm Ronin. It's like, shit, they're on to us.
The wig flies
We
off.
steal a car. It's the same guy you freaking stole a car from.
Yeah.
Just probably get up to all sorts of kooky adventures.
love that.
But I mean, it's them against the freaking world.
Yeah.
Ronin and Mal finally
That's cool.
together. I don't have anything
I
else
think
to add.
Ronin writes some books, but I don't know
That's
what
cool.
about. Probably just other planes and how they work in relation to other planes and stuff.
That's really cool.
And totally about Atraxa, you know.
Yeah. He writes us short stories about an angel who was
With the soul of Ixhel that you still have, he's like, "She was great."
Oh my god, you got a primary source.
And why are you still here?
Why did you do this to me? Permanently, your
On the show.
No!
Put his soul in a bobblehead and he's in our car.
That's crazy. Oh my god. I love that.
I will complete this vehicle.
Yeah, boy. I don't know. They probably get married at some point.
Yeah.
Aw.
Mallory Shay's not proposing.
Oh. In the return to Strixhaven.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Discussed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go next. All right. It's the twins.
The twins. We'll just double up.
What happens after graduation?
I think probably Stella tracks down Stalwart, which is not necessarily hard to do.
It's right behind you.
And she's like, I've been learning something. Kind of trying to set myself up. I don't know if you know this. And she like takes out like a letter. And she goes, I've been accepted to grad school here. Yeah, so I'm going to stay for a bit. Try to figure shit out more than I already have. But I learned this, and then she casts Gate. And she's like, because that way, if case you go other places, and you ever need to come back, I can find you.
That's very sweet, Stella.
Yeah.
But I'm not. No. You spend a lot of time in this space, and I spend a lot of time wanting to be in this space.
I know there's a lot of books right now.
I don't anticipate leaving until I can memorize every corner of this campus. I don't particularly plan to go to school anymore. I don't care about that. I'll be
Just gonna haunt.
I'm gonna try and live in the Biblioplex against their will.
The freshmen are like, there's this wandering guy.
This vampire that lives
Every
in the
now and
Biblioplex.
then, he just tells us
like,
answers
you
and then
pro-
wanders
You
off.
could
That's
probably get a
crazy.
teaching gig here. If you
Teaching
really
what?
want. I don't know. History, mathematics,
I don't know.
the root cause of
Ceramics.
spells.
I'll think about it. But
Yeah.
I think
Pottery.
There's also a really fucking cool set of vampires in the woods.
yeah, I think I spent a lot of time on Ixalan documenting and taking down histories that weren't my own.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather do something that doesn't involve that or having to teach someone else's history.
No,
Work at a
I
coffee shop.
think that's the thing is like whether it's a year from now or 1,000 years from now, if you venture someplace else.
Well, it's good to know.
Yeah.
No, I think for now it's here.
She goes, also I could summon other people.
Okay.
That's a threat.
Like against their will.
Oh no.
Threat.
Okay. I feel like there should be a voting system.
There probably should be. But that's probably why it's good to have someone who has a conscience. Because I'll be like, hey, Dawn, you know, portal to Dawn. And be like, hey, Ronin, it might be, we might come in an inopportune time with them and Mallory Shay. Though,
Throw a sock.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
That's good
you,
to know.
Yeah, and we can also planeswalk if need be, but yeah.
That's good to know. No, I'm proud. That's a version of you would have not accepted school.
No, I'm actually kind of terrified about potentially going back to Ixalan. I don't think it's a good idea. Not yet.
Yeah.
Maybe never. I don't know.
That's fine.
And then she hugs you. And then I think that's it. I think yeah.
I only have a few things.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
There are a couple things that happen down the road for you.
Okay.
Eventually,
Kill Jace.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
take
Sorry.
the orb and you go.
No, the
You
first
go.
thing is, I think we don't have to play it out, but I think there's a point when Rubina kind of comes to you and wants to know what you're doing, and you kind of explain it to her, and she's kind of like, I already knew. And she's also going to attend grad school.
Oh, that's cool.
But she doesn't know what she wants to do yet. She just wants to, she feels like she needs more time to figure herself out.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I'm not trying to follow you or anything, but I think it's a good idea.
I think there are worse people to have follow me.
Great.
But
Because I also would love the company.
okay, yeah, it's nice to not have to figure it out alone.
Yeah. Then there's a point maybe in like a year or two
Yeah.
when you are contacted by Gatewatch again. Probably Teferi. They sent Chandra as an intermediary.
Hot lady.
Yeah.
Literally.
And there's
That's
basically
how
a
they knew they could
conversation
get an
where
answer.
Chandra's like,
Yeah.
hey, so we need to make a deal of some kind that is important for some people, and she kind of like there's a situation.
Yeah.
I don't have it all figured out. The idea is that there is a trade that they
Yeah.
want to make
Yeah.
for somebody else, and their bargaining chip
Yeah.
is
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 Jace.
giving Jace to Vraska, and she's like, "Is that something we can do?"
Damn, that's wild. They're asking your
I'm sorry,
permission.
you want me to unslot him from this? He's all like Phyrexianized.
They can fix him. I don't know how it works.
But they can fix it.
Vraska
Nissa's
looks at
fine.
Jace, I can fix him.
I don't know. You don't know who that is. She's my girlfriend. Shit. I thought I had to kill her, but she was fine actually.
Yeah.
Vraska's all better now
Shame.
too.
I mean, that's
They're all
great.
hanging
Her
out.
hair grew
Hey,
back.
they're all hanging out in this really cool plane of cowboys and shit. I want to be involved, but I have to come here and do this.
Do you guys
You're
believe in
making a miss on
polyamory?
Cowboys.
You know, yeah.
Are you sure?
I haven't asked Nissa.
No, well,
I should.
that's yeah. You should probably figure that out.
Well,
first. No,
she's probably
no.
fine.
I don't want to be involved in that. If you can take him far away from here and promise he doesn't fuck up any shit again, sure. But if I cross his path, he's dying.
He goes back into a different orb.
You know what? Actually, pause. One moment. I think I need to ask other people before I make this decision.
All right.
Gate to Ronin.
Uh-oh.
Ronin, where are you? It's a year after graduation.
They're probably on Kamigawa. I feel like they spend a lot of time there.
yeah.
Cool. You're in the middle
It's
of
your third
the.
home.
You're in the middle of sitting on a rooftop lounge with some of the friends that you guys have made.
Yeah.
There's like a
My ninja friends.
Yeah, your ninja friends, and there's like it's in the middle of the city. There's lights. It's dark out, and there's the floating. There's like a parade going on, and there's like the floating LED like fish going by. That's a scene you're in.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
love it here.
right?
And then like
It's so cool.
like fucking Thanos, like Stella steps out of a portal.
Ronin, on your left.
Hey, I'm taking a poll from people.
Hi, Stella.
Hey.
Hey, Stella.
It's been a year.
You're looking good.
Thank you.
All the ninjas are like,
Yeah.
Oh, Kaido.
She's cool.
She's cool. She's a friend of ours.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Do you got any merfolk blood here?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
The first thing she asks.
Hey, how
We
do you
have fox people.
how do you feel about unorbing Jace? If they have a way to Phyrexianize him.
Is he still?
Oh, they can fix it?
Oh, they
That's
can
what they-
uncomplete
That's
him.
what they said.
Is there an opposite for complete?
Who-
Never mind.
Break? I
Disassemble.
don't know.
Who said that?
Well, the Gatewatch came to talk to me. By the way, Chandra has a girlfriend.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. And the person asking for the orb is Vraska.
Oh.
Fucked
Okay.
twice.
Is she still?
Still,
Yeah, there's a lot of
That actually be 3
conditions
times.
on this
still struck
deal.
I think it was like, so
You
they
know
were
how
like
it is.
in-
Some
yeah.
women just go crazy for some white boy. I don't know.
I was about to say. Pause for a second. 2 of Mia's favorite characters in Magic the Gathering currently asking me, like, give me the white boy.
She's like, no,
White boy.
he's so basic.
What about me?
Yeah, if they can fix him, I don't care.
Okay, we're fine with that.
If they can fix him.
Yeah, they seem fairly
Sure.
confident, but I don't know. They kind of came in the last second.
I mean,
so.
I don't know.
Vraska's fixed? Like, she's
Is she good?
she's not
Yeah,
middle anymore?
You should find that out before making any decision.
Okay, but if she is fixed, asking for him because
Yeah.
they can fix him too. You're both good with
Yeah,
it.
seems.
I don't know. I don't know too much about this Chandra person, but I like if Teferi trusts her, then
Yeah.
you know he seemed like he had a pretty good head on his shoulders, and if he trusts her, then I trust her.
I will ask if Teferi sent her. Okay.
Sick.
Perfect.
All right.
Well, you continue doing this. Enjoy this.
Oh wait, take this back. Just for you and Stalwart.
Okay.
It's called Boba. You'll love it.
She sips up. Ooh, it pops.
Yeah, it does. It's really good. All right, bye.
Bye.
Oh, love her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
This
by
is
the
a domino that creates a situation where a blood boba exists.
Oh no, not popping blood Boba. That's crazy.
It's a lot.
She's like, how do I make this?
Yeah, yeah,
work?"
Oh no.
All right, you go back.
You make it
Yeah.
like
Chandra's has wandered around, is reading some of your books, and you come back, and she's like,
Red.
I think
This is boring.
Stalwart's about back there too at that time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello,
She'd be like,
ma'am.
this is for you.
What is this?
It's boba.
There's
Had-
like a little note on it, like a doodle of like Mallory Shay and you like running on fire together, like fucking Sonic the
Oh.
Hedgehog.
oh my god, that's awesome.
That's nice.
Drink
That's
this.
nice. So they're fine. Hey, did you get sent here by Teferi?
Yeah,
Okay. Vraska, is she not metal anymore?
no.
As in she's still metal?
Yeah, no, she's not.
Oh, she's not metal. She's
Yeah,
been
after
fixed.
the Realm Breaker got destroyed and all the
Yeah,
Praetors were
yeah,
defeated,
yeah.
everybody's got better.
That's
Okay.
convenient.
Yeah.
Do you
Sure,
ever thought
fine.
he
Johnny,
was, like, an orb, Jace, and he's
Vraska,
perfectly
I
fine.
bet
Who's
if we
a
get
Johnny?
Jace out of there, he'll just be fine. We didn't even have to do anything.
Okay, that seems a little worrisome that you stake the multiverse on. Hopefully.
Yeah, we do it a lot.
Okay.
There's a bunch of kids that we didn't even know about that saved the multiverse. Well, I don't know how old you are.
Too old. Is Kalisto here?
I'm
What a
sure.
great segue.
How many people are you gonna ask about this?
All of them.
Look, we can handle
The
him.
table.
Yeah, she.
All right, if he acts up, we'll put him back. Well, we won't put him back, but we'll
Yeah.
do something about it.
I
another orb.
spent all of my spell points to cast Gate multiple times to talk to these motherfuckers.
All right, all right.
And it could just be a yes, no, it's fine.
Callisto, where are you at a year from graduation?
Fucking know yet.
That's fair. That's fair.
In a library, somewhere.
I don't
And-
know.
Ambiguous
backdrop?
location.
She'll just stick her head through and be like, hey,
It's not.
you, how do you feel about letting Jace out?
I mean,
Not
she
for
would
me to
have
beat him.
all of the questions normally.
Yeah.
I think her answer would be yes.
Great. Dawn, how do you feel about it?
Don's also in this weird library in the middle of nowhere.
I know.
It's like a Dragon Age 2 where they reuse the assets all the
You know
time.
what? Sometimes you gotta do what you
Good.
gotta
I'm
do.
not against it.
Oh, perfect. Love that.
It's
They
crunchy.
believe in parole, apparently.
What?
Put a little.
They
anklet.
believe in letting him be
That's not
rehabilitated.
parole is.
It's not?
No, he's not paid for anything.
It's a whole ethical discussion because they were mind controlled.
Limbo. I see.
So it may not. It really wasn't him.
Are you
suppose.
sure?
It kind of was.
Okay.
Well, Nissa doesn't seem to remember a lot of it.
Okay. Then yeah.
You shake him out!
Absolutely.
He's the,
Not
okay.
right here.
You have full narrative control.
Right?
And you have
No.
full
Too
narrative
late.
control.
He's shaking out.
And
Yeah, Stalwart's like, no!
you do this, and his head like, what? It's like, he's shutting back in.
No.
Holy shit!
Take him.
Take
Do
the
not come
orb?
back.
But the
What about this?
Burn it.
don't touch it.
With your bare
Afterwards.
hands.
You already touched it.
Oh no.
Give it to Teferi.
He'll know what to do
Of
with
Jason
it.
Chandra
Alright.
having the Dragon Ball Z battle
Yeah.
forever
Don't give it
in
to
the orb.
Jace.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Considered.
Thanks.
Bye.
She leaves.
God damn it.
That was a curse.
What?
That orb.
Well, look, I just worry about it being
No,
empty.
That's gone now. That's not a worry.
Okay, but okay, what happens
She
if
ponders about
that
the orb.
that Casmina woman gets it in her hands and starts hunting planeswalkers
That's
again?
not our problem.
Unless we're the planeswalkers she hunts.
Yes, that'll be our problem. But right now it's not.
Okay.
And then, suddenly, Stella,
Casmina shows up.
yeah, she's like, no,
I have a girlfriend.
suddenly, something
I
very
have a girlfriend
strange that
too.
happens to your mind.
Oh.
There's suddenly a
died.
memory that returns to you.
Oh.
You remember, just before Vale had found you on
Yeah.
Ixalan,
Yeah.
it was fucking Jace Bellerin first. And you remember this entire interaction where you're like, no, what the I'm not giving this to you. I'm not going with you. And then, and you just forgot. That was just never existed. And now it's back in your mind.
I fucking hate that blue man. Not only
I think
do
it's white.
well, he wears a lot of blue.
Azorius
Okay.
motherfucker.
Have you not seen like the
Manifest in blue.
pictures of Gatewatch? Like he's got too much blue on.
No, I don't know who these fucking people are.
Oh well, he's
No one does.
He's a fucker though. If he shows up again, I get to beat his face in.
Not if you're in grad school and you don't.
Okay, but
You focus
if they
on
don't,
that.
if they don't figure out that I did it.
They're going to.
Oh shit!
Because
You're
only,
right.
only
You're the only
Stella,
person powerful enough.
Oh,
Only
also,
Stella hates him enough.
not a big thing because it's already happened, but Spencer, if there was any part of his memory that was hazy from the time that he, found Vraska and all that shit happened where he
Yeah.
got his memory erased, it returns to him.
Oh,
that's terrible.
Uh-oh.
It's Jace.
It was Jason.
I go to therapy for that.
Yeah.
You find a good therapist on
She's in the,
Ravnica, you know.
therapist chair.
First
Well,
year.
You're like, can you re-delete it?
Once a week, he's like, "I'll see you. I'll be back."
Yeah, have fun.
Yeah.
Your planes,
I walk to therapy.
Yeah, so
Plain.
Yeah.
the orb is given to Gatewatch, and the we don't know what happens after that.
Oh,
He's a
surely
father.
nothing bad, right?
He goes adopt.
It's safer this way.
Yeah. I'm gonna rest easy tonight with that not in my hands.
You all watch as Chandra reappears in a room. She's holding the orb, and she
Orb's
turns into
fucked.
Casmina, and she's like, just kidding, that doesn't happen. Just kidding. The Gatewatch performs a ritual. They get Jace out. He's no longer Phyrexianized, and he's like, and they're like, yeah, you committed crimes, but because you're under control, I guess you're okay. And he's just like, I'm gonna leave forever.
I'm gonna go find
I'm gonna
Vraska.
I'm gonna go have a baby named Luke.
As he should.
Yeah.
The prophecy's been fulfilled.
And then he's like, how
Everything's
many
been
of these fucking kids' memories had I erased? Ooh! Gives them all back and then fucking leaves.
What?
Bro's about to post a fucking NoteSap screenshot on his Instagram.
I want to apologize. Yeah. And then the orb is Teferi takes the orb, and we do not know its fate.
That's good.
That's better.
Yeah.
Lots of time.
You know what? If it's in his hands, I
Stalwart,
trust.
do you think you eventually become a professor or a teacher at Strixhaven? Because if you hang out on campus, they definitely offer you the job incessantly.
I don't think
They're
so.
like, please teach here.
Maybe a
God
librarian.
Damn it.
Maybe some.
Teach ceramics with Urbarask.
Maybe just. Yeah, that's kind of funny. That's funny though.
You gotta check out on her,
Maybe just some low like the lowest end job there.
Janitor.
Like
Okay.
above
Yeah.
janitor, but I'm putting
Yeah,
books away from my
you
whole
put
life.
books away, and you are this elusive figure that is very knowledgeable.
Therapist? No.
And they're
I'm like my first day as therapist. Hi, Ron. Oh.
It's my first
This is my
client.
last session actually with you. So you'll have a new guy next week.
Happening.
I know it's very strange. So do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, can we talk about that thing in
Yeah,
my
go
childhood
ahead.
again? Though? Okay.
It's safe space.
Thanks.
When I was a baby, we almost all died.
How do you remember that?
Times.
Oh, because you can see time forward and backwards.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think Stalwart, you become later on in the years, you become a hazing ritual for first year students
Oh,
that have to
no.
like find you and like ask you weird questions. And at first it's annoying, but then eventually becomes like a fun game.
Yeah.
And there's this weird legend that spreads about you. People are like, no, that guy is like this heroic person who like saved the campus, and some people are like, that's an evil vampire that sucks your blood if you don't do your homework. And
Other people are freaking like, the guy that puts the books away and
they're like,
moonlights as a therapist on Fridays?
I want to be like
hands us
Fat
stickers.
Thor, but not like an alcoholic.
yeah.
You're playing
Exactly.
Call of
You.
Duty at the
Fat
guys.
Thor, but I'm the guy from Google hunting.
Yes, yes, that's perfect. That's perfect.
It's
Oh
not
my
my
God.
fault.
Oh my God, that's
It's not-
amazing.
it's
That's
not
what
your
you're telling
fault,
me.
dude. It's not your fault, dude.
That's
All right,
good.
Dawn, you ready?
Guess so.
Okay.
You have a great option. You can do Fat Thor or multiplanar adventure.
Or
no,
therapy.
I already
Therapy's in the middle.
generally-
Yeah,
or
you pick one or the other.
There.
What happens after graduation?
You start with that.
No, I have a more of a little vignette in mind for this. That I'll just describe a little bit.
Okay.
It's a little bit of time after, let's say, I don't know, upwards to a year. I don't know how long. And we set the scene.
Yeah. No, go. I mean, you have narrative control.
Assuming direct control.
Tell a story. I'm ready for it.
We see Dawn in an office that once belonged to Vale.
Oh, nice.
She's sitting at a desk, currently writing in a book. It's like a thick book. She kind of leans back and like stretches from being bent over for too long. I'm trying to make more or less. I'll skip the being too showy descriptive. She pretty much takes over Vale's place as like a probationary teacher, since she doesn't have like
Okay.
a higher degree yet.
Okay, that's cool.
While at the same time she's moved away from doing fan fiction to actually writing an actual proper
That's cool.
book.
Hell yeah.
And just kind of like what was mentioned before, she's going to be writing down from kind of her perspective in more of a narrative way, pretty much what happened all through her 4 years.
That's cool.
Some of the story of Pingbo, I guess you can say.
Hell yeah.
Not to jump ahead of you or anything, but it's like a hit. Everybody loves it. It's this ancient story that goes down, and that's how they also link it back to Stalwart. They're like, he's the guy in this book, and they're like, that's fiction, and they're like, no, it's not. And it's like this constant argument. Aurora does not help. She furthers the mystique of whether or not it's a mystery or not, whether
Well,
it's a myth.
I had a very interesting thing that I was literally about to say.
Oh no, please.
I don't know why, but for some reason this is what I feel makes sense to happen. The two of them amicably but sadly split up
Oh,
at some point down the line.
dang.
Like after everything that happened, it's
Yeah.
kind of not sure.
Yeah,
It's not like
it's probably nothing negative.
no, it's not.
It's probably
negative,
it's just something where it's something where they just kind of grow distant.
yeah.
And they still love each other and they still care about each other and they realize like just as adults are like it's best if we just don't continue to hope and we just we still see each other and we still care about each other, but we grow
It
apart.
becomes more like it's a friendly relationship.
Yeah.
Not.
And then you both cherish the memories that you had together, and it's always something that you look back on, and there is like no hard feelings, but it is just something that through the years eventually happens.
The last thing that I've thought of is on the desk, kind of kept in a place that for her to always like see, so she can like keep it in her mind. If I remember correctly, we got business cards from Teferia for Gatewatch.
Yes.
And she may contact them to...
That's cool.
As a secondary thing.
That's
Or tertiary, I guess.
As another thing to add in here as well, I think the reason why you were sort of this like intermediary like teacher at the time is because Dean Ambrose is just like, nah, it has to be Don, because you constantly showed up Dean Ambrose like all the time, and that is why that happened. I think it makes perfect sense. But yeah, we sort of just like fade out on Don's story, just following after the this idea of, you know, leaving the world in a better place than she found it. And there's nowhere better that she could potentially do that than with other people who want to do the same. As one of the most fucking powerful members of Gatewatch, the goddamn Doomblade. That's
Watch
very
out.
cool. That's very cool. Callisto?
First off, Spencer showed me a magic card that just said extremely slow zombie.
Extremely slow zombie.
Oh my god.
Coming tapped
The
or whatever.
slowest zombie.
It only has last strike.
Yeah.
Last
Yeah,
strike. That just means all other creatures that attack it or deal damage to it have first strike.
Oh, stupid.
Okay. I've been thinking about this, for 2 weeks nonstop. I think it would be... She starts out in Dominaria of returning home. And I think it's like knowing exactly what's going to happen next, and this is very temporary. And it's more than anything, she's going home for her uncles.
Yeah.
And I think they also know too, because it's like she's been stuck there for so long, and she now has the ability to not. And I think after being there for probably like a month or two of just being with family, then she accepts Gatewatch.
That's cool.
And I because she now also she's an angel.
Yeah.
And the whole point of Magic the Gathering Angels is that they're there to inspire and to lead and to do the right thing. And they're always at somebody's aid. So she assists with Gatewatch, I think, until, I don't know, she finally has a really solid purpose.
It's really funny because I never expected that, like, Stella and Stalwart would be the ones to be like, oh, we're gonna just like stay here, and it's the four of you that become like, oh, we're gonna like travel the multiverse.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because there's probably times when you guys see each other again. And your paths cross, you never intended them to. Like, and it's just funny that you two are on the side of like, hey, it's Gatewatch, and these two are like, oh, hey, we're just vacationing. And you're like, are you predicting the lottery numbers? No.
We're more freelance.
Yeah.
We're planar punks.
Yeah, exactly.
Except like she's using Gatewatch as an opportunity to see all the planes.
Yeah.
And then it's very much when she stops by, it's primarily at Strixhaven because that's where everybody is. And so it's with Dina, I think they're still in a relationship, and it's a little bit like her uncles actually, where she always has somebody to go home to.
Not at mirroring your uncles. Oh.
You got him so good with that.
Fuck. God damn it. That's really nice. That's really cool. I also like that occasionally, you know, Gatewatch is pretty big now. So it's like you two occasionally see each other, but more often than probably everybody else does. Well, Stella and Stalwart probably see each other all the fucking time. But, you know, the two of you, I think, you know, the most. And then you two are always together, which is that kind of thing. So
Except on Thursdays, I have therapy that
Yeah,
day.
he has therapy all day.
All day.
there is a...
Welcome back.
I
They
have
can
to
find
do some
someone to
practice
switch.
after.
There's actually three therapists that day.
Yeah.
He probably has a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're having therapy in 3 timelines.
And there is...
Gets done faster.
There's this overall sense between all of you that you always leave your mark wherever you are, and there is this ever prevailing sense of hope and goodness that follows each of you, and exactly like you said, Kalisto, inspiring, and with everything that you guys learned here and everything that you did and what you saved, you're free to do whatever you want and to be who you want to be. And I think that's very beautiful. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
And then you all go to Thunder Junction.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to go too far to the future because I like the idea of potentially returning to these
Cliff's is
characters with like a one shot or something because, you know, that would be cool. So But I think that's a
Level
that's
20?
a beautiful ending to this entire campaign.
Level
So
30.
I guess if you guys want to level up once, you can. But
bruh.
like whatever.
My character sheet's all the way over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
don't
can't
do
do
it now.
this.
Don't do it
That's
now.
the whole thing.
But cool. That's the campaign. Great job, guys. That was awesome. Yay!
The end
Thank
it's
you.
like a
Thank
question
you.
mark.
Hey,
you.
thank you. Thank
for
you for
running.
playing. Well, I guess we could just jump into Q&A if you guys want.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it, let's do it. I'm gonna pick a new playlist. Typical day at Strixhaven. Let's do that.
Oh, look at you. Right.
Aww.
I got a symbiotic relationship.
What do you got?
Yeah. I got.
no.
Oh, he's discriminating on the left side of the table. Oh! Alright. Oh.
Did take it.
Hey, yo.
You left me
Hurry.
hanging.
You want to take it?
Hurry, someone else is gonna get it.
No, I couldn't. Yeah.
I'm
There we
across
go.
the table.
I know I belong.
I'm across the table and at a diagonal.
I won't dive too deeply into the potential of playing these characters again in the future because it was asked a lot. So like we'll
Aw.
talk about it. It
These
was very
people
nice.
like us?
The
I
end
know, they're so
question mark.
sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
They're doing a Return to Arcadia set, aren't they?
What?
They
This
are.
year?
At some point.
So
Yeah,
that's
okay.
what I wanted to bring up was that like there's a potential like if Magic the Gathering ever decides, hey, we're going back to Arcavios and be like, one shot now.
Damn.
So yeah. Anyways, so I've got all the questions here that everybody wants to know. There's a lot of things here that we haven't filled out yet. There's maybe a couple plot holes that we need to explain. I don't
There's
know.
not.
No.
It's all Jace.
Maybe I
Blame it
need
on
to explain.
Jace.
Yeah, it was all Jace. Jace erased our memories. That's it.
And yours.
Yo,
And yours.
just put Jace Ballerini in your campaign. You can explain every plot hole. So
And Stella
I
will
also
be in
kind of
that
organized the questions in a certain way that I thought would be kind of fun. So this is the first question. As someone who hasn't watched the full campaign, could you summarize the overarching plot? Who was the BBG from Anonymous?
Okay. A bunch of people go to school
A
and
bunch of
kind
people
of
from different planes go to
yeah, a
go
bunch
to
of people
school.
from different planes go to school.
Magic school.
Magic school, thank you. Get up to a whole lot of hijinks.
Magic hijinks.
Magic hijinks, thank you. That all lead back to the same conspiracy.
Magic conspiracy.
Thank you. Magic conspiracy. That is all being perpetrated by a frog.
Magic frog.
Magic frog, thank you. And his Phyrexian friends.
Magic friends.
Magic Phyrexian friends, thank you. And that's it.
Yeah.
No, they're infected instead.
And it's
They're
all
not
really
magic.
gay.
And a white man is pulling the strings the
Yes.
entire time.
Fuck the white
Magical
man.
white man.
Correction. Murgaxor's just doing his own thing.
Oh, so that was just a
The secret
coincidence?
second villain is Jace Bellerin,
Right.
who is trying to fucking open the multiverse by using the snarls on Strixhaven and helping the Praetors, i.e. Elish Norn, their leader,
The magical
to
Praetors.
take over the multiverse and the,
The
planes that
magicals.
you all came from.
Magical planes.
You guys
Magical
become
planes.
planeswalkers to stop them. So
Magical
that is the overarching plot.
I don't know. I
don't
like
need to
the,
watch it
I
anymore.
liked the idea that Murgaxor was friends with the Phyrexians. Like, he just somehow stumbled upon them. He's like, hey, what's up?
Hey, what's
I'm
up,
a
bro?"
lonely little bitch. You're cool. Let's
Bro
be
would be
friends.
friends with anybody.
That is literally what happened. He was like, oh, what are these guys? Cool. I'm gonna maybe involve myself a little bit, but not a lot. I wanted to make it look like they were connected, but they just weren't.
That's fun.
They were just not connected at
You know
all.
what? No.
Good for Murgaxor.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
It is that way.
All right,
doing
so
this frog thing.
we have this next section, which is called character inspiration. That's what I called it, and it's a lot of questions revolving around the idea of what inspired your character, why did you make your character, all that stuff. So the first one is from Anonymous, and I will specify if a question was from like a specific person, if it was because they wanted to be known. But some of the anonymous ones are like fused together, like they were asked a lot.
Sure.
And one that was asked a lot was, what was the inspiration of everyone's characters?
Anonymously. The Horde, they ask.
The card Introduction to Prophecy from the Strixhaven set.
That's good, dude. Yeah, I remember sending that to Drew as for the art. I was like, hey, so this is here's kind of the idea, and that was like one of the first ones I sent was Introduction to Prophecy. It's just this guy, and he's like, it looks like Ronin.
It does kind of look like Ronin.
I think I've talked about this before. Unless, did I cut you off?
No, you're fine.
Okay. That Stella and Stalwart were characters that I played in a different game. Not Stalwart, but Stella. That
We play.
we played them in Justin, who painted all the really cool minis.
Yes, yes.
Which is where these came from.
Yeah. Go figure, go figure.
Interesting.
You guys got to fight them twice.
We
We did.
probably played them in the third arc of his campaign, from like 12 to 16.
Yeah.
Because I had played a character different up until that point, and then you wanted to switch back to a character that you had previously played, and I wanted to play the twin without. So I only got to play her for a short period of time. I was like, I really like her. She's from Ixalan. Like, I could do a really cool, like, remake of her where that isn't necessarily, like, I'm not playing that her, but a different alternate universe version of her.
Yeah.
And so I got to kind of put a twist on it.
Yeah, I mean, ditto. That's exactly very similar, identical, right?
Yeah.
I think that I think Stella and Stalwart were made, and after two of our friends of our 5-person table were either absent or sick, and we had a 3-person table, and we all TPK'd while they were gone.
Yeah.
And we killed our main characters, and Justin was like, "Hey, let's make new characters. You guys can be like." When like your brother Jeff gets back, we can expand this group that we had from Ravnica. So we just did.
And it was funny because he was like, "No, I'm gonna make a new character."
Yeah. Dylan died, and then he had a character, and then he killed that character off. It was insane. But,
Hell yeah, respect.
Jeff's character died from a heart attack.
So we made them, and Justin was like, "Hey, this could be cool," because we were in Alara at the time. Like, here's some cool plans you could do. And Ixalan was up, and we're like, "Well, but that's done."
Love Ixalan.
So
That's cool.
We did that. And then we played a little bit, and then I was able to go back to a character that passed, and then we just continued that campaign. And then I did exactly the same thing. I was like, well, I was intending to be in this campaign, oddly enough, and I was asked to. I was like, well, I'll just do kind of exactly the same process. I'll just take this character, kind of do a what if thing, and then move on.
And I told Jacob in the beginning, I was like, I put Stalwart in that orb. He does not have to come out.
Yeah.
This is her whole reason for being here, because she's a conquistador. It's weird for her to be at school.
Men in fridges.
I fried him immediately. I was like, get in that orb.
Expectations.
One fridge at a time.
I was like, this is her whole motivation for being here.
It was really cool too because Drew put Stalwart in the art.
Yeah, he did.
And
that was
the
sick.
first art of Stalwart of Stella has a little outline of Stalwart in the back, and I remember you getting that back, and you were like,
It's like it's him.
Yeah.
Drew Soman, everybody.
Really
Talented artist.
fucking
huge
amazing
kudos.
job,
I
Drew.
didn't give him much of anything.
Same.
I've said it 1,000 times. It's just Stella with the mustache. And Drew really gave the whole aesthetic
Yeah.
on his own. And
It
it's
separated
beautiful.
enough
Perfect.
that it's a unique character,
Oh,
you know?
perfect.
Yeah.
Which is
Perfect.
incredible.
Yeah.
What the rest of you?
I don't fucking know. Magic, I guess. Fractal's cool. Blue cool.
Yeah.
Bluebird
deck.
cool. Yeah. Because whenever we play what's that where you break
Commander?
No.
Draft?
Yes, thank you,
Oh.
draft. I just inexplicably make Painbow decks and I go, oh, my life is Painbow, I guess. Because I don't know, it's just fun combos. And that's really it. I didn't have much either when I was making Kalisto. It was almost like 2 weeks before I was like, I'm making a new character.
Yeah.
It was a hard time, but I played the character, and it was like as I kept playing the character, that's when I felt like I was starting to create her almost, which is very interesting.
Because you played Kalisto in the one-shot.
Yeah, but that was like
Completely different version of her.
not that. It was just more of just like a default, like I guess, because I didn't really put too much thought into
Oh,
it.
okay.
So it's the same thing there too. Is like I'm just gonna use the basis of this character, I guess, because I don't really have much else. Because it takes me a long time to create characters.
For sure.
The funny thing is that Jack and I discussed playing twins or siblings of Ashkari and Laszlo, and at some point I was like, I don't think I can do this because it's gonna be a little. I just for myself I was like, I can't get into like character mentality, so it'd
sure.
be really difficult.
I forgot that happened.
Yeah,
So-
it was funny because they were talking about twins, and I was like, oh, there could have been two groups.
Yeah,
That would have been
two
so
twins?
fucking
Jeez.
funny.
That would have been rough.
And yeah, so that's for me.
Oh, okay. I guess I have a follow-up question to your question. Do I get a similar question about Mallory Shea later down the line of their whole deal?
I have truncated it into this part.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Speak now.
Yeah.
Or forever
Okay.
hold your peace.
I could totally ramble here. So if I get off track, please somebody get me back in line.
No.
There's no railroad now.
15
So-
minutes,
Yeah.
we'll all be like,
Tell me more.
I was originally going to play a different character when we made this game. I was going to play a different version of Kaz, who I played in the one-shot. Kaz, in that game, he was basically like my fantasy high persona, where he was like an angel bard good boy. In the Strixhaven game, I was going to play someone whose his name is Casimir Karlov, and he is the adopted son of Teysa Karlov of the Orzhov Guild, the best guild on Ravnica.
I remember this.
I am ultimately really glad that I did not stick with that, because I had no idea what I was going to do with that character. It wasn't until you were like, oh, I'm going to play Ronin, like, in the thing, where I was like, oh, well, what if I played, like, a character from my Laszlo and Eshkari's adopted child? And then it just kind of spiraled from there. I had the thought of, like, what would it be like if a changeling had an imposter syndrome? I also was like, what if I played someone who is very like, cause I was like, what if I play someone who is very, artistically talented and is like a musician and stuff, and it was and of course I went Prismari for that, and yeah.
I remember you telling me it was like one of the first things you told me about them was like, I want the vibe to kind of be like when you're like the top of everything at your local town in high school, and then you go to college, and then there's like a million of you already, and you're like, oh, I am not special.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I told Jacob at one point as well, and I think I might have told everybody else, but I feel like this character, all D&D and tabletop RPG characters are ultimately like a piece of us, right? Mm-hmm. We take a piece of us and we turn it into a character. I feel like Mallory Shea is like a huge piece of me. Yeah. I don't think I've ever played a character that is more like me than Mallory Shea. Yeah. Because I don't know. I think we all struggle sometimes with like who we are and what we're doing. Sometimes I know me, I feel like there's a lot of times where I feel like I'm just winging it and I got no idea what I'm doing just with my life in general. And it would be nice if I could be, or at least pretend to be, somebody who has all their shit together that everybody else can look up to and be like, I want to be that person. And that can be a really toxic sort of relationship to have with yourself. So, that was the intent going in. Then, as I played them more, a bunch of alarm bells went off in my head, because I was like, uh-oh, trans allegory alert. I could really fuck this up. Like, I could really offend a lot of people with this if I do this wrong. Because that wasn't my intent. I was going in with like something completely different in mind. But then it's like, I can totally see, just like taking a step back, where it's like, oh, Mallory Shea and this Mallory Shea relationship is very much like a trans allegory. And I wanted to respect that. And I thought about it a lot more, and I was like, okay, I'm not in as bad of a position as I thought, because I feel like at the end of the day, no matter like what I really choose for the path, as long as it's something that that Mallory Shea or Mallory Shea is making a choice definitively about who they are, and they decide to stick with that, that's what it is. Because if you're born a changeling and you decide, I don't really want to be a changeling, I can present as anything that I want to be, I'll just present as Mallory for the rest of my life, and that's just me, then like, and Mallory was able to come to terms with that, because it was the whole faking thing that kind of threw her off. But if she came to terms with like, no, like Mallory is who Mallory would not exist if it was not for me. I have created this person that I want to be, and I am being that person, and I don't need to be the person that I was born as. I can be whatever I want to be. So there's that. But if I go back to like what I really am inside, even though like on the surface I pretend to be Mallory, but on the inside I'm actually Shea, and I'm different than what I present as, I feel like that's also, a thing. And then there was the surprise third option that I thought might happen, but I didn't realize it would, where I go like the gender fluid route, where it's like, I'm both of these people. I am the weird and shy and reserved Shea, but also the outgoing and inspirational Mallory, and I can find like a space in between where I can find who I want to be by being the best parts of both of these people. Yeah. So God, I mean, it was a really weird thing to come into roleplay it, because this is not something that I can go on a quest to solve. Like this is something that I have to develop over several episodes, and I hope I did it well. Like I feel like you know, there were some parts of it that I did great, some parts of it that I could have done a lot better. But I mean, honestly, it was also a lot up to you guys to decide how exactly Mallory and Shay would come to terms with themselves. And you guys, you know, accepting Shay and telling them like, no, like you're doing all this stuff. Like, I know you think that you're faking it when you're Mallory, but it's like, you made this persona, you are doing all of these things. Mallory couldn't do any of the things that she does if you couldn't do it as well. And so I think like that sort of thing, and just embracing Shay with so much love and affirmation in that regard, not that I expected anything less from all of you, it just kind of guided me towards that conclusion. And yeah, so I hope you enjoyed Mallory Shay, everybody. Ramble done. Also, the Maelstrom Muse card.
Yeah, really though. Yeah,
Yes.
I only have a small thing I want to add to that, which is just like I think at first I was nervous, but just because for you, not for anything else, but I was like, I want to make sure I do right by the idea that you have for your character. And I remember initially having a conversation with you being like, from everything that I've read that you sent me, what we've talked about, everything's gonna be really hard on them. And it's nothing's really gonna go their way, and I want to create like a rival for her to look up to. Like, are you okay with like the first like 2 years that you play this game, like that your character's just in a terrible headspace and like feeling awful? And you were like, that's kind of the point. And I was like, all right.
Yeah. And honestly, it didn't turn out nearly as awful as I thought it would. Like, I kind of killed it those first 2 years. The thing about Mallory was that she kept people at arm's length and didn't really make any friends, except for the people in the party. Like, I couldn't name any.
It was just
NPCs
crazy because you had told me all of this stuff about your character. Like, I knew all of this going in, and then I was like, I have to be mean to you with NPCs. Like, that sucks.
I deserved it.
Yeah. But I think it was really cool.
Thank you. I'm glad I got the opportunity to play Mallory Shay.
So people are saying the music's loud, just so you know.
Emma, turn the music down by 10 decibels.
Oh, it was Emma this entire time. I thought Jacob was
It is
in
so quiet for us. I'm so
because I
sorry
was
it's
like,
that
Who do I
loud.
talk to about this?
Okay. You.
So, I don't fully remember how I fully created like the very base thing. I know I went through like 3 or 4 different character concepts before I settled on Dawn. All of them, I think all of them were all Hexblade. So that was already a done deal.
Nice.
I'm
That was
playing
already
Hexblade.
a done deal. I know I came up with a general character concept of a Hexblade who has their Hexblade thing from like either from themselves or didn't really know where they got it from, and I like mentioned like this general idea to you, and then we talked and you had an idea and then we ran with it.
That is
that
is a question we'll answer later.
I know. That's
But that is basically your inspiration for your character.
Yes, pretty much. I had a very basic idea, pretty much just a Hexblade, but coming from themselves, and then
I still remember the day that we were out in the living room.
Yeah.
And you were like,
remember
I
that
don't know. And I was like, what if we did this? And you were like, yeah. It was a whole
jaw
thing.
drop.
Yeah,
like,
it was fun. It was fun.
We ran back here to. Because there's other people around, we're like, we have to hide.
Nobody listen to us.
Really awesome.
It was really fun. So the second question in the character inspiration section here, we're going to do a little bit of a speed round here. These are like, they're not like, I'm not saying you guys are taking too long. You guys are fine. It's more of like, these are just like, you can answer these pretty quickly. So, but you know, answer them however you want. I don't care.
We'll take forever.
This is from Anonymous as well. What other classes would you all have taken given the chance? / what other class abilities would you like to have learned for your characters? With a smiley face. That was what I also have a smiley face.
I mean, freaking Action Surge. That was busted as hell.
That would be insane.
I, at one point, really wanted to learn a Chardelon Stride, but then that became kind of your thing, and I was like, I don't want to step on your toes.
Always
no,
Pepper's
no,
thing.
totally
Yeah.
No, I
Every
know.
Always feel free.
campaign.
No.
So always feel free to.
Yeah.
No, for sure. But it was just like, you know, that's your spell. Other than that, I don't know, maybe some more sorcerer stuff, like more meta magic. In my mind, Mallory was originally going to be a bard sorcerer multi-class, but then once the system became classless, that was unnecessary. I could just take the sorcerer abilities that I wanted. But yeah.
Yeah.
I go through like all of the class stuff basically on Friday, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me 20 minutes before we play the next game and I'll
Yeah.
tell you, I guess. I don't know.
I kind of don't always. I don't have like a specific one. I would say probably I was doing a lot of rogue stuff at the end there, so probably more rogue
More rogue
type
stuff.
stuff. But kind of whenever we choose whatever classes or whatever we're doing, that's when I tend to choose. I don't necessarily think ahead of time. I kind of
Feel it out in the moment.
feel it out.
Yep.
A lot of feeling it out.
Stella was an inverse of who she was in my other game. So she was like a warlock, hexblade, the other very melee focused. So in this game, she started off very much just a sorcerer going through. But towards the end, she had that revelation. She didn't have to shy away from it. And so now it's kind of like evening out her melee side.
And then I pressure her. I'm like, take smite, take
God.
smite, take
I'm
smite.
like, Smite's great.
Your
I'm gonna
poor
bully
fucking
her.
firebolt.
I'm like,
Fucking firebolt.
it's hard because I'm such like I want to attack. I want to do big damage always. And so I'm like, what? Because you were such a support sorcerer in that other game. So I was like,
Yeah, I
be
was supposed to
support.
last time.
And then I was like, I don't have aggressive spell. Fireball.
Man, you with the warding bonds, fucking crazy.
That
though.
was insane.
Like that's
that went
insane.
so
Yeah,
hard.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think she probably winds up with some more melee stuff and then more cleric stuff.
Smite.
She already has it.
Next Arcane Arcade Wrapped, we
Oh,
should
yeah,
go
yeah.
back and see how much damage Stella took throughout the entirety of
Oh,
Strixhaven.
God.
Good. That's what
So
we should.
much.
Or somebody can go do
Yeah.
that. I
Enough
don't
to kill
know.
a Callisto like 200
Yeah, how many
times.
Callistos
Actually,
worth
that's a
of
good way-
damage?
That's a good way to quantify it.
Telling
Yeah.
metrics.
How many Callistos worth of damage
Yeah,
did
how many
Stella take?
Callistos did you save?
You have killed 250 Callistos.
Precisely 250.
That's a lot.
Tomorrow we have a combat all measured in that way.
There you
How
go.
many Amaras? How many
Mars can you
fins?
kill?
Jeez.
Pepper, Spencer?
Probably more like damaging spells. Towards
Yeah.
the end, I was like, I don't really I can do a lot of damage if I meet these parameters, but other than that, I don't do a lot of damage. But it was still really fun. It's like kind of like control, like
Yeah.
banish.
Big control wizard.
Now someone protect me so that guy doesn't come back.
Oh, that freaking mech in the Murdaxor
Yeah.
fight. Oh
Oh,
my
so
god.
Yeah, I enjoyed Control too. That was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mia said it. We switched. I was a sorcerer support last time, so probably something sorcerer-wise, some kind of meta magic. I would have played a lot more with walls because that was pretty much like his whole thing was walls.
That's
That's
so
cool.
cool.
It's too bad you couldn't like quicken or twin cast like walls.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
Fuck, that'd be
great.
cool.
But the thing with walls is you can actually like do the thing we can heighten and increase the like length of it or whatever.
Oh,
So there's like things you can do with them. I can't
Is
remember
that how
exactly
you
what.
increase length? You heighten it?
I've been trying.
Grace, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's
Try
so
pumping
crazy,
it up.
dude.
It's fine.
Yeah. A palm.
That's the
Yeah.
A
secret.
palm.
And what was everyone's favorite spell they used during the game, or favorite use of a spell?
Creation. I love
Cre-
it.
creation.
Creation.
Pepper's
Insane.
use of
Creation's one of my
creation.
favorite
Putting a
spells
tracks
in
on
the
that goddamn coffin was insane.
game. I love creation so much. The worst part about it is it takes so long.
Yeah.
But so like, nah.
Not if you got learn
Not if you went
points.
to
Yeah,
school.
nah, but it's one of my few learn points I got to do that.
I think I use Warding Bond the most, and it was the most useful. But I love that little guardian that would follow Kalisto around. That was the bat god. I loved it so much.
What spell was that?
I don't know,
Guardian of
Guardian
Faith?
or something.
Guardian of Faith,
Yeah,
but-
that.
But it followed. That's what it was.
yeah,
Yeah.
that I used the learn point for, and then sometimes it'd be Saint Linda, but mostly it was the bat god.
Sometimes Santa Linda.
It was once
Mostly
when I
actually
peer
was.
pressure.
Yeah.
I like doing big damage.
I would say.
No,
it's okay to
really?
say Doomblade,
Really?
but-
You're like, oh, Eldritch Blast. Yeah.
Yeah,
I gotta say, I think Misty Step's
Misty
up there.
Step is
Oh, Misty
always
Step.
one of my
Yeah,
favorites.
yeah, yeah.
I
Always a
love being able to reposition myself.
choice.
Yeah. And when you learn point and put it on the reaction, I was like, oh,
Yeah, yeah.
That's brutal,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
It's Misty Step is absolutely a spell in Baldur's Gate that I have to have.
Oh.
I have to have it.
So good.
It's a good spell.
It's a good spell.
I think Kinetic Jaunt was very fun. You know, doing my Luna Snow shit across the battlefield.
Yeah.
And probably my my learn pointed Thunder Stat. I used a lot at the end of the game.
was good.
I used that at least like twice every session.
Which is, it would explode when you
I could go to multiple places and
Yeah,
explode in multiple places. That
cool.
was really fun. And good old firebolt as well, chromatic orb. It was just fun. I've never really played like blaster caster before, so it was really fun to just for those last few combats, me looking at my planeswalker abilities, being like, man, 10 mana sounds like a lot, or 10 spell points sounds like a lot, and then it's like, well, I'll just drop like fucking prismatic spray, fucking fireball, like all this crazy shit, and I'm like, I feel so freaking powerful right now. So yeah.
Mine's Desire.
Yeah, that was cool, dude.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That was
You'd
cool.
be like, why did you cast?
Yeah. Getting asked that question is kind of like, why do you want to know, Weather Boy? And I'm like, oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which is, you could cast like every spell that was cast in like the past minute.
3 or 6.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god, the freaking prismatic spray with your ability to just decide any of the dice. It's like we could pick any of
Whatever
these.
we want.
We could pick any of these options.
Counterspell was probably the spell used the most,
Yeah.
clearly,
Yeah.
which was enjoyable. But haste was also a lot of fun.
Yes.
Haste,
Because the reaction every time is going, oh no. It's your turn now.
What about
Do it
your
again.
stasis one?
God, I fucking love that one too. That was
so
also
good.
it.
Fucking
So
Rihanna,
I
yeah.
think it was just anything with that just allowed Kalisto to go, no.
There's a constant theme with this party to take the villain and then put them in a
a
fucking
thing.
timeout and be like, no, and they're like, I'm powerless.
Yeah.
Fucking banishment, the crystal, the coffin. It was a
Jeez.
constant.
The orb.
The orb.
Humility.
The orb!
Yeah.
It was, this campaign's theme was the villains going on
Imprisonment.
timeout. Imprisonment. Being like,
Soul cage?
You know what? Soul cage, we're not going to fight you. We're just going to trap you.
God, man.
So you can't do anything.
The non-violent approach.
Yeah.
Straight to the moon.
Entrapped in the moon.
I do
Yeah.
want to give a shout out to some of the ones you created though, because I didn't use it,
Yeah.
but Vanquish the Weak
thanks.
made my heart go, oh, this is so good, so
Yeah.
settle the rest.
Mystic Study?
Yeah.
Come on.
So
Settle
good.
Gosh,
Yeah.
because I was going to say, all the Planeswalker abilities were just so
So
fun
cool.
because
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
loved the choices, and I was like, I can't say that because it's a spell, but my Planeswalker abilities were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Thank you guys. I
Hell
appreciate
yeah.
it.
You know, Junji Stratter, whatever.
Oh, it's so good, dude. So good.
When we return.
So good.
Pick a spell.
Any spell.
We
Because you already-
Creation.
Creation.
Oh,
yeah.
you picked
Creation.
creation. Sorry.
Shell on stride. I really like that.
Totally
Whatever lance that you don't have to look at someone, you just
Oh,
pick up until
Rolithms.
everything. You just
Yeah.
randomly go up and then
It's
hit
just
them.
so
cool.
great.
That's cool. I fucking love that
I
one.
love that one, too.
And then
Yeah, it
here's
really is
here's the
important.
last one in this category. If you could switch characters for like a Freaky Friday episode, which would you want to play? And I wanted to touch on this because that's dumb. I want to touch on this for a second because I had planned to make this an episode, but I ran out of time and couldn't do it. There were some unused concepts that I was going to do in the game, and that was one of them. I really wanted to do a Freaky Friday episode where we played a session where you guys would switch character sheets, but that was kind of complicated, so we didn't do it. But I thought it would be fun.
I can only barely roleplay my own characters. I don't know.
Oh no, so that's the thing. You wouldn't be role playing the other character. You would just be
And
Kalisto
that's what I'm
in
saying.
Ronin's
I would
body.
be able to do it. I'd be like, this is too much.
I want to be my first character I did in that one shot where I was Somersault.
Oh, Somersault.
yeah.
Or I'd be Emma's character.
That's really funny.
The one that made the parking lot?
That's
Yeah.
really good.
It would have to be Mallory Shea or Dawn.
For the damage.
Because I could not beat Kalisto. My brain cannot operate that way, or Ronin. I'm like, fuck me. I don't know. I forgot I could give you a dice roll.
Yeah, you two only can do that.
I really like the idea of Kalisto being in Ronin's body and being like, "This is so clumsy."
Yeah.
But I was thinking that too with Dawn.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
My
like,
dexterity.
what would be the most like
You're doing
awkward
flips.
for Dawn?
Yeah,
I was
having
thinking
no
Ronin.
dex.
Yeah.
Being like, "You're so lanky."
Yeah, I feel like it would be really funny if Mallory went to Dawn, where it's like, I go from being split between two personalities to being split between two personalities. My work is never finished.
You're like, "Oh, this is nice. This is a lot more physical." And then you're in Mallory Shea, and you're like, "Ah."
You're like, what? Why is my skin malleable?
Ooh, it's like clay. The idea that, Kalisto just takes Stella and just take her to class.
Actually learn stuff past the class.
The other thing would be like Mallory becoming Ronin and being like, I shouldn't. You're like, yeah, but I don't know what he's got going on down there.
Stella, I have to go to the bathroom.
And then
Why
it's
are
like
you
me
announcing
standing,
it?
looking at myself in the mirror, and be like, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's a violation of privacy.
You okay in there, man?
Yeah, I get back in bed. Oh my god, that's what I do. I sleep.
That's yeah.
I catch you up on your sleep.
I actually think it's what anybody could only do. They get into that body and they're like,
I'm so tired.
Why do all my joints hurt?
Yeah,
My
Ronin would.
lungs don't work.
I only drink coffee. I'm
crave
so
nicotine.
dehydrated. Yeah, bro.
Ronin going
Bro's
into
got the
anybody else's body and being like, oh, I'm so weak.
Yeah.
Oh, anybody who goes into one of the twins is also gonna like come back into their body being like, kind of still want blood. I don't
Yeah,
know.
oh my
Sounds
God.
good.
Oh.
Oh,
Stella definitely made Poppy and Boba that had blood in it. Just
no,
just,
matcha blood. Or blood matcha, there we go.
That's
We
good.
do that too.
Like a
Just
strawberry
do it all of
matcha
it.
with a layer.
Yeah.
this question. Now that we're out of character inspiration, this one comes from anonymous as well. Does Mallory Shea ever end up telling Nils outright about being a changeling?
Oh,
Because
I
there's
feel
that
like
one scene.
shit. I forgot that was a thing.
Well,
I wish that we had gotten to play that out. Unfortunately, just with the nature of these kinds of games,
I like that we didn't play it out.
I like that we didn't too, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of moments that I imagine in my head for Mallory Shea that just unfortunately didn't come to be, just because, I'm sharing the table with, 5-6 other people.
Yeah.
And, sometimes things just get swept under the rug and it
That
happens.
was just a small moment that I wanted to do where it was like, I wanted Nils to be like this person who was, he was for, his whole thing was that he wanted his students to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And he did come at it from a way of being like a disciplinarian, but I wanted it to be for like a good cause. And I wanted to, I guess, humanize him slightly where he's just aware. And he was just like, but that's, he was more complicated. He cared, and he didn't want to just oust you. Like, that wasn't his goal.
I feel like it's one of those teachers that are like, they're very safe, and there's a reason why students love them. And it's impartiality of like, look, I like, for one, respect is a two-way street. I respect you as a student, you respect me as a teacher.
Yeah.
I have to discipline you because you've done something bad, but also like, hey.
Yeah.
I feel like she did. And I think, my reasoning there was that I feel like I feel like it was sort of like, because Mal's relationship with Laszlo is a little rough, and that was another one of the things that I did coming to this character, is that like I wanted to sort of show the results of one of my previous characters doing their best as a parent and kind of fucking up, because sometimes you can have the best of intentions for your child and think that you're doing the right thing, but little do you know you're actually setting them up for failure, or just making them feel lesser. So I don't really. I guess I just wanted to do that to add some more dimension to one of my previous characters, but I think Nils represented like something that like someone who was supportive like a father probably should be, not in the way where like Laszlo was just like. Laszlo was very toxically like, I'm going to make sure this kid gets every chance that I didn't, and that turns into, I'm going to turn this kid into a star. And that wasn't necessarily what Mallory needed.
Yeah.
So to answer the question, yes, I think Mallory did tell
Nils.
About Shay.
What is your character's go-to dance song when they're grooving at home alone? Asks Anonymous.
I Am by IVE. In my head, there's I Am. It's a K-pop song. It's a freaking banger. It should have won Song of the Year, but it didn't. In my head, that is the song that is playing during Mallory Shay's final jury for Prismari.
Hell yeah.
Go look it up. It's a freaking
That's
banger.
awesome.
I don't know enough songs off the top of my head, especially, so pass.
I have it's Weak by AJR.
That's great.
Yeah.
I have a funny relationship with that song. It has nothing to do with what you're saying right now.
But it feels very Stella.
Yeah, no,
I
it
should have gone to
definitely
bed,
does.
I
Yeah.
didn't.
Oh man. Boy, oh boy, oh love me when I... Yeah, when I worked at Target, there was like an ad for that song that played nonstop in the electronic session, so I heard it multiple times a day. And it weirdly became like a thing where like I went from hating it to like going full circle where I didn't like it. I was just like, it was just like a part of my day.
Yeah.
And so it became weird when I stopped hearing it. So, yeah.
It became routine.
From the Start by Good Kid or Kicks by Miki Fiki.
We listen to those songs all the
They did.
time. Good Kid, oh my god, is in my head. If I could have played songs for your band,
Yeah.
it would have been. I never got to say that, but like Good Kid was like definitely the inspiration.
And then also Upside Down by Jack Johnson.
Yes, I love that song. I
Very
have a little
nice
thing about that song too. When we were starting this campaign, we listened to that song at one point, and I was like, "You should put this on Ronin's playlist," because I liked it when I was younger, and I was like, "This is kind of the vibe of this game is Upside Down by Jack Johnson."
Hell yeah.
On my Dawn playlist, I have "I'm Still Standing" by Elton John.
Yes,
Hell, that's a great choice.
dude, that's especially indicative of the fight with Vornklex when you were like dying and then kept coming back.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, I'm still standing all this time. Oh my god, I love that song.
It's silly, but I think it's Waka Waka by
You know what? Yeah.
by I forgot it.
Shakira.
Shakira.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Cool song. It's fun, and I think that's something that I think he's super into.
That's so
Oh yeah,
good.
it's not called This Time for Africa? I don't know.
That's so
Yeah,
good.
it's something like that.
All right, so we got a bunch of questions that I've now put into the small section that I've just called Phyrexian Dawn.
Oh boy.
This is from Anonymous and Steppen, Painbow Cheerleader, who asked, did Tyler know about
That's
Dawn's
romantic, right?
Phyrexian side behind the scenes, or is this a reveal to Tyler / something decided later?
So as we were saying, Jacob had an idea while I had like a basic idea of Dawn, and that idea was that Dawn was a Phyrexian.
Yeah, I was literally like, what if she's a Phyrexian?
And I was
we
like,
were like,
oh shit. And so yeah, I knew it well before the campaign started. I think she was just a Phyrexian at first. I had the idea of like splitting.
you had this idea of what I remember is that you were like, she was found in
Found.
this lost civilization
Yes.
that Lelia and Talia found her in,
Yes.
and she has no idea who she is. And I'm
Yes.
like, okay, what if it's Phyrexia? That would be kind of
I'm like,
cool.
Yes. So, but then I came up with that idea of having like a light and a dark side with it.
Yeah,
And
that
leaned
was
into
cool.
that. And then we got the art from Drew. And Drew put in on the light side having the hex patterns in it.
Yes.
And we're like, oh wait, holy shit, that's hex gold. Right
We were
there.
like, it was. I think it was entirely either Drew did it on purpose or it was an accident.
I don't know.
But it was
Drew. That came from Drew.
Yeah,
And
Drew
we were
put
like,
that in. We were like,
we're done.
oh my god, you have fucking hex gold on one side and you do Phyrexian.
Yeah, and so that we then just leaned into that even more.
Yeah,
So,
it was really cool. And then a follow-up question. And since she had amnesia about her past, did you leave Jacob to fill in the gaps, or did you know everything in advance?
I left Jacob to fill in 99%, pretty much. I set her where she was found, and then Jacob pretty much did the rest.
I don't know. I didn't come up with anything because I that wasn't a part of her story. It was more about the part that she was found.
Yeah. it's
It
true.
also had to do with the fact that I'd kind of done something similar with a character in the past, and I didn't want to recreate
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and so I wanted it to be more focused on who she is now. So whoever Dawn was beyond that, whether she was created entirely, why she had this mixture of who she was she Dawn first and got infected and created and became like this half thing. We don't know why that happened. And I liked that being a mystery.
I always, whenever I'm working on a long-term character concept, I always like to have things that I know from the character, but then large parts that I don't, and I kind of hand off to Jacob for him to fill that in. So then he can fill that in, like, with whatever hooks if he wants to. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that. That's really nice to be creatively as like a DM. And I think I enjoy there being mysteries and there being things like that.
And then it's fun for me too, because then I get to discover things as we go along.
Exactly. Sorry, were you gonna say something, or were you talking to me?
No.
Okay.
No, but I did,
Telepathically as
Telepathically?
twins.
Oh my
no,
god.
but I did have Drew's Dusk art on my giant G9 at home for probably 5 months.
That's awesome! God, that Drew
was
Dusk art is so cool.
that was my wallpaper for a long time.
That's so cool.
Remember
I
how
we-
love that art.
Remember how we jump scared them like the
It's
episode
so
loud.
loud.
afterwards?
It was so loud.
And it was like,
That's so
oh
funny.
no, she's still on
Oh
there.
yeah.
It's still my phone background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, and also, what made you decide to make Dawn the damage god of the party? Asks Anonymous.
Well, she's the most like martial fighter of the group. Everyone else was a little bit more spell-like.
Bro, I had 4 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone had to be kind of frontline tanking the damage, and I like doing damage, and so it just ended up more and more damage came in. I did not plan for her to be suddenly doing hundreds of damage a turn, but that's how it happened.
Yeah. And then lastly, what was Dawn's planeswalker name? I don't think it ever got revealed. I might have just totally missed it.
Oh.
We did reveal it.
We did.
Yeah.
Duality Duelist?
Yeah, Duality
Oh,
Duelist.
That's it.
Yep.
That was good.
And then, was there any idea you had about your characters that you dropped after trying it? Like a voice, a habit, etc. It comes from Donk Stonk, aka Mr. Moneybags. Remember my name.
What a name.
God damn.
I will
got
remember
it.
Donk.
Yeah,
It
got it.
will be locked in forever.
I
Sure,
was
Donk.
I was gonna do something that I had thought about for a while, and then it immediately kind of dropped because I was like, nah, that's a little too much. Actually, 2 somethings. The first one is that I was originally gonna have like Mallory and Shay being like 2 separate personalities that were like fighting for control, essentially. And I was like, that's a little too, like, I don't know, hard to do, and I don't think that's really the right vibe for like what I'm going for. The other thing that I was gonna do was I was gonna have Mallory in the early game talk about Shay more, but not as themselves, but as someone that they knew that they would constantly talk down about.
That's cool.
And that they would constantly like insult and all that stuff. And then of course down the line it would be revealed that they were referring to themselves that entire time.
Yeah.
And I could just never really find a way to like bring it up naturally, and I was just like, nah, I think I can drop it. But that was gonna be like the like extra gut punch for the Shay reveal, was that Mallory was insulting themselves this entire time.
I'm glad you didn't do that because, like, I know my gut feeling already would have been like, I would have hated that.
Yeah.
Not even like, oh, to roleplay with that. I just would have been like, Jack, I'm gonna beat Mallory up, and she can't do anything about it.
It would have been really funny too, because you did tell us before the campaign. You told everybody that you
Oh, yeah.
about the fact that you were
Yeah.
changeling, you were Shay, so it wasn't a secret for the party. But it would just been really funny if we knew about Shay, and then you would be like, oh, yeah, this person
Shay
I know,
fucking
Shay sucks.
sucks.
And we're all like,
Yeah, that's why I'd be like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm ultimately
Keep me
glad
out
I
back.
didn't do
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
And
I think it worked out a lot better.
I will also kind of just point out just a difference here. So you told everybody about Mallory Shay difference before the campaign started. Jacob and I just straight up lied for months about whether or not
I lied
Phyrexians were
to my
involved.
wife to her face. She went,
Yeah,
are there
there
going to
was-
be Phyrexians in
there
this
was a
game? And I said,
game-
no.
There was a game, I don't remember, it was pretty early on, probably like maybe 10 or 12 or something, where you and I were like, she's a Phyrexian. For sure. That has to be it. I
Right.
remember
Yeah.
having a conversation the
So,
next day in the car
we-
with Jacob being like, Dawn's a Phyrexian.
And I was like, no.
like a
I was like, that'd be, I was like, haha, that'd be
Yeah,
crazy.
I remember you'd be like, why'd you think that? I was like, because of this, and you were like, that's crazy.
Wow.
I was like, he's doing his lying thing.
Yeah. I knew since Stella drank Dawn's blood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
you
You
did figure out
I
something,
gotta, No, I didn't figure it out. I
we
got
got told.
trial by fire.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we kind of told you.
Yeah, you're like,
We loaded into Diablo 4, and we were like, so, here's why this happened.
Yeah, we
Discord call.
were playing
Yeah.
like Diablo 4 and got onto like a voice chat and
Yeah.
explained it.
Yeah.
I had to figure out the hard way, I guess, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you drank her blood, you could have found
Yes, Glowstone. Normally a blood drinker.
blood drinker. No.
But I do know with Kalisto, there's, I think, probably would have been like a lot of things, but I do like to think my characters out too much. So I think it's like I think about it and then I think about it more and I'm like, nah, I'm good. So it doesn't really ever get to roleplay too much, which thank God, it'd be too embarrassing. I don't watch these streams already, and there'd be even more of a reason to never, ever watch anything ever again because I'd hate myself. But I do know I had plans for her to be a lot meaner and more of like a very more like condescending, just kind of just bluntly rude. But I'm glad I didn't go that way because I can't play that very well. And I think I was still able to be blunt in a way that was more of just somebody who's figuring things out, but also like she's surprisingly emotionally in tune with herself because she didn't really have much else to do. And so she's looking at Mallory Shay like, something's weird. Do we need to...
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
it's like some
My hair's
things-
off. That's why. There we go.
Something's weird about this, and it's like, have you ever thought about like be like therapy or something like that?
Yeah.
Which was fun.
Oh, that's what Ronin does.
Yeah,
Ronin
Ronin
is
gets
therapy.
that
I
now.
wallow in my despair.
So yeah,
I think due to the nature of slice of life, that things that might habitually normally come up in a campaign that isn't slice of life just by nature don't.
Yeah.
So I think that if we really talked about, there are aspects of our characters that didn't make it to table, but that doesn't mean they weren't happening like internally.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's the gist of it. Is like, were there
Yeah.
stuff that didn't show up at table? Yeah. Did it mean that we dropped it from their character? Probably not.
yeah.
But just became a thing of like, when you're sharing a space with 5 other people, you don't want to like take up too much time being like, oh, so that thing I do every time?
Yeah.
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 That was
It's
fun.
really unfortunate
It's a hard
that
balance.
the Stella Quintilius romance didn't get to be on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was working so hard on it.
Whoa,
trust me.
what?
Yeah.
Man, yo, your boyfriend is after my ass.
I don't have boyfriends.
Oh,
I have
She has
connections.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
We have a moment in time, and it's beautiful.
Damn.
If you are a man, you either belong in an orb or I use
On a
you to
dinner
connect
plate.
to other women.
That's crazy,
Yeah.
dog.
Is there anything with Stalwart that you were like,
No, but I don't think I had necessarily the same like character crafting scenario that everyone else had. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of along for the ride in the
Yeah.
purest sense I could be.
You dropped the Jim Bro thing immediately.
Oh, I mean that's true. Yeah, I did like that aspect of him. I liked him trying to be strong.
Yeah.
But
That
I
was
kept
really
it.
funny.
But that was because that's the one thing I had. So I held on to that pretty good.
Yeah.
from Anonymous, will Stella continue to delve into blood magic and will Stalwart join her?
Stella definitely does. She does. She's at Strixhaven doing some weird shit.
She's
you know?
teaching safe ways to do blood
Aw.
magic.
She's
you
not
know?
teaching safe things. You know. To be honest, I don't think
harm.
she.
They
I
have
don't
to
think she
make sure
becomes
she
a teacher.
does.
I don't think she has the. I don't.
You
think
become the forbidden teacher that the students
Yeah.
are like, you can learn
You're-
cool shit from
You're
you.
hanging
I'm
out
like-
in the woods.
I'm like
Lady in the
pushing people
swamp.
off.
Yeah.
Of,
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
in every like anime, any like fantasy novel,
Yeah.
anything. You're that one kind of kooky person
Yeah.
off in the distance where it's like
Yeah.
if you bring her a vial of blood, especially mermaid's blood, everyone, she
Yeah.
will teach you some crazy shit.
That
And then
will
you have
get
to-
you in trouble.
You have to traipse through the swamp. Remember the
Dark magic.
You have to
horrible
solve her
swamp.
riddles 3.
I think with your explanation with the epilogue, I don't know if Stalwart goes down that route.
No. I think Jack's right that every part of us has that every character we have is a part of us. And I think there's a large part of it. It's like, no, I think he makes enough money
to be happy.
to live,
Yeah.
and spends all of his time on a bench looking at stuff.
Oh,
I think there's a
Hell
lot of
yeah.
I think there's
God,
a
I
lot
wish
of
that were
fury in yearning and having the ability to yearn.
and just and be able to wander.
I
too,
think
you
that's
know?
it. It's nice to just be a cog and just kind of not worry about anything and just kind of sit down, and that's my day. I enjoy every little thing I can have, and then I go back and do the thing that sustains me. And I go back and allow to be me.
that's awesome. How did y'all choose which plane to planeswalk to? Like, was it just your faves, or was there more meaning to it? Love, Hurricane.
No, I just thought it would be cool.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
I had a lot of opportunities to planeswalk before though with our last campaign. So, but I don't think I personally had any real reason or rhyme to it.
I was really prepared for the two of you to be like, pull out the ancient magic one and be like
yeah.
Tarkir or and
Alara.
you were like new Capenna, we'll just stay with the new stuff. And
Yeah.
I was like, all right, cool.
It's a new era.
Originally, when you told us we would be planeswalking, you told all of us we were going someplace else, and I remember looking at you like I had been betrayed, and I was gonna cry. You're like, no, everyone has to. And then I went home and I wrote you a message. I'm like, look, I am really struggling with this.
Oh,
and we had a
no.
conversation because we were like, this does kind of undo her entire arc of what.
Yeah,
getting-
it was this thing. I'd be like, this would be fun, guys. Let's do it, yay! And then I went home. You were like, hey, this like undoes my entire character. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you guys can go together. That's
You're
fine.
like, and I'll be sad. So
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
because I got so much out of that, I was like, wherever Pepper wants to go, that's where we will go.
Yeah, no, it was really just a thing where I was like, I wanted everybody to be separated because you've been together the whole campaign.
Yeah.
It literally didn't make any sense to separate the two of you. Like you've been
the
separate the whole game.
That's just cruel.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's just horrible. Yeah, this
Uh.
anti-character development.
character regression.
I was like, no, I don't come home. I stay.
Damn.
I don't know. One time when you're starting the campaign, we all said you looked like Lucy from
That, and then Sushi made art. My beautiful, lovely friend Moldy Sushi, who does so much great art for us.
Yeah.
He made Mallory as like a cyberpunk character, and I was and also Kamigawa cool.
Yeah, Jack literally went, well, what about the one dragon one plane?
I was thinking about
Yeah.
Tarkir because she went because Mallory Shea was going Jeskai, and I was like, it would be cool if they ended up with in the Jeskai thing, or like with Narset or something. Like that would be pretty cool. But then
it was like Jack was like, well, I can do Tarkir for all these reasons. He's like, Kamigawa.
But Kamigawa
And we're like,
right
just go to
there.
fucking Kamigawa.
And I was like, okay, guys, I'm going to Kamigawa.
Okay. And he's like, but we'll just go.
And
Stop pushing it.
and Kamigawa Neon Dynasty was like the set that kind of got me into Magic, I think. I remember
that
going.
was our first draft pack.
Yeah, and I remember going in and like buying like, the
memories.
big box booster set. That was a great set. Really
I remember
fun
the day
flavor.
it came out, and we all
We all ran into each other at the shop too.
No, and
yeah.
then we all went back to my house, and we were all opening packs and shit.
Oh,
and
did
yeah,
draft.
yeah,
and it was so much
That's
fun.
right.
Because Kyodai was literally the first like legendary card I had, and I was like, I love this
right.
fucking dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
Trying to find Yoshimaru too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were
Yes.
doing. We were trying to find that dang
Yeah.
dog.
We didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think we found that dog.
No, we did not.
A friend of mine had it.
At the
We were,
shop.
at work.
And now
That's
some of
funny.
some of my favorite commanders that I play come from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Freaking Ishin, my infamous
Boy.
Ishin deck.
Yeah.
Spencer, explain how you settled on Ixalan.
What?
Because you
Yeah.
Oh, Ronin just thought, well, 2 people in the party are from Ixalan, so maybe logically they'll also go there and I won't be alone.
But it was also because we're like, hey, it has coffee.
It does have coffee.
Yeah.
And capybaras. I bet.
Wibs.
Two of your favorite
Wibs.
things.
But speaking of Strahd.
Pepper got me this blanket.
Oh, yeah, it's so cute.
That-
So many
Bars on
mice.
it.
Unfortunately, that one decision did dictate your next 2 months of gift giving.
No, it was great. I also got a capybara bath bomb from Pepper.
Oh my god.
Why'd you pick in a Strahd?
Because a couple of the ones that I really like were already picked, and so I picked the next one on the list.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Why'd you pick Kaldheim?
Man, I almost picked Eldraine. I had a list. I had
Valid.
there were others that I can't think of, but it was also a lot of will this character survive here? And if the answer is no, it was like we'll take that off the list. It's Eldraine, but it felt too much like Dominaria 2 with some like fairy tale aspects, and it was like it's too vanilla in that aspect of like Eldraine is cool. I love fairy tales. I literally love fairy tales so much. They're really cool.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like it'd be a lot of difference. And so Kaldheim on top of that, I was looking at it, just the aesthetic is cool. And then Mia is coming over like every 10 minutes or whatever at work going like, Kaldheim cool. And I'm
Kaldheim
like,
cool.
no, I'm going to do Eldraine. And she's like,
Okay, but Kaldheim's cool.
okay, but Kaldheim's kind of cool. And then I'm looking at it more and more and I'm like, fine, I'm going to do Kaldheim. Because she knows to talk to me a couple times and then to leave me to my own devices. And then I come back to her and I go, fine. Yes.
I win.
Every
We
time.
both got pressured into picking our planes, didn't we?
Yeah.
I was like, did you see about this guy? Look at this one. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
There's a card I think from I think it's either the new Foundation set or maybe one of the old Kaldheim ones where it's literally like what happened to Kalisto, where it's like take like a non-angel card it's like Valkyrie's whatever, like Valkyrie's birth or whatever. It's like take a non-angel
Valkyrie's
card that's in
call.
your take a non-angel card that's in your graveyard, return it to the battlefield. It is an angel in addition to its other types.
Very
And
cool.
I'm like, that's fucking Kalisto right there. Hell yeah.
All right. And with that, we are 25% through the questions.
Holy moly.
There's a lot.
Great.
So we're gonna speed things up a little bit.
Yeah.
If you're okay with that. So the
Not
next
good at
section that I have here, the
25
little
words only.
next chapter, is other MTG settings. That's what I called it because there were a lot of questions around the idea of like, do you want to use another setting? Do you want to go to another setting? Do you want to go to another plane? So the first one here, which is from, I think I combined like 4 anonymous questions into one.
Great.
In the recent podcast episode, Jack expressed interest in potentially running a Ravnica game. Outside of that, is there any other planes or Magic-themed campaign ideas floating around in anyone's heads? Would you consider playing in another campaign in an MTG setting, be it the officially released like Theros or Ravnica, or one that does not have an official setting like Thunder Junction, New Capenna, and Kaldheim? If you did, will it take place in the same altered timeline? And would Painbow return as Planeswalker NPCs to guide the new party, either as a group or some individually?
Y'all.
That's on
That's
you.
all great.
Jesus
That last
Christ.
part's on you.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Hang on.
I
First one was, do you have any ideas? No, I don't DM.
Jack has a Ravnica
I
idea.
have a Ravnica idea.
I would
Murders
put
at Carlock
Ravnica.
Manor.
The second one was, would you play in a setting? Yes,
Yeah.
because you guys are my friends. I would love it.
Hell yeah.
Third one, it would depend on the setting, on the story, on what was going on.
Yeah.
Because sometimes sequels are awesome, sometimes they're not needed. And it's like, or I'm not in the mood or mindset to like play a character again, and I'm like, I'll play a new character. So I think it'd just be very dependent on what somebody brings to the table. So
Exactly.
that's my answer to all three.
No.
I mean, I'm,
Yep.
Yeah.
Dustmorn? No. I've played a lot of Ravnica D&D recently.
You're like,
Fair enough.
I would love to run one. I think I'm cooked on
Playing.
one.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I can't remember what the third one was. But
Would Painbow come
Reprising.
back?
yeah, I don't have a stake in that.
yeah,
in
Painbow and
that set.
Duskborn. That's
Yeah, but
That would
I
be
would love.
Yo.
I would love to run a Dustmorn
Simone is there.
little thing.
Yo, that would be so cool.
But no, I don't.
I think I'm the same. I would love to. I would do another one shot with the group, with this party again. I'm always interested in MTG settings and games. I think I'm the same. I'm like, I ran this whole fucking campaign and it exploded my brain.
Yeah.
I want to play.
Yeah.
I'll play in Ravnica. I'll play in Duskmorn.
I don't have a magic game. I'll just leave it there. But
Yeah.
I would love to play in a Ravnica game. I can't get enough Ravnica.
Hell yeah.
Ever.
Ravnica great.
Okay.
That's
More.
crazy.
Give me more Ravnica.
I definitely
Oh.
would hate to
That's
play a
crazy.
Rakdos character.
I was
I
like,
would hate that.
can I be Orzhov this
did.
time?
Everyone.
Please. Stop. Anyway.
Yeah,
so,
I was about to say
I can't stop.
the thing, like me and my freaking city campaign settings, huh?
yeah. Oh.
Hey guys, we would
love
play
that.
another city campaign where there's guilds.
Yeah, God,
It's
where there's these elite families that control like these parts of industry. Oh shit, I just did Eberron again. Actually, that game would be really different. I feel like in my head, I don't know if I would.
Hey
either-
Jack, here's my Rakdos devil character that I'll be playing.
Yeah, cool. Good luck justifying why that guy's part of the cops that are investigating murders and stuff.
He's on.
I
Um,
was a
You
tiny
were.
kobold that was a lawyer to get people out of prison.
Yeah, you were.
Hell yeah.
I was a Rakdos lawyer.
Yeah,
That's
you were.
Awesome. That's so sick. I
Blur.
love that. No, in my head, like the murders game, it's probably gonna be very Law and Order. I feel like the arcs will be very small and all like not really connected to each other. Kind of be like the Sherlock Holmes stories where they're all just kind of individual mysteries and stuff. And maybe there's some broader thing, but I think it would either start towards the end of the Phyrexian invasion as like a thing, but and then lead to the aftermath. I don't know if Painbow would show up. I don't think it would really make sense for them to show up.
So, do you want us to kill off our Eberron characters?
No, God, please don't.
think I can.
I have so many ideas. I have so many documents. I have so many cool things I want to do.
I also wouldn't mind playing in other settings too. I think there's a lot of really cool magic ones
Oh,
out there.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
could see
instant.
myself running a Kamigawa. So.
That'd be
I don't
cool.
have an idea, but I
New
can see
Capenna.
myself.
New Capenna would be
Capenna.
cool, but then it's Eberron again.
That's the thing is I need like it's a little
Kamigawa can turn into Eberron real quick
Kamigawa is
somehow.
a little more cyberpunk. It
I
would be
know.
cool
Well,
to
I've been
play.
want- I've
It
been
would be-
wanting to serve from
It would be cool to play Kamigawa in Cyberpunk Red.
It would be cool.
That'd be
yeah.
that'd be crazy.
Oh,
That'd be crazy.
Spencer?
Yeah, I'd love to play another game. I don't really have any ideas for another game. I don't see myself ever playing Ronin for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm good with like a one shot to a 3-shot, but I don't ever want to
That's-
play a
Yeah.
long campaign. or
Another
something.
one, yeah.
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 It's like that's
Yeah.
when sequels are kind of like,
It's too much
Mhm.
of one person.
All right. This question comes from Shortstop. It says, hey, I have a question about the twins. A couple of times last year, I heard Pepper mention that the twins were identical. Did she mean that they looked a lot alike? Asking as a twin IRL, I'm aware that for twins to be identical rather than fraternal, both would need to be assigned female at birth or assigned male at birth. Is one of the twins trans? Is there fantastical, as in this is a game, don't worry about it, reason for them being identical, or was this just a slip up that I may have latched on to too much? Whatever the answer, thank you, Pepper, for making sure Kethen had a friend that genuinely wanted to be around him.
Hey.
Do you have anything you want to add?
I'll let you go first.
Okay. I think Jacob gave us some questions to kind of mull over in the meantime, so this one's kind of a long-winded one. I think, I want to start here. I think the answer is I don't know. And I think that when I built Stalwart, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't think that was part of the idea. And when I built it again, this like weird carbon carpy, not so much, I definitely didn't think about it in that way. But I think there's something special in playing games like D&D where, or I should say this, there's an importance of having a character that is unique. And that's special because it's part of you being that character. And then D&D does this really fucking cool thing where you play this character with your friends, and Jack can say something, and then I can go, oh, I really like that aspect. That's true as well. So then what Jack's input then adds to the specialness of my character, which then I get to go, hey, that's always been true. And now we have another layer because stuff is streaming.
Yeah.
That it's interesting to go, well, when I'm trying to keep this uniqueness or this aspect keeps them special, if we go further even up, this new echelon of a viewer seeing something and reading into an aspect and going, well, is this a thing? Can I as a player then go, I love that also, and also make that true? But I think there's a lot, I was like, and I can boil it down to this. I think that'd be great. I think it's very poetic considering my own journey. And I think that TLDR, it's, I don't know, but wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
I think that there's I think for me, it's hard to say a hard yes because Jack, which is odd that you brought it up, Jack has done such a wonderful rendition and journey about that. And if I were to do that as well and kind of like tag it on to the end, I feel like that'd be dishonest because I think there's like an experience that is with that is, I don't know, genuine, unique, and I would hate to kind of go and also in like a no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's also possible.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's wonderful,
cool.
and I think you did a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I
think
appreciate it.
you were great.
Thank you.
I think one of the things early on, I don't know if I vocalized this, but I felt very similar. There were things that Stella was doing and saying early on about like wearing her brother's face that I was like, oh, this is going to tread into potentially a trans allegory. And I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily want to be the person who's doing that at table because I don't know if that's really my place to do. But it's also the thing of like, I'm telling a story of two people without the other person there.
Yeah.
And so I'm like trying to play D&D off of something that is like in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that has always been true about them, regardless of what it actually meant, was that they look so similar.
Yeah. It's really, it is something I throw around a lot, but it is literally a meme where I think they do look identical minus a mustache.
Yeah.
Like it is a joke to see they're just that. Because I think there's a card art that we pulled them from in Islam where the people look identical.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the armor and the different way they were dressing, they are the same.
Yeah.
And I don't think it really mattered one way or the other. But I think it's possible. It could be. I think it's important if someone sees something it makes sense.
I think like subtextually it's there.
Yeah.
And I think whether it was explicitly said or not,
Yeah.
I think it's still a valid interpretation of it.
Yeah. I'm definitely one person that believes that the art doesn't belong to the artist at some point. It belongs to the viewer.
Yeah.
And I think that's just as equally valid. And it's interesting. I think I've had more time to think about it and more time to play the game out. I think that's absolutely true. I think Emma did something similar where people were talking about Jennifer being somewhat like robotic. I think absolutely I could have taken that and moved on to it, but it's just not really the time I had or the space I had. Or like Grace said, I don't think I had an opportunity to really go like into the chamber and make this character other than go, here's my kind of like light box sketch over that I took of them.
And I think the thing about Stalwart and Stella that's so special, I think for me, is that we did not sit down and do like thousands of pages of backstory between us. So much of it is just yes and that was built at Justin's table.
Yes.
So there are just tent poles of things that were true for me.
Yeah.
That were built off of D&D RP with my friend. I'm like, they're my brother, and they look exactly like me, and I'm gonna fucking kill anyone who gets in the way of that. You know?
Also that there's a uniqueness to Stalwart and Jala, who's my previous character, and then my Rakdos lawyer Blurt, was that no respect or no disrespect to your brother Jeff or anyone or the other people that did run games, but since 2013 I've always ran the game. Justin was my first player who then stepped in DM slot and never gave it up.
He's like, no, I'm fighting for it.
That was my first game out to plan in general. So was cool to build these characters in the moment what they are, which is really as an infant for me as a player.
Yeah.
So
That's really cool.
I think that's part of hearing all of that is like my favorite part of when people have like headcanons or when they draw art of a character and it's very much like this is inspired by myself, a journey that I've either made or something myself, and it's like, well, headcanon is like, yeah, sure, it's not in canon, but like sometimes the subtext is there, and it's like,
and you don't know why it's there.
and
but
then
it just
like
years later, you're like,
and it just, but like something just like sticks with it, and I love that because it just really goes to show that the people got so close to the character that they saw themselves in it, and so because of that they either share an identity, share a race or even just like little quirks, and I love that about stuff because it shows that you really clicked with something.
But I think the answer is I don't know, but I think it would be really nice.
I mean,
That's really well said. That was really well said from both of you. I really like that.
Nice, guys.
For Grace, Kalisto has been my favorite character in any TTRPG actual play I have watched.
Wow.
High honor.
A character I will quietly cherish and adore.
oh.
Was there any decisions made while playing as Kalisto that you didn't expect to make? And were there any decisions you wanted to make but couldn't or didn't for whatever reason? From Underloved Coast.
First of all, that felt a little bit like Stella wrote that.
Yeah, sincerely, Stella.
Please call me back.
Stella Strixhaven.
XOXO Gossip Girl.
Much like Stella is the Gossip Girl. Much like Dragon said, like you share a table with 5 other people, there's always still like something. I think there would be like a lot of like little moments that I think I would love to explore with this character, but I don't know. So there's this really weird thing with Strixhaven because we have like a before and after of like who we also had at this table, and it's really weird of that's how I experienced Strixhaven. Of like I have this before and then an after, and this side I feel a lot more just like this is really what I enjoy at roleplay and really enjoy it, and this part kind of felt like I enjoyed it, but it was a chore in some case, anxiety, it's a whole thing. That it's really hard because I feel like if I could have gone through the first part with this table, I think it would have been different. I don't know how. I just think it would have been different for the character and for myself. And then I think that would then change things here. But at a whole, I don't really think I have anything that I regret that I did or didn't do. And I'm sure I'll think about this more and then come to a conclusion. But I really, especially as I got further and further into the game, enjoyed playing the Kalisto the way she was. And it just felt, it just felt like made sense, and like I don't really think about my choices or what I say in character. They just happen. So the fact that I can do that for this character shows that I got into a headspace with her. But thank you too.
That's cool.
I would just say an affirmation. I think the second half of Kalisto is the most true, authentic Kalisto that we had.
Oh yeah.
And it's very cool to see it come to life.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. This was
Stella writing it.
Yeah.
All right, this could potentially be a long-winded question, so let's
longer-winded than the
no. All I'm gonna say is like let's try to keep our answer short with this one. To the players, what was your expectation of this campaign when it first began from the pangolin?
To not play.
Next question.
Next question.
Next question.
To not play.
To be in
Believe it or not, I was in when this first started. I was in 3 different things, and there's so many things happening. And then I went from one character. I did also GM, but I don't really count it. So I went from like nothing or all of it to none, and it was really nice to kind of vibe with that. And then I got called back in.
Now we're roping you back in.
Your numbers came up.
I did.
You had to deploy the Winter Soldier.
I was like, Rapt is coming up. I really gotta fucking get him in.
We had that empty seat for like 2 games, or we're like,
you put Jungle Skog in it, dude.
We need freaking the best. It's like the beginning of Mass Effect when they're talking about Shepard. It's like they've survived countless battles. They've DM'd and GM'd with the best of them.
Stalwart was trapped in the Jungle Skog.
that would be my short answer.
Honestly, I feel like maybe I'm speaking for everybody here, but what we expected and I think what we got were pretty similar. I had a feeling that you were saying like this is slice of life. We're going to be jumping around a lot time-wise. We're just looking at little bits and pieces. It's probably going to feel a little bit like an anime in that regard. And it kind of turned out to be just like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah. But boy howdy, there were ways that this game fucking surprised me all the time, even though
That's
it
always
was
it.
very
It's
slice of life.
always
Like like I said on the podcast, like the moment when we did that plane chase with Dusk, that's like one of the top fucking 10 D&D moments ever for me. Like that shit was so cool. Just everything I could never have expected that it would end with Phyrexian invasion. I'll tell you that much. Well, okay, you're cooler than
Shut
me,
up!
but whatever.
I just knew it was like
Mia
all
predicts
roads,
everything.
all roads lead to Phyrexians.
Yeah.
They're just
Yeah.
cool. I don't blame you.
For me involved from the beginning, so.
Yeah.
I wish you hadn't lied to me, but I
Yeah.
All right.
No, I'm thinking about it. That was funny.
lie to your own
We want
wife.
him how?
You, Jake.
Yeah, just really, just man.
I remember turning to you while we were sitting on the couch watching Attack on Titan. I'm like, you can tell me. We're fighting Phyrexians, aren't we?
Yeah.
And you're like, why would I tell you that? And you turned and I was like,
God.
okay, noted. We're fighting Phyrexians.
You're like interesting, and then you drink blood, and you're like, we're fighting Phyrexians.
Yeah, it's fine, guys.
I
Don't
was
worry
like,
about it.
if it was just my secret, I think I could have been
My
said
secret.
different about it. But I was like, this is another player's secret. I can't tell you.
No, I just thought it was really funny.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, you said it was going to be a school game, and it was a school game, and it was very fun.
Wahoo!
Yeah.
Cool.
I do have
Well
to
said.
say, like,
Thanks.
we both have
Well
mentioned,
said.
like, oh, we play at the table with 6 people, so, like, I mean, we could have had scenes. Even then, it was like, we knew it was going to be slice of life, and that's what slice of life
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
where it's very episodic, it's very,
Yeah.
like, this and that. So when I say, like, man, there could have been scenes, it's a lot of, like, not like, oh, man,
Yeah.
this game's ruined because I couldn't do all of this. It's more of, like, you know, if we had the time, it would have come up, but
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
it flowed the way it did, and it's great.
Well, something I just thought of, like story-wise and like certain scene-wise, we can be surprised about, like as you said, about the Phyrexian invasion or
The plane chase.
the plane chase. But I think generally, as like an overall arcing, how the game is played kind of look, all of us have played together so much that we all kind of intuitively know what's gonna happen generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all like. We know we kind of all fold into it very easily.
Goblin.
Yeah.
Goblin, yeah.
Well, I think
Bite.
I think to tag on that, we also know when it's like each other's time to
Yes.
have
Yeah.
a thing,
Very
right?
true. Very true.
No.
Where it's like,
Absolutely.
Callisto's having a moment here. Let's, you know,
Other people
whatever.
work.
It goes back to like the trust of the table.
Yeah,
right? Like
absolutely.
we
Exactly.
sit down and we have a lot of trust amongst each other, and because of that, we can have goblin moments.
Sorry,
Just
I was
like-
about to talk about a video on YouTube that Jacob made. I completely forgot that you made it.
So there was this YouTube video I
video.
watched.
A
Video.
channel called
I was
Epilogue.
telling
Really
you-
handsome man told me
I was gonna
that.
say there's this really cool Critical Role video where someone talks about how good Travis Willingham is as a player because he allows his other players to be players and hypes them up. And I was like, oh fuck, Jacob made that.
It's not me. It's him. It's Travis that does
so
that.
go watch that video on Level 3's channel.
You're like, oh, I was going to post a link, and you're like,
I was like, that's a really good video.
Well,
Jacob made that
the
fucking
thing-
video.
All I'm doing is analyzing. I'm not even really. It's not me that does it. I love that he. Well, I try, but I love that what he does is he Travis is such a good player because he's just like the fucking cheerleader of the
No.
table. He's constantly hyping everybody up and he makes everybody feel really good.
Every
And,
Thursday
oh my
we watch
god,
it.
he is the heart of that group.
It really is. Yeah.
Every
Watch the
Thursday
video.
when I
Watch
watch
the
Critical
video.
Role, I think about that video every
Oh,
Thursday.
that's cute.
Because I'm like,
That's nice.
he is. God, he's so perfect.
Yeah, I love him.
So go watch that video after this.
We're gonna move into the romance section.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a couple of romance questions,
Ooh,
like
drama.
for Ronin and Mallory Shea.
Uh-oh.
This is from Space Owl. Ronin and Mallory Shea is something that seems to have been impactful to the entire group in one way or another.
Oh.
What was it like playing Ronin and Mallory Shea when both were in love with each other but waiting to be together?
For the first part of the game, Ronin was trying to convince himself he wasn't in love with Mallory Shea, and then he was like, "No, everything that I'm feeling is just like that's my best friend, and I'm actually in love with Mina Lee." And then throughout the entirety of his relationship with Mina Lee, he was like, "Oh, I'm lying to myself," and then there was the realization that, what I'm doing is wrong.
I love that we got to explore that.
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't know if I've ever got to talk about this that much, maybe on the podcast, but like, we've never done a romance in this game where it started and then ended and then another romance started. That's never happened before. That's so crazy. And even going off of kind of what happened with Dawn and Aurora at the end, it's like, it was so cool to see how complicated all these relationships could be. It was great.
Yeah. By the way, I think I really like that choice you made about
Yeah.
Aurora.
Yeah, that's
that
crazy.
felt right.
Yeah, I know.
Like when you said
Yes.
it, I was
It's
like, that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
That's kind of. I actually, honestly, I didn't even know that I was going to do that until I sat down here.
Sometimes you don't. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, I was thinking like what would be happening in the future with Aurora. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, and
It
you
just
just can't
feels-
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just feel it. And you just can't go with it.
Yeah.
So-
But anyways, we talked about this before the campaign started, where it was like, it would be really cool if they had a will they won't they. And my philosophy going in, because like you talking about how you were trying to like Mina Lee, but really you just kept being like,
Yeah.
oh no, I actually love Mallory. For Mallory, it was very similar, where it was like, oh, Ronin is in love with Mina Lee. I want my best friend to be happy. I'm going to cheer him on
Yeah.
as he goes for this other girl. And why do I feel so empty inside whenever I see him with her? I remember when we were talking about it, I was like, there's this anime called Toradora where these two characters, Ryuji and Taiga, are both high school students. Taiga is in love with Ryuji's best friend. Ryuji is in love with Taiga's best friend. They work together to set each other up with their best friends. And over the course of it, they realize that they've been in love with each other the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's lovely. I love that freaking show. It's great. And when we were talking about it, I was like, it would be cool if we explored this. It would be cool if they got together, or if we just decided at some point that it's like, oh no, we don't actually like each other, like we're just friends, and that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah.
I'm really glad with the way that their relationship turned out.
It only took, what, 3 years or something?
Yeah. But there's another thing that I talked about on the podcast where I really wanted to have a moment where Mallory pretended to be Mina Lee and was interrogating Ronin about his feelings for Mallory, being like, "Hey, you're always hanging out with Mal. Like, what's the deal with that?" And then you broke up with Mina Lee out of the blue,
No.
and just threw off all my plans for that.
There was a whole thing that Jack and I had planned out that we were going to do that we just never, and I had it like in my head, like, it's going to happen now. Oh, not the time. It's going to happen now. No, not now. It's going to,
Yeah.
you're breaking up with her.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. So,
He
yeah.
just felt really guilty for Mina Lee. Like,
Yeah.
I'm leading you on. Like, this is never going to work out. I'm in love with someone else.
And like,
Damn.
you know, not to make you feel bad or anything, but like, Mina was frankly devastated.
Is it now or 10 years from now when
I'm
we're
saying,
married with kids?
Yeah.
way worse.
Yeah. So yeah, go watch the bonus episode from the Hot Ones episode, and
Yeah.
Jack explains the whole story.
But yeah, it was gonna be a whole thing. Jacob was gonna be talking as Mina Lee to Spencer,
Yeah.
and then pass the baton to me, where I'd go around the corner and turn back into Mallory.
Yeah.
And I was so ready for that to happen, and it didn't, and I don't mind.
And everyone would have been like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I
I'd have
was
been
so
there.
excited for that."
Yeah.
I'd just be like,
And I was saying on the podcast, like, I don't think either answer would be great, where it was like, yeah, I actually am in love with Mal, or it's like, I only see her as a friend. I feel like both of those would be equally devastating to her. I'm really glad that it played out the way it did. Spencer is an excellent romance partner at the D&D
is.
table. I'm sure in real life as well. Or else this guy wouldn't be with her.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Show me.
And I appreciate.
Okay, she's making you guys all feel like this. Imagine how I feel.
And I appreciate how much it feels like everyone at the table was rooting for us.
Yeah.
And in the audience.
It seems that the romantic feelings Stella may have had for Kalisto never came to fruition during the campaign.
Oh.
What might have that
Yearning.
looked like? From Jackamar Pinorov, but with an Australian accent.
Okay, well, you didn't
Thank
say
you.
it with an
Sorry. Jackamar Pinorov.
Wow.
Now you gotta read the question. No.
Yeah.
It seems that the romantic feelings that Stella may have had for Kalisto never came to
Kalisto.
fruition during the campaign. What might have that looked like? I watched a lot of Bluey.
No, I can tell. You're doing great, right? So, this is my thing. is it's almost weird to speculate about it because there's no way in which it ever would have happened.
Damn, you were doomed from the start.
Yeah.
The thing you say all the time with that in every universe, and this is in no universe.
Unless you write it.
That's devastating.
Unless you write it, it's true.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in that universe, it exists.
I
want to see it, Marion, on my desk Monday morning.
I'm writing it right now, guys.
Yeah. And I think the reason is like early on, I think Stella fell in love with Kalisto when Kalisto was like me, and yelled at her.
Oh my god.
That
Oh my god,
moment,
that's so real.
it's like it was like
so
episode 3, and she was like, "Oh, but no, it's just like my sibling." Like she's trying to categorize it, and then it was
Damn.
like, "Oh no,
So
it's
much
not
feeling
that."
denial at this
Yeah,
level.
and then she I think there was a moment where she was like, "Well, I could say something about it, but she is dying." And the realization is that Stella's like, I am too selfish to let that happen.
Oh.
And her thing is like, if I get into a relationship with her, I'm not going to let her die. And for her, that was too much of like, I'm going to betray the person I love. And so she was like, then I just won't. And I'm not going to even open that door, because even if for some reason Kalisto was like, yes, I do have feelings for you as well, that would have been a tragedy. You know? And I think she was just like, so much of Stella was like not grounded in the world, I think, here. Because she's like, I'm immortal, I'm gonna go through life, these people are like sands in a time glass, gonna pass by me. They're not gonna have an impact on my life. But as soon as one did, she's like, okay, well, I've got to do my best to protect them within their own bounds. And I think that's what it is that she just could never have said it. And she had a moment, I think, when she became an angel, that she went, oh. And then she was like, oh. It's too late.
Yeah,
she's in love.
Damn.
She's like, I'm not going to fuck with a relationship that's already established. Like, they're good.
Yeah.
You know? I think for as much of a meme of it is, like, I think Stella really values love, even if it's like she isn't necessarily monogamous, but like she values that love. She isn't gonna fuck with someone else's like relationship.
She isn't gonna be the other woman.
Yeah, or to put them in that position where you're like, you're in a committed relationship. Hey, you're not gonna die anymore.
Sorry, I am just thinking about when Kalisto was like, I don't need you to protect me. I can protect my... And like she's mad at her and Stella's just blushing.
She was like,
What the fuck is happening?
Because she didn't expect like a mortal to like yell at the vampire conquistador. She's like, who are you?
Mortal with 4 hit points.
Yeah, she's like, oh,
You're a commoner.
yeah. She's like, oh, you're something special. Oh. Oh, yeah. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what it would look like, because she made a decision so resolutely in black and white that it would never come across. And to be honest, it's been a lot of fun to play that. Of like,
It is, honestly.
The yearning.
the yearning, unrequited, doomed Yuri love. I'm like,
That doesn't sound up your alley at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
it is
What the
Madoka
doomed
Magic
the doomed WLW?
yeah,
I could
it
never
is what
see
it is.
you
You know.
enjoying
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And I also don't think like Stella has a bad life after this. I think she finds in love with multiple people and has a very happy life.
I think for my opinion, it's very much similar of that, where I told me, I was like, my brother in Christ, you sibling like blocked
Zoned?
yourself. Yeah, sibling zoned yourself from like episode 1. Kalisto was so at the very beginning new to everything, and just really only having a foundation of books and like outside learning, that one, it would have been very weird for her, but like that would have been the time to start something, to flirt, whatever.
Yeah.
The fact then that you have somebody who's like, you're like my sibling, it's like, all right, check that character off type of thing. She's not interested. It clearly like never is, because that's like a lot of it for myself, is that she would have experienced it. It's all very new. Everything is. This is all first time everything. So if it didn't happen at the beginning, it couldn't happen, because she would just assume we're good. Stella is one of her best friends, and I love that relationship so much because it is that doomed relationship. And if you were to tell Kalisto, it would just be she'd never have even realized.
Yeah.
Because it just never even occurred to her from the get-go. Same thing, like, she had to tell Mallory Shea, I was like, I had a big crush on you, and then realized, and you know what? I like this. This is great. I am glad that I walked through this realization from step one without saying anything, because that would have been very embarrassing. But, like, if Kalisto had said something, it would have ruined all of this. Because it would have caused so much more complications. So Dina's just really cool.
Well, is this why Ronin set Kalisto up with Dina?
It's a field off from Mallory.
I've seen a future where you get in my way.
Take the leaf, girl.
I'm just saying, if it wasn't Ronin, it would have been Kalisto,
Yeah.
100%. I just like romance and grace, y'all. I don't know if
Yeah.
that says something
Yeah.
about me, but
It probably, I mean,
It's a fun time.
it is a fun time.
Speaking from experience.
I also think that it never would have worked because I think Stella, for as much as she's clear-sighted about a lot of things, I think she put Kalisto on a pedestal. And when you have that sort of like relationship, it's not a like an actual one.
Yeah,
You know?
it's
so there's ways
pedestal.
that like, yeah, it's like, oh, she's perfect, and oh no, she has a temper.
Yeah.
You know, so I think she just, for as much as she saw Kalisto, she also didn't see Kalisto.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, with that,
Warning bond though, she had my ring. That's all.
Hey,
that's
yo,
true.
I'm
That's
saying.
true. Well, with that, we are going to go on break, and we still have more questions to answer. So we'll be back in a few minutes with more questions. The next section is just called Veil/Jace. So can't wait to answer some of those. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Mm-mm.
Inside
Coward.
in,
Got you.
in
Coward.
Night City, you can become. Welcome back, everybody. That was the most perfect break we've done. We were back on time, exactly when the
We
time
should take it
was.
a 45 minute
That was
break.
crazy.
Oh yeah, can we? Because I want to take a nap.
I want boba.
I want to give a big
Jack
shout
had
out.
boba, now
I know.
Oh shit! I should have offered to run and
That
get you
is actually what I
some.
want.
So talking about,
I've
I want
been trying to
to
get
take a nap and I finish this
Boba
much of
I
my
want.
coffee.
Nice.
There's no coffee in that.
This is coffee.
No, it's
drank that
not.
much?
No, it's
Yeah, this much.
you did not. You did not. That's hot chocolate.
Why
That's
is it
tea.
white? What is this? Milk?
They gave you a steamer, my friend.
It's just white.
What is it? You get pepper.
What is this?
That's a steamer,
Look
my
at me.
friend.
Look at me. You have hot chocolate.
Why?
You have white
Because you
chocolate.
ordered a hot white chocolate. You did not order a mocha.
Oh,
That's not what I wanted. That explains why I'm not geeked.
I thought caffeine could like murder you.
It does. I was like, I'm
So-
good.
Why?
Cured.
I'm not. No, I just got vertical highwayed by my best friend.
Why?
You got
Why
placeboed.
Yeah.
Why-
This is so good. But I'm so sleepy still.
order a mocha?
I-
Knowing it would
I-
kill
Do you want the last
forgot,
sips of
'cause
this
I want
coffee
it.
that I made 6
Here,
hours ago?
Fucking put it in here.
Oh God.
That's
We're
right.
gonna-
Oh God.
There you go.
It was
There you
nice
go.
knowing you,
Sorry.
Pat.
I almost
We're gonna
asked
speed
you,
run.
like, do you want
Spilled over
the
my
mocha or just the hot chocolate? But I was like, you were like, no, I don't want to drink. And then
That
like,
makes me sick to
yes,
my
I
stomach
do.
for
So
some
I
reason.
assume.
That's all it is.
Tyler hated that.
You want some? No.
Tyler did not like that.
Tyler talked too much about the whole cup thing. Yeah, I understand.
No. Watch me go.
Oh no.
Not like.
I did not
Oh
like that.
jeez.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I want to give a big shout out to our members and our patrons who are supporting
Oh
us.
shit, we
every
still
channel.
gotta do this.
Thank you guys so much. Big shout out
It's the
to
same.
Jackie the Scatty, who joined today.
Nice.
Thank you, Jackie the Scatty.
Name
It's
changing?
with 2 T's.
Oh.
Like, it's probably that one, not the poop.
Not poop.
What?
Sloan Running, Leona Dawn, Ain, Lada
almost
Knight,
be on
Drezo
the
Art,
podcast.
Winter Mist, Bugs and Jars, Senshiji, Gory Bouchong, Ben Fiveva, M Ball, Anime and Sleep, Mallory 95, Ori the Only, Lizetta, Lita, Easermans, God 99, TJ Bojangles, Mimi M, Mark T, Zell Sketch, Sleevey, Driftwood, Ellie, Dennis Gedomazo, Tyler Dendakis, Oliver Winch, Master Bobio, Black Dusk and 2MB, Ain't Mia, Michael Badger, Shalana
God.
Wow,
I
Anxiety
can't believe
Opossum.
you burped when you said my name.
Yeah,
That's not what I paid for.
Damn.
what are you gonna do about it?
That sounds like a challenge. You just
Anxiety Opossum, feeling that boss hog.
You
Jack
wish.
is here.
Epic, Astral Hippie, Morzuni, Keishin, Snow Crisp, Trigger Happy Elmo, Miniature Q, Rudra, Luke Stowe, Brent the Bubble Ruler, Good 33 Fun, I am Curla249, Marvin the Marlin, I am Son of Wap, Snake Cheat, Lego Builder 899, Boulder Games, Damien Ironscale, Shining the Bulge, Dollar Store Off Brand, Forever Freya, Sif, Kate 12, Beaky Hat, Stade Williams, Man Ray, Herrer Drake, Matthias R, Slice Cinnamon Jacks, Glasses and Cake, Matt McCann, Mr. Corny Cargo, Ninos Con Armas, Qatar Laracy, Seclusive Chaos, Hunter Ironheart, Bitter Nathan, Captain Bluebeard, Riptide, Anthony Laterio, Tobias Wildfang, It's Gwen, Trans Chumba, Happy Wolf, Mashcam 12, Pixel Fox, Space Owl, Prof Wheatmeat Kundi, Michael Finnerty, Kyle Squishy, Multi Super Marion, David Lewis, Omar Tejada, Owen Gafa, A Touch of the Tism and ADHD's Nuts, Binder, Binate, Big Tony's cousin Poobert Schittenheimer, Duchess of Slods, various forms of Dormammu, Ghost Underloved, Crimson Bryant, Julio, Shady Octopi, Lady RB of the Drive-Thru, Riley's Rangers, Thaniel B, Dodo, The Golly, Intelligent, Vale Ridge, Plays the Arcane Anomaly, The First Noel, X-Daedric Assassin X, Will, Parallel Alley, Expo77 KFB Guardsman, Giacomo Pino are off, but with an Australian accent, Keela Salai, Danny A, The Red Duncan 64, Raven, Sad Snorlax 007, Bingus Wingus, Brittany Anderson, Ethan, Gamer Not Frowned, Greyhound Rush, Barden, A Wild Jam, Pavi, Vox Ratio, Calanthoralis, Corvid Eye, Elder Akuma, Stormsaw, Bren the Brain, Brain the Bren, Ethan Bishop, you fuckers. You tripped me up. Bren the Brain the Bren,
my groove.
Ethan Bishop, Batty Bell, I Oblivion, Sister Schemo, Servative Zinch, Ginjafet, Tree Man, Severez, I broke the damn wheel. And their profile picture is Dutch. Magorna, Axel, Mad Harrier, Agent Immortal, Henry Scorp, Sullivan, Danny Dorito, Nerdy Zookeeper, Evan the Fire Mage, Ghost of Unicorn, John Bubek. Thank you guys so much.
Last time.
John,
Also, big shout out to our
John Poober
patrons, including, what? Patrons.
Patrons.
Including
Patrons.
Glink, Schmerick, Plain Rug, Xavier Walker, Sir Galarak. Shortstop says, ain't no way next campaign has 0 subs, falling out of it. Huh? Platonite, Avison. Platonite, Avison Summoner, Stella Simp. Calanth,
Hey.
LST, Soup, Eldon Jim, Riley's Rangers, Herald of Homies, Azarian 105. Do you prefer your Allens winged and armed or just winged? Breaded, also available.
Oh no.
Boneless?
Boneless.
Oh,
Rough.
Javanesh is like, Ronin, they're gonna fry me, dude. They're gonna fry me, man.
He's like a flop on the ground. He's like, Ronin, they took my bones, bro.
I thought you said Allen's, and I was like, Allen.
Javanesh.
Ooh. No, Allen.
Oh, Owlins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Misheard you.
I also heard Allen's.
Owlins. Do you prefer your Owlins winged and armed or just winged? Breaded, also available. Ryan. Gosling once touched Captain Dadbod in the poopy. Artemis, who's never beating the monster fucker allegations. Ryan. Next name. Gosling once touched Captain Dadbod in the poopy. Artemis, who's never beating the monster fucker allegations. What the fuck just happened?
Whoa.
Somebody figured out that Ryan was before them. That's funny.
That's got to be Captain. It's
Captain
Captain Dadbod.
Yeah, of course.
The infamous.
Trivial Slope, Joe Skimo, It's Gwen Vest, Trans Chumba, Bucky's voice modulation sounds like he's talking through a shitty headset. Oh, God! Brittany Anderson.
Mia, whenever we play more.
Yeah.
It's clobbering time! It's clobbering
Your
time!
microphone
That
sucks,
shit soon.
dog.
Like, I'm
You gotta
sorry.
stream that shit soon.
I
awful.
I told my board game friends that you were playing at 3 FPS, and I laughed till I cried. I don't know why.
You were playing it at 3
It was
FPS?
bad. It was really bad.
I was like, the motherfucker was playing on a sticky note flash.
It was!
I laughed so hard.
And I was like, why? I played PowerPoint
You're playing
presentation.
the goddamn Ricky Ricotta flip book.
Quickly, next one!
You're invulnerable
Oh
because
my
nobody
God.
can see you.
Exactly.
It's
that's
between the
so
slides
fucking
right now.
funny.
You fucking told me that, and I was like, huh. And I told it again, and I was like, oh, click how funny it was.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I would
Avernus
just give
smells,
up.
cast some spells, curse Tiamat's great name, go pick up some daffodils and dance on Kyria's grave. Hey! Cardos, sorry.
Oh, thank
I was
God.
about to say.
They put
Bro's
Card Haas, DH, so I misread it. Kyria. So, Avernus smells, cast some spells, Castilla, that's a great name. Go pick up some daffodils and dance on Cardos' grave. Hey! Lego Builder 899 congratulating Zach on winning the Patreon name contest. Nolf hopes you duckers realize how much you missed out on not playing Chain Lightning against Oral.
No.
Stainless Helena, ML Wolf, Sick Joy, Shista, Cy the Owl, Tree Man still working at Strixhaven Bass Pro Shop, Redbeard, Death Wolves, Grandma got run over by a Kobold, the Pinky Life Pinky the... Bob said I may name over the long the gas rated for no reason other than his own amusement. Artillion Daedra, don't know how close you guys are to the fires, but hope everyone stays safe. We're not. Big Hoss, Skip the Goat, Professor
We're
Dormammu.
not close to the fires. We are safe.
I open a window, it's like...
That's insane.
Everything else
Yeah.
in California would have to burn down
Yeah,
to
please,
get to
please
us. Like,
support.
we're okay.
Please
Yes, of
support
course,
the
of
folks
course,
that are
of course.
that's trapped in the fires.
Big Hoss, Scape the Goat, Professor Dormammu's proud of his students. May their flames burn forever bright.
Hell yeah.
Rip Arson Club.
Pyro Maximus.
Wow.
God's favorite narcissist, Argus Fallen, Alice Lilybottom, Shuriken Sean, reminding everyone to piss all over the dungeon locations. Perceive, investigate, stealth, and search.
We couldn't do that. We couldn't do that the other day.
We could not.
Barden, but if my OCs are going to keep living in my head, they better start paying rent.
Absolutely.
I'm
really
saying,
Zach
Barton.
says
I'm
the
losing sleep.
Oh no.
Zach says the real Strix we were Haven were the curriculums we cast all along the way.
Yes, good.
Yeah.
Fancy Arthas will possibly related to Chris Pratt, Pivot to Hood, Mom Love, and Papa Joy. Next page. Josh Travis.
Bro's got a whole page. Does he still have like Darth
It's his
Revan
own
as a profile picture?
No.
Oh.
And it never was that.
What? I could have sworn that it was.
No.
No?
You know, Josh Travis has been Pink Circle for as long as I
No.
remember.
You know, I feel
Where did I
like...
get the...
Slay.
I feel like
Thank you
Josh
guys for
Travis,
supporting us.
like,
We do have
donos?
was
a
a
few
patron
donos, yes.
at one
Whoa.
point.
But
and
a
it
number of them are
dropped off.
questions, so...
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. If we have time at the end, we will totally read them. Thank you for donating. We appreciate you guys.
We
so
appreciate
much.
your money.
I just have lots of other questions to get through. I'm so sorry.
We're
Thank you so much.
halfway.
Yeah. So all the more reason that we can start answering some of these crazy questions.
What are you two fuckers giggling about? That's my question.
I
Did you hear that?
I showed Grace what you ordered.
Aw.
Do you know what it was?
No, I know what it was. I wrote it, damn it. I wrote it. I don't know why you let me do that to myself.
I thought that's what you wanted. You don't say that my good name.
Wow.
Okay? I
that
ordered
good?
what you
I
wanted.
was a child and asked for a pup cup.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's good.
Cool.
You want some?
Eh.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the next question.
Do you need it?
Okay, is there music playing?
Connected to my laptop.
Here.
I got music.
Don't access
Hello?
my...
This is
Hello.
Grace.
Oh.
Spencer. My freaking
Let me know if it's too loud,
Wow.
fellas.
Still
Okay.
have his stuff.
So the next question, which is going to lead into our next,
don't probably want
Camera
to.
roll. Sorry.
the next question, which is going to
Clowns.
lead into our next,
Sorry.
into our next category. These are good transitionary ones.
Yeah.
For what reason did Jason Vraska and by proxy Elish Norn want the orb? Was there a greater end goal that would have been achieved if it had been acquired from Aid? Yeah, that never came up. And that was because of your really cool thing that you did where you put Jason the orb at the end. I did not expect that. I didn't know you would do that.
No.
I don't know why I didn't think you would do that. That should have been obvious. But that was cool.
It's funny because I ended the episode right before our final one being like, I'm gonna put you in the orb, bitch.
Jace / Frasca wanted the orb to. So in my Strixhaven, in my Magic the Gathering universe, the plan for completion. I think in the default story, it's like it's an unknown amount of time, but we're gonna say that Jace becomes completed like 4 years prior. So it's like a long process where he is like still like in the Magic story, it's not long. It's like a fucking couple days. It is nothing. So I took some liberties, did my own thing with the story, and the idea was that Jason Vraska were both completed, and they wanted. The way that the story describes is that they're still them. They just are aware that they're getting like slowly turned. So that was kind of the idea I ran with, where they were still kind of like in control of a good amount of themselves, but they had to serve this higher power. So the idea was that Jason and Frasca were both trying to get an orb to put the other one in the orb so that they could take them and save them at some point.
God.
So they were
That's
trying to put
crazy.
themselves in the orb to like make sure they don't die, so the other can save them, or the opposite.
Wow.
So
They're
that's
down
why they
bad.
wanted it so bad.
They are down
They're
bad.
down
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. And I didn't want.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. It wasn't really the point of the story. It was just more about them wanting it, and Stella needs it for Stalwart. But yeah, kind of in the background, it was because they wanted to save each other.
That's very
Cool,
sweet.
bro.
Elish Norn, I guess, didn't care or need the orb or knew about it.
Didn't care.
It was just Jace who decided that, or Vraska. Anyways, for Mia, how did it feel to have Call the Veil being bad / shady all along from Space Owl?
Okay, well, I have a confession to make.
What?
What?
I knew Vale was a bad bitch from the beginning because you and I had a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only kind of. I was like,
I think all I told you was that like, Vale is not good. Vale does something with somebody. I don't remember what it was.
you okay, so this is the thing. You were doing layers and layers and layers here. Okay,
Yeah.
while you're having this conversation with Tyler over here about Phyrexia, you're like, so let me talk to you about the Wizard War and Casmina and all this other bullshit. You laid out a very complex thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm here for it. And then it was like, no, not at all.
No. It was red herring. I knew I wanted to.
Damn.
You red herring
You got
me.
herring.
I had to.
Me.
You would have figured it out game 5.
Good.
Every time you brought up Casmina, I was like, thank God. Oh.
I was like, but Casmina's look, because there was also at the same time this was happening, a lot of people were like, okay, so now that the Phyrexians are done, what's the next big bad that Magic's gonna do? And there's
Yeah.
a lot of talk during like in that Magic universe of like, well, there's these wizard shit that's going on that they kind of talked about where the spark and then dropped.
I think they're called the Arcane Cabal or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're basically a group of people that are Casmina's either part of them or leads them, and they forcibly ignite people's sparks. There was
Yeah.
a draft of Strixhaven initially where that was going to be the big bad until we decided Phyrexians, and I went, I'll make it Phyrexians instead. That's more fun.
I remember you had a whole thing where you're like, okay, so the party's going to be predisposed to be like questioning them, like to kind of be like, it's okay, you know, smooth out the Veil stuff, and then they all were like, Veil's fine. I'm like, okay, it's Arc 4. She's not okay, guys. Someone needs to be saying something about this.
I was happy about that. It made it all better.
That's really
which was
funny.
great. Which kind of leads into the next question, which is the Veil Jace section.
Yeah.
If Veil was Jace the whole time, why did she try and protect her brother? What happened to the original Veil? Was Fane also a sleeper agent like Jace/Veil? What would have happened if Jace was revealed earlier than so late in the campaign?
Interesting.
Fane is a pure figment of everyone's imagination created by Jace.
Really?
Fane is Jace. Fane is also Jace. He never existed.
Insane.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
He fucking left the campus and never existed.
Those cigarettes weren't real?
What?
Those cigarettes you got me?
No,
real?
Jace. No, but what?
The cigarettes
Jace
were
was
real.
getting you cigarettes.
Yeah, he's cool.
no.
He's cool.
Cool, it's
Yeah,
cool.
no, that Fane. I mean, Fane exists in the real Magic the Gathering. He's like an actual character
Yeah.
in the thing. But I was like, oh, this makes sense as somebody who's able to get things for you that you can't normally get. It also made sense on the guise of Veil, but it was secretly, I think at the time, because I didn't want to give anything away, I was like, it's just Veil, like it's just a creation of Veil or something like that.
Yeah.
So, and then what would have happened if Jace was revealed earlier than so late in the campaign? I wouldn't have let that happen. Simply, so I took so many precautions to make sure that wouldn't happen, and the biggest one was to just throw off Mia as hard as I could, which yeah.
Casmina!
That
Casmina's
is-
over here!
Casmina
you know,
was in the original story.
That is the character with everybody, you know, who can control minds. So
And then also,
memory wise,
it benefited that it seemed like the secret for the campaign was that the Phyrexians were here the whole time, which is good. I got to keep that secret, and then layer in Jace Bellerin being Veil, which was fun.
It was.
I had a good time with it.
Very
Terrible.
neat.
I hated it.
Shut up.
you're just salty. I
But
just hate
if Jace would have been revealed
know.
earlier in the campaign, I don't know how the fuck this would have happened, because everyone would have had to like I give no clues. Like it was literally like there was nothing there to lean into it. But had it been earlier, I don't know. It would have just kind of, I probably would have retconned it. I probably would have been like, you know what, never mind, and just changed it, because it just wouldn't have worked. I needed Jace at the end of the game, not the beginning. So yeah. Next question from Anonymous says, I don't play or understand Magic the Gathering lore. I thought Jace was some of Jacob's old D&D characters.
Oh, Jace!
It is
Oh my god.
Is he also a Magic character, or are they basically the same?
Yes.
Also, Kalisto gathered all the magic. You fools lost the moment you decided to play.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, Kalisto gathered the magic.
He
Holy
did.
shit.
Yeah.
No,
use it.
Jace Edane is a character of mine that is kind of like my one-trick pony, very me character that I've just played in a bunch of different campaigns.
Your comfort character.
Yeah, basically, and I played him in your game. I think definitive Jace is I think originally it was our world, old Jace in Immortals, but I think definitive Jace became your game's Jace with Blythe, because I had never played Jace that long or that much or that high level or for that amount of time, and I actually got to develop a lot of his character, and you did a lot of really cool story stuff with him, with like these instruments of ancient bards that were really cool, and or weapons of ancient bards, and it was really cool. So whenever I think about Jace, I normally think of Jace from that Sunday game. But he's just been like a stand-in fucking whatever character that I've had in other games. But no relation to Jace Bellerin. In fact, Jace, my character, is not even inspired by Jace Bellerin. I learned about Jace Bellerin later, much later, and went, oh, he wears blue like my Jace. Fucking god damn it.
That's funny as hell.
They couldn't be further apart from characters, though. Jace Bellerin's super smart and like does illusions and is crazy and is super serious. And my Jace is a fucking idiot. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's no like true unique concept or something, something like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah. Long-time view, first-time questioner. What is your favorite overall Magic the Gathering card? And what is your favorite Magic the Gathering card from Strixhaven School of Mages? You all are an inspiration to me and my nerdy hobbies. Thank you all, from Devin.
I thought you were
Thank you,
reaching.
Devin.
I was like,
Hell yeah. Nice. Oh, so you hold Grace's hand, but not mine. I see
I'll
how
hold
it is.
whatever you want me to hold.
Hey, yo, I offered it to you, and you gave it away.
I could give it away. I did what Grace did. I put myself in my place so
Yeah.
you guys could flourish.
What's your favorite card?
In Magic the Gathering in general? God,
Well,
that's
in Magic
hard.
and in Strixhaven.
These piece.
I like the card by invitation only. It's from the Crimson Vow set.
Yeah.
It's also the same artist that does Introduction to Prophecy.
Nice.
I didn't mean to like you first type of thing. It was just like I've been looking at Spencer look at magic cards this
Oh, yeah.
entire time,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, she's ready.
And then from the Strixhaven set is Make Your Mark.
Which is
Yes.
also a very random card, very much. I like all of the Mystic Arcanum.
Mhm.
Arcanum?
Archives.
I fucking
Counts, it counts.
sorry.
Arcanum.
Archives. Here we go.
Mhm.
They're just all really cool.
They are very cool.
I like the counter spell. What is it? Dispel, and then what is it? Eliminate.
Eliminate, yeah. Eliminate is my favorite.
Yeah, there's something about it. It's really dope.
So
And then for like regular cards, you give me a dragon, and I'll like it. I just fucking love dragons.
The Founder Dragon cards? Or
Just
cool
any
stuff?
dragons, like from Magic, like
Mhm.
not even just Strixhaven, because there's a lot of cards looked at a lot, and they just all blur together. And
Mhm.
dragons are the one that I go back and I go, ah.
Yeah.
And then Yoshimaru,
Yeah, Yoshi,
forever my peak pinnacle
best boy.
best boy.
I would say my favorite card in general is probably one that has saved my life so many times, and I put it in every white deck I play, and it's, what is it? Selfless Squire, where you can, it's like a 0/0 creature that you can flash out when you take damage, and you put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the amount of damage you took on the Selfless Squire. I have won games that I should have lost with that, where somebody swings in with like their full thing, it's like 36 damage, and I'm like, I'll flash in that guy, he's a 36/36, I swing at you and you're dead. Like, you know, it's a closer for sure. It's a great card. My favorite one from Strixhaven is probably, oh gosh, there's a lot of good ones. There's this one called Devouring Tendrils that's really good. It's like you can choose a creature and it deals damage equal to its power to another creature, and if you deal excess damage to it, you heal 2 life. It's a pretty cool little green removal spell.
That's awesome.
There, Crackle with Power is also freaking awesome. Yeah.
And very, Mallory shade coated.
Yeah, and Brina the Demagogue is a
Oh,
great card.
Brina, I
Brina's
love
a great
Brina.
card.
So good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Spore Frog and
Poor frog! Fuck that frog!
Yeah.
Fucking
That frog
Frog.
sucks.
I love Spore Frog and I love Scourge of Elder.
Oh, the
No.
Those are my
Steve.
favorite cards for
It's
sure.
really-
Those are my favorite cards. And
how I feel about those.
from Strixhaven it's gonna be Blex.
Blex.
Yeah.
I
Blex.
love Blex so much.
Hell
What's the other
yeah.
one? Spore Frog and what?
Sakura Tribe Elder.
It's an ugly,
Steve.
Yeah.
ugly.
Like Sakura Tribe Elder.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is going on, guys? Okay. I just wanted to look at the card.
That's the better art.
Yeah, there's a worse
The
art.
no, yeah, I like
I don't know
the
about
wor-
worse, it just has weird vibes.
All the new ones are awful.
Yeah.
But he's too cool. I show me
This
the
is
old
the
man
one.
I
That's the
beat.
one.
I beat
Right there.
constantly.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that's him. Beat him up. He only knows pain. Yeah.
What is
If you
happening?
ever read the short story like what's it called? Fucking I have no mouth and I must scream. I'm torturing that elder
Whoa.
for
What?
eons upon eons.
Why?
I hate that elder.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Marin, all I do is use him to create lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Your,
great cards
your
himself.
Spore Frog, you just have that all damage.
Yeah, Squire.
Yeah.
Frog.
What matchup of the century? My Squire versus your
Your
frog.
frog.
Whoa.
Frog. There. Mia, I can't remember. I don't know if it was Christmas or one of my birthdays. Got me a foil from Prophecy Spore Frog, from like its original printing. It's a very expensive card because back then you would get one foil per like 6 boxes. And to get that one, the price is very expensive. But I have a foil Spore Frog in my Marin deck.
It's
That's
important.
cool.
That reminds me, you guys, when I first got COVID, you brought me like a little Magic the Gathering like care package back in 2020, and in it was a like foil borderless alternate art Gala Greeters from New Capenna.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorite fucking cards
Hell
ever.
yeah.
It's very special because you guys gave it to me. It's also just a really good card. Gala Greeters is great. Put it in every green deck you play,
Yeah.
like I do with what is it, Colossal Majesty.
Grace got me a booster, I think, on one of our second or first Secret Santas.
Yeah.
And I pulled a Necro duality out of it.
Wow.
And I cherish the big socks you got me and that Necro duality.
That's awesome.
It is in my don't trade binder, don't mess with this binder.
It's in the binder with Grace.
With Grace's and the year on it. So that so I keep it.
What are your cards, Grace?
I already said. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mystical Archives, Dragons, Yoshi.
Yes, that's sorry. God.
What
Yeah.
about you?
Never again.
For Strixhaven, it's pretty much the same as with Grace Mystical Archives. I just love
they're great.
the
They're
art
great.
for them. But in terms of other cards, for some reason, one card that kind of sticks out for me is Mirror Box.
Oh
card.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good one.
Yeah. But also, just recently, I found that with the card art, they sniped the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
From the Assassin's Creed set, Lydia Fry. Look it up.
All right.
That's you, 100%. I was gonna say, what about your freaking Tomb of Horrors adventurer in your Rilsa Rail deck?
Yeah.
That thing is a beast.
Oh my God, that is literally.
That's just me.
Yeah, yeah. That is wow. That's really good.
Mhm.
That's really good.
So,
There's even the fucking there's even the Hindenburg in the background.
because during
my
World War
Lord.
One.
And the flavor text is Lydia to Winston Churchill. That's so good.
Yeah. So
Oh my God.
They sniped me with that card, so I have to honorable mention.
Oh, of course, of course.
You and your Demir decks.
It's also Demir. Yeah,
I'm
it's also
saying.
Demir. So it's just my colors.
I want to give a mention for you
Yeah.
to Xantia, Sleeper Agent.
Yes.
Who
yes.
you brought up to be like, hey,
As
Dawn.
Yes, Xantia Sleeper Agent was an inspiration for. Well, we had already thought about the Dawn and being Phyrexian at that point, but I went looking for examples of if I could have a Phyrexian Sleeper Agent kind of character who would be in the good party side, not necessarily working completely for the Phyrexians or not. Even going against them if they could, and found Xantia. I was like, oh, okay, then it's totally possible. So using that as a basis.
Nice.
It's Colossal Dreadmaw. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Dude, that's so legendary that you said that as your favorite card.
It's not actually.
That is so funny. As somebody in the goddamn circle jerking
Yeah.
NTG community, that's really funny.
That's for my no land hand people who are talking about Colossal Dreadmaw.
Dreadmaw!
Every reprint, yeah. It's. I think there's a lot of them I could talk about, but I think it's got to be Chandra, Torch of Defiance, or Gearhulk.
Yeah.
Because Torch of Defiance is the first cool masterpiece. My brother got it for me because I wanted it so badly, and Chandra reminds me of me in some ways. And Gearhulks were what started my obsession with artifacts.
Yes, dude.
And you gave me Gearhulk dinosaurs, which was very fucking cool.
It was fun.
And then for Strixhaven, it's Beowulf. It's the little
fucking I remember we have a mini of him, and you were like, I love him, and I'm like, all right.
Sorry, that didn't annoy me. I like the Tome Shredder one too.
Yes.
Just Big Dog.
Big Dog ate my homework. I have a few. What am I? This is a silly one that I really. I like Fiery Emancipation. That's a card I really like.
That's a great card.
Which is deals
That's a nasty
triple damage.
card.
Yep, it's 1 me games, which is why I love it. Crackle with Power is another one. That's a Strixhaven one I really like. Crackle with Power is one of my favorite cards. And then I also have Captive Audience, which is a Rakdos card. I love that one.
And you almost got me with with that one with my
Captive Audience.
my
I love the
my
art
Horus
on that
deck.
one. I love the way that it works. I love cards that make me where I go, here, choose how you get fucked over. And that's my favorite thing to do in Magic is be like,
Hi, wife, do you want to play a game with me?
Yeah.
actually, this is a horrible game where you sign contracts with me and I make you take damage.
What about Bedevil? You love Bedevil as well.
That was my next one, Jack.
I got you.
That was my next one.
sniped you.
Wait,
My next one was Bedevil.
I can guess the one after that.
Yep, what is it?
Cyclonic Rift.
That's a good meme.
Yeah,
That's funny.
thanks,
That's funny. No,
thanks.
That's his
Bedevil.
favorite card.
Bedevil is one of my favorite cards. It's because I like the art. It's very cool, but also because I have a cool memory with it. It was one of the first Commander games I ever played with the two of you, and I was like, I guess I'll play Bedevil, and the two of you just thought it was funny. You were like, that you just got fucking Bedeviled, and I was like, I did something, and it was fun. Another Strixhaven card I really like too is Tempting Contract. I fucking love this card. At the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent may create a treasure token, and then for each opponent who does, you create a treasure token. That's my favorite way to play the game. It's just like, you want to have a little? No, okay, well you could.
The politics are so much fun.
Yeah. Monologue Tax is another card I
That's a
love
good
from Strixhaven. I think that's the card that really made me go like, oh, I want to run a D&D game in Strixhaven. Purely, it's a good card, but I love the art. I love the art of the student barfing up all the coins or whatever it is coming out of their mouth, and the student next to them like trying not to laugh as like the teacher looms in the background. I fucking love it so much. And then I think if I had to be like, this is my number one, this is the card that got me into Magic. I love it so much. I love the art of it. I don't know if I play it a whole lot, but like this card like means something to me is Rip Apart, which I'm glad it got to be a really big part of this game when you got to make it a spell for Ronin. But I remember buying a box set of Strixhaven from Target. I wrote a whole thing in the Discord, but I came home and I opened it and I was like, maybe I like Magic the Gathering now, I don't know. And I was looking through cards and I was like, oh, this is like Magic School. This is really cool. Oh, it's like Magic College. This is actually super awesome. And then I pulled Rip Apart and I was like, and I felt like the neurons like, and I was like, whoa, this is cool as fuck. Because I was like, the art, what is this? That's a man being torn apart. And I was like, what does it do? Oh, it deals 3 damage. And then you also destroy something else. Okay. And then, but the flavor text, which is torn from history, torn from memory, torn from reality. I was like, all right, this goes hard as fuck. And I was like, Spencer, look. And you're like, yeah. And I was like, this is so cool. So those are the cards I love.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe no one talked about the gay meetup card from Strixhaven.
Oh,
That's like
Yeah,
the
Secret Rendezvous.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I can't believe you didn't bring up Triplicate Titan.
Okay,
It's a
you're
bad
right.
card.
You're
Bad
right.
card.
Favorite.
Oh, I'm
Bad
so
card.
sorry. It is the best artifact card that's been printed
And it's Strixhaven.
since, Blight Steel Colossus.
Oh, and you guys having Dami raids? I'll buy them.
Free!
I'll buy them. I'll buy them.
We don't have room in the binders for
guys
any of
are
that.
silly.
Oh, I need to get to an own binder.
You have your own Domri binder.
Yeah, oh, I love
All right.
Dami raids so much.
And all card arts with Domri in them.
Yeah.
What is
Oh.
it? Fucking Rubble Belt Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
Get that one. Rhythm of the Wild.
Yeah.
All that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Dami Raid's an important character.
Yeah,
He
they
no,
get killed.
no.
it's important
I
that he
would
dies.
agree
They
that,
killed against a wall,
but
kind of.
I'm just saying,
sexually
someone's
strange.
like, oh, it's good
only
he died,
aspect.
fucker.
What's wrong with that?
Dami raid's cool.
Dami Raid is cool, but you were like, no.
That's when he's gonna put a
Yeah, you're right.
up,
For Spencer, with Ronin having the super loaded portents at the end of the game, did it feel like he had more control over things from Space Owl? For Spencer, with Ronin having the super loaded portents at the end of the game, did it feel like he had more control over things from Space Owl?
Oh, at the end of the game, you had control over everything, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was great.
You had control over every
told
variable.
us. You told us you have 21 mana, and I was like, don't do that. Because I'm not gonna not do the
I wanted it.
the ult.
Yeah.
I wanted it.
Yeah.
I would have been really upset if you didn't do that. I would have been like, oh.
well, yeah, it was great.
Jacob just keeps adding zeros to the health until you do it.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that you played Divination Wizard with Vincent, and it was like, yeah, you were a Divination Wizard, and then this time you're like, I'm doing it again. I'm like, all right, you're gonna see the future by the end of this game, all right? We were watching Attack on Titan, and there's that part where Aaron can see the whole future. I was like, so that's Ronin.
See, I have a follow-up question, I guess for both of you. I guess it's more for Jacob, and I guess you can comment. Were you setting up Ronin to be the next Oracle of Strixhaven? Or Oracle of Arcabios?
That was definitely an option. He didn't want it.
Dang.
I definitely
That
put
was going
that
to be my
there.
follow-up, is like, would you become the Oracle of Arcabios?
That was the purpose that he had on his home plane, was to become an oracle to win wars for
Leoniah?
from the kingdom that he's from.
Yeah.
That's why he originally left, was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to commit atrocities for my people. Like,
There's a really cool piece of lore in the Strixhaven world where every
That's what I was
oracle
gonna
becomes.
ask.
We didn't explore it in this game because it's a little high concept for teeny little brain. A greater DM like Pepper could have probably pulled this off. But the Archaics are this really cool thing in Strixhaven lore where every Oracle who has served Strixhaven becomes an Archaic, and the Archaics are it's the opposite. When all the Archaics are every Oracle that have ever been an Oracle at Strixhaven. So there's this weird time thing where the Archaics have kind of like always existed because the Oracle like basically dies and then their consciousness becomes this Archaic that exists in time. Yeah. And so that's why they have like so many strange answers, is because they've literally like witnessed a piece of history.
I believe it's their every Archaic is every Oracle that has been and will ever be.
Yes, exactly.
Is what it is. So it's like all throughout the timeline. It's like fucking Aang looking down the rows of avatars. Yeah. But he's also looking
forward. But it's also forward.
But also... And then behind it.
Yeah.
And they were just, they're really cool piece of lore, but it's just one of those things where it's like, this is crazy. I'm just going to make this Ronin.
There you go, Ronin.
Yeah, that's what I was going to speak. It was like, because then technically Ronin's been on Arcavios this whole time. Just as a big old giant drawn by Wayne Reynolds.
Your favorite.
My favorite artist.
Moving on to the homebrew section of the questions, which this is, I guess we're in the Jacob section is really what this is. I'm going to try to answer these quickly because there were a lot. Hey all, love the games, currently in year 1 of my own game, hell yeah. How did you design the Planeswalker mechanic? How did the loyalty count flow? Are there things you would change after seeing it play out? Thanks again for the amazing content you guys provide from Pixel Fox. I wanted to do something similar to the loyalty mechanic. I wanted everybody to have super cool endgame powers that they could do that was a little bit outside of what everybody could already do, that was indicative of their characters, but they could still, it still felt like Magic the Gathering a little bit, which it did, which was a lot of fun. The way I designed them is I went into, I kind of asked everybody what their themes were and like what they could, I didn't ask like what you wanted to do. I was more like, I'll go find like your color identity, find things that you already do. Like I was on EDH Rec looking at cards that fit, like I was looking at Spellslinger cards, I was looking at Lorehold cards, I was looking at Orzhov cards, I was looking at every color combination that you guys had and was trying to find abilities that I thought would be fun and be like, okay, well then you'll be able to do this, and I'll kind of gamify it into the game a little bit. So if I would change anything, I don't know, because they were really wacky balls to the walls kind of, I wrote them in like 2 days kind of thing. I did have some patch notes for them, but if anything, I would have made it easier to get some of the stuff. I think I would have made the cost less because I thought you guys would get more mana. Yeah. So I would have made the cost for them a little bit less.
I would have loved to play more combat with them.
I appreciate it. Thanks. And then, are you going to post a collection of the homebrew resources used in the series? If so, where? Would it be possible to get some of the Planeswalker ability sheets, or even their formatting, shared? I love the idea of them, and currently ruthlessly stealing the concept to make a similar thing for a friend of mine who has their character from Ravnica. Unfortunately, she's an Azorius control player. I hope she recovers soon.
Damn. Thoughts and prayers for your friend.
So long as you guys are okay with it.
Experience control, and you kind of...
This is, I sort of, kind of make these as like a gift to my players. But if you guys are okay with it, I'll totally make PDFs of them and post them.
Yeah, brother, it's your concept.
Right, it's done.
They are not formatted well. They are just Google Docs. So I'll put them in the chat when we're done with this. Probably yell at me on the Discord if I don't do it.
Okay.
And then are there any ultimates or planeswalker effects from the party or NPCs like Teferi, Chandra, or Vraska? Yes, Teferi, Chandra, and Vraska all had ults. I have to go fucking find them.
So did Jace.
Jace did also have an ult. I don't think you stole his ult, which was pretty cool. I believe. Oh god, let me go try to find them really fast. I had them on pieces of paper. Are they still up here?
No, I think
they are.
You gave them
all your
to
stat
me.
blocks, I think, are still up there.
Did you steal them?
No, I didn't steal them. You gave them
I know, I
to
did
me.
give them. No, that's fine.
Are they going to be in your bin? Or
I believe
I took
that.
them.
I believe that. Oh, I could probably go find them later and post them. I know that Chandra's was like every time she casted a spell, she got to cast it again. And then I believe Teferi's was that like everybody got to have another turn after their turn.
Nice.
And then I think Vraska's was if she dealt damage to somebody, they died instantly. I'm pretty sure that's what they were. Really simple, something like that. But did anybody not get to do their ult?
I didn't, because Kalisto's ult was just giving spell points to everybody, and at the time it was like we just need to deal damage.
Right.
But Kalisto's, the meat of her planeswalker abilities are ironically not her ult; it's everything else. So that was the most fun that I had.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Jacob, what homebrew mechanic or ability do you regret the most? Oh, Marion. That's from Marion. Marion,
Good question, Marion.
This is a really good question.
Learn points?
No, learn point's probably my favorite.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I honestly thought that was gonna be a really whack mechanic, but when I wrote it, I was like, yeah, this will be this little thing, and then you guys latched onto them really hard, and I loved it because it was like, oh, this is indicative of everything I want you guys to do. I want you guys to go to magic school and learn new ways to cast spells in a game that we already played that you don't get to do. So I don't know. I probably would have made. I hate to say this. I probably would have made Doomblade a little less powerful. But I wouldn't have known that at the time. And I kind of liked the points when you got to use it. It was really cool. It did always, for some reason, early on, it caught me off guard a lot. I was like, oh, fuck, that guy's dead. That's fine. And we just kind of moved on. But I learned to accommodate for it later. And it ended up, it balanced out fine. I think it was okay. And then, good question, Marion. Thank you. And then
I think it could cost it more.
That makes sense. Yeah. Or
I think when everyone's broken, though, no one's broken, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
Most definitely. It's
Doomblade at the tables felt
There was
fine.
a lot of
like a Spelljammer type of thing where it's
Yeah.
like everybody has such their own niche area that
Yeah.
it was okay.
Shorten
Yeah.
our combats too,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just,
so we could all
It was
flirt
like,
and hang out with each other more.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. It's almost 10:30. Dawn, can we wrap this up, please?
please.
Do
that
the
Doomblade.
thing.
Hit
Do
that
the
Doomblade.
thing.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a lot of. It's weird to think back and think about all the homebrew that I did in this campaign and kind of like all of it. I like how it played out. I liked how it worked.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The whole taking classes and leveling up thing was a lot of fun. I loved the combinations you guys were constantly coming up with. Whenever we did a final and you guys would I'd be like, here's what I'm doing now. I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cool. Like, I loved the characters you guys got to craft. And then it was even cooler to have Pepper join and you to also kind of create Stalwart in this manner as well. It was a lot of fun. I genuinely loved it.
Would you run it again like that?
Nope.
That's so
No,
interesting
wait,
to both be like, oh yes, I loved everything I did, but absolutely the fuck not.
Yeah, no. Oh, sorry. If I ran Strixhaven again,
Or a game like that.
probably not, because
Yeah.
so that's what I more mean by it, is that like if I ran Strixhaven again, I would
Yeah.
totally do it again because it was fun. But if I ran anything else,
Yeah.
there would have to be a really good reason.
Yeah.
And the reason was because I built the homebrew specifically for Strixhaven itself. There was points where it was a headache because I couldn't accommodate, like in a normal game that wouldn't have all this homebrew, I could accurately accommodate for everything that everybody can do. But everybody had gone so wild, I didn't know what your characters could do, and it would be a chore to ask you and be like, tell me everything you can do, because that's insane. So there was times where I would like balancing combat in this game was not difficult, or I didn't hate it. It was just a challenge,
Yeah.
and I like having challenges. I got to learn a lot in this game, which is why it's like, no, I don't think I would ever put that level of that much homebrew in another game again.
Yeah.
Except for like Fallout, because I wrote the whole system.
Yeah.
But if I did if I had another group of friends that was begging to play Strixhaven, I'd totally do this again. It would be a lot of fun. I just don't know if I would go this level with something else. And then that's a good question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you? You were like, I love it so much, and I hate it.
it
Also.
at the same
No, I didn't hate it. I
And
didn't
she's
hate
like,
it.
interesting.
Interesting. Tell me more about
Yeah.
that.
Tell me more.
If there was any point that I was just like, oh my god, it was like during a turn when somebody was like, okay, so I can do this, and then I can do this, and I'm gonna do this, and it's like, the only times I can think I was like, Jacob, don't be frustrated. It's okay. This is fine. It was like when Rionia got put in the bubble, when
Yes.
I was like, it's okay, it's fine. And then I would look around and I'd be like down here, I'd be like the kettle is like, "Ee," and then I'd look up and you guys are like, yay, and I'm like, oh, no, this is fun. Or when I had that creature that you guys fought when you're going to Care Dune, not to Care Dune, but to the ruins, and then you doombladed it and killed it immediately. I was like, it's okay. It's okay, actually. It's okay. We have to explore anyways. This would have taken 2 games.
I was okay with it because it was creepy.
It was creepy. Those fucking
Yeah.
skin kites.
Yeah,
Whoa.
and then I don't think there was another. I think I wasn't ever frustrated about this. I was like panicking. I was like, what do I do? Another one was when Atraxa got put in the thing. I was like, oh no, what do I do about this? But I was like, oh no, this is really cool. We can make it make sense. So I didn't hate any of those things. I loved them. But there was a moment. There was a moment of panic where I was like, oh no, what do I do? Oh, I can figure it out. It's fine.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I lost control. I was like, oh, wheel here, hands here.
Yeah, exactly. It did feel like the horses came off the reins a little bit, but it was fun. I loved it.
My favorite moment of every combat is when you lost track of the fact that Warding Pond was out. So you're like, Ronin, you take 46 damage. And I'm like, no.
And I was like, right, of course.
Yeah, because
I had this
would be
Vornklex
like, of course,
fight.
yeah, 40
Target
damage.
Stella. Yeah.
Stella, he's going to pick you up and he's going to throw you.
Oh, I'm not going to be here.
In every universe. In every universe. Every
Every
universe, I
single
would
one.
have spent turn 1 fucking dunking on you. And then the next one is, would you recommend to people who want to run a Strixhaven game like you guys would recommend spell points and schedule class system you made from Anonymous?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, thanks.
I want spell points.
Yeah.
Spell points are fun, and like, why play the school game if you're not gonna have a schedule?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it would depend on what your players want.
Yeah.
For
Just
sure.
that thought.
For sure.
That's always the first thing.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I mean, if you're just doing a one shot, like, don't go too hard on the
Yeah.
schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you did the one shots, you didn't really make us come up with a schedule. I ran a
not
one
at
shot. I didn't make my friends come up with a schedule. But if it's a campaign, I mean,
Yeah, and it's easy
I
to
think-
figure out.
I'm sorry, no.
No, that's it.
Okay, I was just say, I would challenge people that you should add in failure to it as like an interesting mechanic.
Yeah.
Too. Like, what does it actually mean if someone is not doing well in their classes and things like that? Because I
Yeah.
think there's something to be explored with it.
yeah. And if,
Other ways to learn.
and if that intimidates you, don't worry. It intimidated me when Jacob first talked about it. We thought about it. I've never been mad at
Jack and
Jacob.
I
We had a very tense conversation.
I've had talked about this many times, I think, but Jack and I remember before the campaign started, I had written all the rules and I was like, so this is how it's going to work with the whole, like, you have to roll to level up. And I remember Jack and I having like a conversation. It was like an hour of him being like, so what happens if we fail? We don't level up? And you were basically, you didn't say the words, but you were kind of like, Jacob, that sucks. But you didn't say that. You were just kind of like, so what you're saying is that this can happen. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of the idea, but it probably won't happen that much. And we had like a whole conversation about it. And it was good. I'm glad we had the conversation. But I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For sure.
And then the final question, which I'm going to answer very quickly, is what were some of the other spell concepts you had ideas from when the party picked magic cards from the Mystical Archive from Anonymous? I didn't.
Yeah, you made all those up on the fly.
I was like, we'll do this at the end of the game. Everybody pick a card, and then I will write rules for it later. So I did not. I genuinely had no ideas. It was fun to watch you guys pick a card, and then I got to make something out of it. And I'm glad those spells lasted all the way to the fucking end. The goddamn Mind's Desire, Doom
I was
Blade.
using that.
Urza's Rage?
Urza's
I didn't
Rage?
use it as much later on. I used it a lot when I got it, though.
Yeah, we
I
did.
destroyed
We
that
did.
Mage Hunter.
What was yours?
It was
Blue,
yours,
Blue Sun Zenith. Yeah.
That's right.
That one was, it doubles all your spell points when
That was
you
right.
regain them.
There, I remember that one. And you.
I didn't. I got information about the orb.
Oh, pfft,
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
But I later got Unscythe.
that's right.
That you totally used.
That you
for
remember.
Last,
Look,
Yep.
all that matters is
Game.
that I have it. Okay.
Forever.
For next
Yeah,
time.
it's mine. It's for me.
Oh,
to
Christ.
use off game.
After all.
Okay, I swear to God, this is the last question
Why
in my
shouldn't I
fucking
run
block
it?
here. All right, you've said before that running/remembering several NPCs is one of the more stressful parts of running Strixhaven.
Oh, God.
As someone who's wanting to run the campaign as my first in-person time DMing,
Whoa.
what advice would you give as far as trying to tie characters to Strixhaven in a meaningful way? From Space Owl. Okay, so the question is, first, as someone who's wanting to run the campaign, what advice would you give as far as trying to tie characters to Strixhaven in a memorable way? Like, to the NPCs? There's nothing in there.
There's
I poured it all into that.
And scarred Tyler for life.
Okay, I don't...
Physically recoiled. You did the Drake me.
I don't know. I'm sorry. That was so funny. I don't know why. You were just like...
Oh, I hate
You were like
that.
so honest with me. You were like, that grossed me out. I was like, I love that much you hated that.
That made me sick to my stomach. As I said.
Okay, my only advice is literally what I did in this game. I have photographic memory. I cannot put a name to a face unless I see the face. I can remember faces.
That's not what that means at
That's
all.
what that means, but it's okay.
No, yeah.
We understand what you mean.
Wait, what did I say?
Photographic
You have a
memory.
photographic memory.
What did I say?
You said exactly that.
He said you have a photographic memory.
Like I
That's all
remember
that
things in
means.
pictures.
No.
No, that's not what that means.
Photographic memory means you've seen it once and you never see it
forget.
again.
Oh!
Remember-
I have the opposite of that.
You
I see it
remember
once
things
and I
as if
forget.
it was a
Yeah, I
photograph
see it and I'm blind.
No, what I meant to say is I'm a
We know,
very
we know,
visual
we
There you
person.
go.
There you go.
I'm a very visual. I do not have a photographic memory. I don't have that.
That's my
Damn.
advice. Because get a photographic memory.
Fucking Sherlock Holmes over here.
My favorite bit is when I say something and then everybody's like, "What the?" I like when you all look at each other and I'm like, "Uh oh, uh oh, uh oh."
I just kind
Did we all catch that?
Yeah. Jacob just say something insane.
good.
It's like when you were talking about the percentage of like milk.
Oh my god, on that Zelda episode.
God damn it. All right.
It's
I am a
2%
very
milk,
visual
the
person.
rest
I
water.
am not good at remembering names, but I will remember names so long as I can put a face to it. That was my strategy with the NPCs, is why I printed out all those cards, because I had a physical picture associated with every character, and I would take, it was for them, but it was 90% for me to be like, Aurora is this one, and I can see who Aurora is, and I will remember that this is attached to Dawn. And that was, and also I feel like that maybe helped you guys. You know, when I pulled out Aurora and you got to literally see her.
Absolutely.
Because when we
made
had other
things-
characters that we didn't really know, we're like, that one that's, you know, this and this and this. You're like, huh, this one. And we're like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Make
So
them dance for us.
that was it. I was
Yeah.
just very visual about it. I went overboard with like having the ability to see, and you guys be able to see, and then attach like memories to that, because that's how I remember things. Is by kind of by association. And so long as I can see Drasomir and associate Drasomir with Kalisto, I will remember that.
I confused Rutha and Rubina all the time, and then you'd put it out and be like, "Oh, I'm not talking
You're
to
like,
that
oh.
person. I'm talking to someone entirely different."
And here's proof of it. I've stopped doing it towards the end of the game because I didn't need it. And then Pepper was like, I don't know who Rubina is. And I was like, boop. And you were like, that's not what I was imagining. And I was like, oops, sorry.
I would say if you want players to get attached to Strixhaven too, as someone who did run a one-shot for their friends and ran into Jacob's exact problem of like, oh my god, I have to run so many NPCs that everybody wants to talk to all at the same time, is just have them look through the book and pick like 2 or 3 NPCs that stick out to them. I mean, you wouldn't have fallen sort of in love with Mina Lee if you hadn't, you know, seen them and been like, hey, I like that person. I'd like to have a relationship with them. If you want them to be attached to people, just tell them, hey, read this section, pick 2 or 3 NPCs that you like, and I'll throw them in there. Yeah.
Moving on. This is my 4th page. It's the final page of questions. And this chapter is called Callisto's Condition. Because the next chapter is called Regret. And then after that it's Death. So
Jesus!
These are fucking tarot cards. So what was the nature of Callisto's condition?
So
Did
Wikipedia
her
page.
ability to see magic have anything to do with her deterioration from Storm?
Sorry, I heard from Storm and I was like, from Storm? We're good. That's the person. Yes, Storm. Callisto's illness, whatever, condition, I don't know. Big, whatever. The purpose of it was not what she was dying from, but the fact that she was dying. So it didn't matter. I told Jacob from the start that was kind of it. I never wanted her story to be about her magically overcoming this, just like through like magic and all that. Like she just finds a cure, which is why lesser restoration, the perioperative wound closure, any of that stuff wouldn't work, because it just would defeat the purpose of having a chronic illness that is slowly but surely killing you. On top of that, her synesthesia is actually unique. It's separate, which is the ability to associate like smells with a color, or like words with a smell and all that. It's where your like senses get a little wacky. People don't realize they have it unless like somebody points it out. Like they'll say something, they're like, oh, you know, I thought the number 13 was purple, and people are like, the fuck? It's a very like interesting thing. I think it's very fascinating, and that's her version, is that she sees magic. It's separate because I didn't want it to stem from her disability, because that's a separate thing. That's I also don't like it in movies and TV and books where it's like somebody has a disability but they're like, but it's actually also my superpower. I feel like that can be very condescending when it's not written by somebody who actually is disabled, because they don't know what it's like to be disabled and for something to not be a superpower. It's like you can exist with both. You can have a really awesome ability and you can also have your disability. And that's why I wanted to keep those as like separate concepts. Because there's just a lot of like getting tired of seeing a lot of like disability just not treated properly. And as somebody who's fine, except for, you know, ADHD and all that fun stuff, I honestly still can't treat it in the way that would be respectfully awesome. I was still like, I wanted to treat it as carefully as I could. Very much like how Jack with Mallory Shea. It's very much like, yes, this is a thing that I could see could go very wrong, and I don't want to. So yeah, it's all a mystery. It's all for the game and the story of this character making it through. And honestly, her dying would have defeated the purpose of this character. Like, it really would have sucked. So it was awesome that she could overcome it in a magic way, but also because it's her determination and the nature of how like angels work in the Magic the Gathering universe. It was very, in a way, it put not emphasis, but like it gave a power to her death, while also like honoring her character and not devaluing what she'd gone through. So
I'm sorry, not to, but I feel like she transformed a little at the end too. Like there was like a death of sorts, and a new creature came out of that. So
most definitely,
you know.
Rising from the ashes.
Or still even a detriment to that as well, which I wanted to play on too, which is the fact that like because of that it didn't go away, and because of who she is now, like Kalisto like kind of can't see her reflection, which sucks. But that's just a continuation of this, because it was never supposed to be fixed, and it was just supposed to be her ability to endure. And it's one of my favorite tropes. I fucking love the story that we had for Kalisto. I latched onto it kind of immediately when we started the game, and I was like, oh, I want to open with this. I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot first.
No, it's okay.
No, like the first game.
I know exactly.
I was like, hey, you're first, because I love this, and I love the image that I had in my head, the iconography, and it's also a card in Magic, which is, what is that card?
The Timeless Lotus.
Timeless Lotus,
which is actually my first inspiration for that character. It's in like very few pictures of it. It was just this one card, and that was my like first kind of familiarity with, like, we had done packs for like Kamigawa and draft for like Strix, but that was kind of the one that made me delve deeper, because it was connected to Urza, and then having to read all of that and learn all this stuff, and I'm like, the Thran, I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's a whole Thran.
Both.
The blue guy from Star Wars.
Eugene.
I do want to say in just commending you just as a player, Grace. I also see threads of this in your other characters like Kyria and Severin as well, and I think that is really cool.
Thanks. People don't make their characters disabled a lot, because there's this sense of like purity and like whole, and like it's something that just I feel like is somewhat unexplored, or not explored nearly as much as it could be in D&D, and because sometimes the aesthetic is very cool, and you can it's not even like romanticizing it, but just I don't know, it can give a depth to a character that you wouldn't expect to give, because it's like, how did this character overcome, or how do they deal with it? And when you wake up in a morning without something or with something, changes your morning routine. Yeah. And so it's just little stuff like that. So it really helps with character building.
It was really cool that all of you came to me with your characters, and effectively all of your characters had this similar theme of like, oh, there's kind of something wrong with them, but I don't want it to be fixed. Or maybe it isn't. Or if it is, then I guess I'll figure it out. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. That's pretty awesome. The next question was, which you kind of answered, which was, with Kalisto, was it your plan / want for Kalisto to not seek a cure, or her illness, or something that just made sense in universe and in character from Space Owl? And
to go a little bit deeper into it too, I think for her, she'd come to terms with it, and it's knowing like there's a time limit, and so it's, in the case of like Stella, who like couldn't accept it and was like, I'm gonna figure out something, even if it means I turn you into a vampire, Kalisto was okay, because she'd already had many years to come to terms with it, very much in some ways that people do with diseases and whatnot. It's just they have to accept it, because there's nothing you can unfortunately do, and you're better off just living your life to the fullest that you can. So I think in the narrative of a slice of life Strixhaven game, Kalisto dying would have gone against what the whole nature of Strixhaven would have gone. I don't know, before coming to the angel part, I don't know how she would have been able to survive, but it's kind of like she needed to. And like, it's one of those where it's like, it could have possibly happened, and I just would have had to figure it out. So
cool. I love that. Was Stalwart coming out of the orb and sticking around to help / go to school something you were both thinking of / wanting to happen, or was it more that there was an opening and Pepper was already there, so she might as well, from Space Owl, and it was also a question from Anonymous that kind of merged together?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was just Grace a second.
No,
No, it's for you.
it's
So do you want me to say it again?
Was it my intention to play?
Yeah, like was Stalwart coming out of the orb and sticking around to help / go to school something you were both thinking of / wanted to do or happen, or was it something that was more like there was an opening and Pepper was already there, so you might as well play?
I was just gonna say that when I designed Stella, at the time I knew how like burned you were with having done all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I wanted, when I brought her to the table, I wanted it as clear as possible that Stella was an independent character
Yeah.
that did not need Pepper to be here
Yeah.
at any point.
Yeah.
In part because you invited me to the table, you didn't also invite Aunt Pepper.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly,
so I was
exactly.
like, whatever I do can be just this.
Yeah.
And I think even when it got brought up to you, I checked in with you because
Yeah,
I wanted to
same,
make sure that
same.
you didn't feel pressured.
Yeah.
Not that our friends pressure, but it's like,
No, of
just that
course.
thing of like,
They're to set expectations
right.
for each other. Yeah. No. Yeah. The answer is no. No. And if anything, I wanted it to be that way. I would have preferred to not. Right. But I think that it's important for the story, especially when you achieve your goal.
Yeah.
To be out for a time, and then because of that interaction where it was like a trading of positions,
Yeah.
it's just you're there for the ride of the narrative, not really anything else.
Yeah.
There
So
was a
it's-
game where you got to talk and you came and sat at the table for a minute and played Stalwart.
Yeah.
for a
That
minute.
was fun.
And I was like, oh no, it was the seed,
want-
and I was like,
Yeah.
I want him in this fucking game.
so
Yeah.
angry because it was a game I wasn't at, which is
Oh.
why Pepper could. But
Yeah.
I'm
Oh.
Yeah.
And then I kind of came to you. I was like,
No, of course.
hey, do you
Yeah.
want to play for like a couple games?
Yeah.
And you were like, yeah. And I was like, cool.
When I was asked, which is always a privilege to play a game with my friends, especially
yeah.
one like Magic where I've made my entire life about it.
Yeah.
I ran a game store for 7 years about it, but I checked in always,
Yeah.
and I would say that if it was, because I think I did 10 episodes or a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm.
If it was more than that, I would have unfortunately said no.
Yeah.
Because it was so close to the end, it would have been like the final sprint. I said yes.
Yeah.
But no, I think my intention was to not.
Mhm.
And I would say though that like how big of an like I didn't realize how big of an impact it was gonna have on Stella to have you here
Yeah.
until you were here. You know,
Yes.
and so it's one of those like it's selfish thing of like I've enjoyed having you at table to play off of, and you
Yeah.
being willing to do that because not only do you have all those other connections with everyone at the table in a
Yeah.
great way, but it's just for Stella I think it cemented something for
Yeah.
her in a way that like was not possible when you were not like when you were contained in an orb.
The
Yeah,
game would have
yeah.
been so different if you were
So
here.
different.
You added a lot, and I'm so happy you got to play. It was
Yeah.
very cool.
Same. I mean, it was an honor to be in this space.
I love Stalwart.
And it's fun to play with everyone and be able to play in just like the homebrew of it all.
Oh.
I'm a huge component of homebrew. I fucking love it.
Thanks.
So.
Counterspell is Tut.
That was so crazy.
I was like, oh
That
my
was
god,
so
my
crazy.
twin's the coolest.
Yeah. Now we're in the section that I just put in italics, regret, and it's supposed to be meant like this, regret.
yeah.
Hi guys.
Oh, so sweet.
This is from Anonymous.
Do you regret?
Hello,
Hi,
Anonymous.
This is
Which
two
one?
Anonymouses that I
Yeah.
merged together.
There's two of
Hi
them.
guys! First of all, thank you for an awesome series.
You're
Thanks to
welcome.
your streams, I was inspired to run my own Strixhaven inspired D&D
Aw.
campaign.
That's awesome.
Guys, that is my favorite thing to hear. I love that,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
I'm not good at receiving compliments. So in the moment, I'm like, thank you, but later, I'm like,
You should read this in My Hero.
what?
You should read this as My Hero.
No.
Okay.
do not. No.
Hi guys! First of all, thank you for an awesome
Oh my god,
series.
Deku?
Thanks to your streams, I was inspired to run my own Strixhaven inspired D&D campaign.
I'm not gonna let anyone get in my way.
We're going to finish our campaign next week, and it has
Oh,
been
wow.
great fun.
Hell yeah.
As I suspect
Great
your
fun.
campaign was for you. My question.
I don't like this voice.
I'm
I love
sorry.
It's
it. I love
Praetorius!
it. I love
Of
it.
course. Which one's the elephant?
So one
Not
voice.
that way.
I
Son of a bitch.
This is his canon voice.
Which
Yeah.
one's the elephant then?
Yeah, the wizard of the coast
Rampage.
decided it to be so.
My question is, were there any school-specific elements of the campaign that you planned on running or looked forward to role-playing more, but never got around to? Or was there any characters or NPCs that everyone wished they interacted with more? Did anybody hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
yeah.
I kind of didn't.
I don't
want to
answer just because of that.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry.
You're
Yeah.
abstaining from the question.
No, I'll read a normal.
Pass.
I'll read a
No,
normal.
no, it's okay.
We're okay.
I don't want to hear
Yeah,
it
it's
again.
good. It's good. Shut up.
We're good, buds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shut up!
The
blood-
blood.
No more. You're done.
Blood magic.
Oh, no.
Blood
Oh,
magic.
no.
Blood magic.
I do kind of wish I had more opportunities to showcase Mal performing, but I feel like that's kind of a hard thing to fit into a slice of life campaign where everybody's trying to do everything at once. So yeah, I guess that's the one thing I would have liked to see more of.
If I could, I have my biggest regret for this game, something I would go in and completely undo, is I would have removed the, what was it? The frats. I would have removed the frats and replaced it with band practice and Her Dead Girlfriend, because I wish I had less frats and more band time with Ronin. And we only really got to do band stuff like for a couple of episodes, and I wish that's my one thing I wish I would have had more.
I agree.
Yeah.
I actually, yeah.
I personally wish we could have had more of us being roommates throughout the campaign.
Yeah.
We only got down the first year.
I liked that a lot.
I loved rooming with Ronin. It was so much
You were
fun.
Yeah, and I wish everybody could have had that.
You were the
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I mean,
What,
like,
all Lorehold party?
yeah.
That'd be crazy.
No.
Or
It's
we
all
moved out and
Quandrix.
got an apartment together.
Yeah.
Like an off-campus apartment.
Off campus in
Yeah.
what, the fucking
year
Badlands
one-
or something?
Yeah.
The year one
Bootsville.
roommating was really
Bootsville.
fun. I
Yeah.
really liked that.
More blood magic. More blood magic. More blood magic.
I want that from the setting itself.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's a mystery
Oh,
in the
yes.
campaign.
Oh,
They're like, we don't
That's
know.
cool.
Yeah.
What?
I agree. I also think Magic have more than one set.
Sorry, I thought you like insider information.
Yeah.
You said it like,
Oh no.
oh, that's
But
weird. I secretly work
no,
for
but,
Lexi.
no, but I can ask
I am
Justin
always
next
Yeah,
week
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
Can you ask Justin if they're gonna do that? That'd be great.
Justin No Joke came up with the Ren and 6 becoming
so
the
mad
world
about
treat.
it.
Before it happened.
He said it, and then no joke, the car was spoiled.
I was like, you motherfucker.
That's really
He's
funny.
like, you have. I don't know why he's gonna be Deku. you have to escort her to the portal so she can become the world treat. I was like, that's really cool, Justin. I had it, and I was like, do you know about this?
Yeah.
Did he?
No.
The Wizards of the Coast bugged your house.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
They were like, write that down, write that down.
I'm gonna find his NDAs one day when we go over
Yeah.
to his house.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Man used us as a
It's actually
goddamn.
why he plays so much
focus
Dungeons
group.
and Dragons,
Yeah.
is so that he can get around.
Yeah,
it.
get all
Yeah.
He's
that.
like,
I
nobody
get
will
that.
believe me.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a Star Wars set probably soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That'd
My
be
little
crazy.
gremlin does not need to. No,
Yeah.
we're good.
He's well said.
Bilbo versus Darth Vader versus...
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking about that in Strixhaven.
versus Miku.
Yeah.
Hatsune
Crewing the
Miku.
Fortnite battle bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Did anybody
people
else
have
want to
Black
answer this
Blade
question?
before.
Was there is there an NPC or a character you wish you could have interacted more? Something you wish you could have done?
I wish I was available more in the beginning so I could choose my own thing for the Mystic, the fucking Mystic Arcane or Archive.
You're right. I never got to
That'd
get.
been really cool.
Oh.
That'd be really cool because there's so many good
They all
cards
got
in
eaten
there.
by the
Fuck.
heads.
Claim the firstborn.
Firstborn.
Claims the first.
Oh.
That would have been crazy. You're destined.
demonic tutor.
Hey, Ellis North,
I
I
mean,
claim your firstborn.
Yeah.
She's like, no.
Excel, no! Fuck. Mother help.
It's mine now.
Yeah.
You just take mouse. You're like, that's mine.
I claim the
Oh,
firstborn.
yeah.
this isn't really something to do with the school, but in Drew's concept art for Mal, he included this really cool design of like this changeling lute
Yeah.
that was in it, and he was like, he gave it to me and was like, I feel like this would be cool to show off Mal's changeling side, and I was like, that's so awesome, but that's not the point of this character. I was hoping that at some point down the line maybe I would get it, but it never came up, and I never talked to Jacob about it.
Yeah.
But that would have been neat.
Yeah, no, Drew did full concept art for all these characters, and it
It's
was
a
really
phenomenal-
cool to
yeah.
see. Maybe I can.
You're
I know I
fucking
posted them
skateboard, dude.
before, but I think I posted them without any spoilers in them, so I might go back and try to post them again with all the Mallory changeling stuff in there because it was very cool.
He has such an insider on magic too. Like when he did Stella, he gave me little blood token earrings.
And the Nico Bolas
And
horns.
Nico Bolas
Yeah.
horns, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god!"
No, my favorite thing was it was the second art, and
Yeah.
it was little hands
time?
holding it. And I was
Time?
like, "Is it time?" It said it right there, and I was like, "Drew!"
I had to pressure Mia. Because at first she was like, maybe it's too much. I'm like, no!
Well, it's
Oh
like
my
I can't. 'cause,
God.
like,
The horns.
you talk about anything about like I wish I could interact more with her. She just
Yeah.
doesn't know Nico Bolas.
Yeah, let's go interact with
Really,
fucking
though.
God
Yeah.
Dragon in Strixhaven.
Yeah, that was a cool point that I didn't really have a lot to give Drew for what Stalwart looked like because I just was like the Stella but with a mustache. But I was very particular about the Ugin Nicobolus mirroring.
Yes.
And I was like, I also want this version of the Ixalan Mana Crypt, but with an X over it because it just got banned.
It's so good.
I loved how
Funny
free you
as
were,
hell.
except for some very explicit,
Like
like
specific
I don't
details.
care about
this
anything
reference,
else.
This
Yeah.
reference, I
And
can
That's
be
so
there are
funny.
this
three
big or that. I don't care.
things-
Yeah.
3 things that I would like if these don't happen. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I said.
My favorite thing too was the little scenes that he drew of everybody. One of my favorites is Ronin with the toast in his mouth, making the coffee with the backwards hat, and then Mal like yapping while she does Ronin's hair. She's like, me, 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 and he's just like, okay. I fucking love those little things.
And all of the little doodles that he did, Ronin's holding a book.
Yeah. Oh, Kalisto has one where Luminary is a hat. Oh my god,
There was-
I fucking
yeah, so
love
good.
those so
Fan art
much.
Yeah.
of Luminary with the
Such
hard hat.
phenomenal.
I do too.
Luminary with the hard hat's funny too. Yeah.
He's
That'd be more my thing.
construction
If
site safe.
I could be
Yeah.
freaking like allowed to put in all the flavor, be like Luminary just gets into funky stuff. It's like
Yeah.
I wish, but obviously no time for that.
Yeah.
But just if you're imagining it, just imagine
Yeah.
this weird little fractal dog.
Luminary probably
Get
has
into
a
business.
really fun spin-off cartoon.
That'd be
Yeah.
so
Like
funny.
Crypto the Super Dog,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's
Like
Luminary.
any anime where it's the spin-off of the
Exactly,
most
exactly.
definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I don't. There was the other thing about the art too that I was going to mention before I get to the next question was Drew also in that Drew Appreciation Hour, I guess.
Yeah.
In the first
Love
art
that boy.
in the first art of Ronin, the wizard is in the background, which
Yeah.
is really funny.
Yeah.
I was like, dude,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you for that's so sweet. And then his skateboard has all those stickers on them.
Right?
There's like a Destiny
There's a
one,
Destiny
I think,
one.
and
Yeah.
there's an XP to level 3 one, I think. There's a No Mercy Marcy on one, which was
Yeah.
like that's awesome,
That's
dude.
really funny.
There were so many cool little stickers that were like
Also,
little references.
We told Drew, obviously, like he did the art of Kia and Philip, who are Ronin's parents, and went they would look like
We didn't give him any face claim. We just
Yeah.
said that it's their kid.
It's their kid, and
So-
I was like, you did phenomenal.
Looks like their
Mhm.
so
kid.
good.
Yeah,
Looks so much like his mom.
yeah. He looks like it's crazy how much he is like Philip's bone structure, but kind of like Kia's face features. I was like, Jesus, bro, that's crazy.
Tell
All
him.
right, a question
Don't
that
give him your
has
money.
rather far-reaching ramifications.
Uh-oh.
What would have happened if Ronin used Rip Apart on Norn in the final fight? And I've thought about this. I know she would have never existed, but I'm curious about what everything would be like after the spell did its thing. Love you all. Love the content.
Arcavius would have gone.
Yeah.
And
Crack like an
we
egg.
would have all been dead. Yep.
Damn.
Crack like an egg, implode.
Yeah.
Is that
we
what
just
you
get
think would have
restarted.
Yeah.
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 I want to hear your opinion. I like your opinion.
You're
about
finally
what
awake.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you have like been like if that would have happened in the game? Because I know you were intentionally you were really like not wanting to do that.
Yeah.
But if it would have accidentally happened, it'd been like you used Rip Apart to do damage, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna kill her. Would you have been like, oh, can we not then?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
I didn't want to rip her apart.
Yeah.
She seemed a little maybe too important.
I will say, oddly enough, it's kind of a magic storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1-to-1. Like
Huh?
the Phyrexians aren't the Phyrexians. Like, oh god, I hope I didn't fuck that up. Because the Phyrexians were Phyrexia was like a hell plane.
Yeah.
Before that, it was like horrible demons and devils and shit. And then Urza blew it the hell up, and then something was allowed to come back,
Mm-hmm.
and then it became something else. So in some way, that's if you erase it, then they forget, and something happens again.
Something
Yeah.
would fill its place.
Yeah, so it's kind of very poetic in that way.
I think what would have happened is, in my head, if you would have used Rip Apart, I don't think everything would have imploded. We would have still continued. Elishnorn, luckily, did not play a very big role in the game as a whole. It would have been fairly easy to explain in lore. All of you guys would have remembered it. You characters would have remembered Elishnorn, the Mother of Machines. But it would have just been this invasion of Phyrexians of doing it of their own will without a leader. And the story would just happen that like, oh, the portals were going to open all over the plains, and then you guys went to the stadium and fixed it. Nobody knows who it was or who that being was that did that. It would have just been some anomalous force. Just the forces of the universe, I suppose.
The greater will.
The greater will, I guess. It would have been something like that, because otherwise, I mean, yeah, it all falls apart, really.
Yeah.
But I think after the game, you shared with me a little bit of nervousness about Atraxa getting what is the spell called?
Ripped
Ripped Apart.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I love this. I genuinely love that you did this because it took out of every character that could have, out of any of the NPCs or bad guys that could have been ripped apart. It would have been really funny if it was Jace.
God damn.
That would've
Talk
been
about
funny.
far-reaching implications.
That would have been that would have been insane. But it being a Traxa was so thematic to the idea of like she was like the unity, and then that unity now falling apart, and then you guys being that unity that stops the multiverse. That was badass.
That was cool.
That was
That was
cool,
really
and I
cool.
loved that you did that. So just wanted to double down on that. I fucking loved it.
It's one of those beautiful D&D things you can't plan.
No, I didn't. I didn't
That
know
whole
you could do
Atraxa
that.
episode in general, all of us falling
It
back into the
only
Avengers
happened
position.
because I didn't hear the Doomblade went off. I think when that happened, I was in the bathroom, so I was like, "She's not gonna fucking die
Yeah,
for this."
that's true,
And then you're
that's
like,
true.
"Oh, she's dead." I was like,
Uh-oh.
"Oh,
Look, if you didn't rip apart, I was gonna vanquish the weak on her. So like, I think that's a much better
Yeah,
end.
What would it
game.
have done?
That just would have killed her. Because she was under
You know
50
what's really
hit
funny is that
points.
there's a print of a
Yeah.
Vanquish the Weak with a Traxa on it.
Yeah.
That would have also been cool.
It's just funny to be like, hey, you're fucking weak.
yeah."
yeah, bitch.
Damn.
Yeah. Which is all to say, like, ripped apart is the better end
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Just one
very
made
cool.
Spencer anxious.
No.
It
valid,
did.
Yeah,
valid, valid.
Did I
Too much
really
power to put in the hands of one sleepy boy.
Yeah.
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 This one's a little bit of a specific question that I can answer very quickly. It's kind of for me as we get towards the end here. This one says, what was the music used for Mal Shay's theme? I believe it had harps in it. I remember the first time Shay was vulnerable with Ronin, that music kicked in. I got so emotional. It was such a well-acted scene. From Anonymous. Thank you for noticing. I had themes for everybody. Except,
Is it the same thing you
except
played
for
at the,
Stalwart,
the beginning
unfortunately.
of the game?
Well,
because-
we talked about it. I wasn't.
You were
playing.
It was.
Stella's
I made these at the
theme.
beginning of the game.
Yeah,
I even
it is still themed
Yeah.
just with a mustache over it.
Yeah, I had ones for everybody, and I just very quickly want to share through them, and I'll
Pump it
share Mal's
up.
last. So this is my one for Stella that I made. The first half was in 2023, and then the second half is in 2024. It has this first song called "Jungle Explorer" by Ethan Sloan, and this was to be
cool.
played during your intro.
Yeah.
So it's just like this, like
Yeah,
jungle
yeah.
music. Then I have this one called "Swap Meet" by Guy Copeland,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is like
You're caught in an
this was in my head. This
Yeah.
is like Stella's boss ass bitch music. She's fucking walking up.
The
And
Ariana
she's
Grande
like-
ponytail bobbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Vale's like, "Do you want to come to Strixhaven?" And she's like, "I don't know, maybe." That was in my head.
Make
and
it
then
worth my while.
The last one is by Christian Anderson called "Hunting Down Evil." And this one's just kind of like just dark, just like ooh, just like
Predator at night.
yeah.
Hey, yo, Apex.
And then I have these other three, and I don't remember why they're on here. I added them this year or last year, and there are three from Genshin Impact, and one's called Moonlight and Mondstadt,
Oh.
and it's just this nice little theme.
That's so
I'm not sure.
soft.
And then this one called Cold Night.
You do become a little soft.
No.
I think I made these in here to be like, oh, when Stella does eventually like do this like role play
Open
thing,
up.
I think you were gonna do.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's for the
Let her
orb.
guard
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
probably.
And then this one called Whispering Plain. They're just very ambient. I love them.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah. Then I've got Dawn's. Dawn's, the one that I played for the beginning of years is My Soul Delights by Bonnie Grace. I was trying to elicit a little bit of Evenfall with this one because it's Bonnie Grace.
Bonnie Grace, so good.
So that's this one. Also, the other one from Bonnie Grace was May You Have. And this one I played during your intro because I was
Evenfall as
I was
well.
kind of being like Evenfall. And we're going to go into Strixhaven. This is the one I played mostly during any moment with Dawn, which is called Beautiful Mystery by Francis Wells. It's sort of this, it's kind of this quieter piano track. It gets a little more serious, kind of in the middle. It's a bit mystery. It's a little mystical. It's a little like, ooh, what's going on
But it's
here?
not like
I'm
dark
investigating.
sounding either.
No. It's like it's kind of driving. I loved it. And then I have Ronin. I only have two. I love these tracks for Ronin. I only had one for Ronin for a long time, then I added a second one. But this one is called Lucky Guess by Trevor Kowalski, and I played this during your intro in any Ronin moment. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds
Sounds
me of
familiar.
emo.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yes.
It does.
And in my head, what I had with this was your intro where you're in bed and you get woken up and you're like, oh, today's the day I'm going. All right. And you like get up and you head out and you're going to go find Mal and your family's being crazy and you're like, all right, see you guys. And you like head out. That was my idea. But I have another little small thing I want to add to this, which is, this is a lot longer of an answer. I'm sorry. But if I could make this campaign into like an animated series of some kind. If I could, I would play the song. What is it called? I gotta find the I can't play it, but it's Ocean Man by Ween, and it is and if I could, I would hard cut from Stella being like, all right, I'm going to Arcavios. And then it would go like, Ocean Man. And it would immediately cut to you. And it's Ronin just like sitting, just like hanging out, riding his skateboard around Leonia, just like being a guy. He's smoking a cigarette at one point. He's going around. He goes and picks up. And it's just a little montage. I think it's from the SpongeBob movie. But it is such a Ronin track. I love it so much. And he's like, Ocean Man. Just down by the sand. It's just such him. Go listen to it. I love it.
That's really fun.
And then for Kalisto, this is like what I played at the beginning of the game, and I played this one a lot. This one's called Returning Memories by Erasmus Talbot. And this one's gonna make me feel emotional. Let me move in. Yeah, this one. I played this one a lot during anytime Kalisto was. Yeah, it's you were doing your thing. I also had this one called Notes to Self by Gavin Luke. This one's a little bit more like emotional. And kind of like uplifting at the same time. And this one is called For Those Who Know by Gavin Luke as well. I don't know what I was trying to elicit with this one. It's just like...
Angelic.
I guess so. Early on. Yeah.
But also pensive, you know?
The image I had in my mind when I was doing this was like, it's her in the garden, and her uncle is trying to look for her, and it's like, hey, you have to go. And she's just like, she's just out, she's playing, she's in the dirt, and she's doing her thing. And she's like, yeah, I know, I'm coming. that was the image I had in my head.
Nice.
And then for Mal, which is like probably my favorite, it is, funnily enough, called Gaze Into the Mirror by the Fly Guy 5, which is this one. Come on. I don't want to skip. All right, I'm skipping. This one. It has a little riff that comes in. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, Gaze in the Mirror by the Fly Guy 5. And then the other one is called So Kind by Spectacles, Wallet, and Watch, which is this one. And the image I had in my head for this one, which we did in our intro, was for Gaze into the Mirror while it's playing. This is you facing yourself. And you're like, okay, I'm about to do this. This is where I'm about to go. And then So Kind plays in, and it's when Ashkari comes in and like, hey, are you ready? And you're like, yeah, I'm fine. Everything's great. I'm Mallory, and I'm ready to go to Strixhaven. Yay! Where's Ronin? Bye, Dad. Love you. That was the vibe with that.
It's interesting because both
out of control.
are very similar melodies. Just one is a lot more upbeat.
Yes.
So you have a lot more of like both of them are both Mallory Shay, just two different sides.
So yeah, that was all the stuff. And then also listen to this fucking Her Dead Girlfriend ass music.
I thought he was gonna put the Sonic one.
Yeah, Sonic one.
Where's Live and Learn?
No.
Demonetized for 10 seconds.
If you beg or if you borrow.
Live and learn.
When you played that, when we were gonna do Mage Tower against Norn, fucking ascend. I transcended.
Dude, thank you, man. It was so much fun. All right, then this one's called Death.
Oh gosh.
What if everyone died? From Anonymous.
Fuck.
That would
Then
suck.
we would have
They
died.
did.
The Fire Exceedents would have won.
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys did all
That's
that.
how it works.
We
I
would
did
just made.
twice.
Yeah, some of us died more than once.
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
I did.
Yeah, we just would have made backup characters, I guess.
Yeah.
Or the game would have just.
Yeah, that too. I think it would depend on where it was.
Yeah, exactly.
There's always a point, like towards the end, where I would probably choose.
Most
Done.
definitely.
Yeah.
It's that's what I'm saying. It's like if we all died halfway through, like clearly there's still a game, and it's either that or we end the game. And then but then it's when you get to the point where you're past the point of no return in a video game where it says this is it, then I would not make a backup character.
I told you guys ahead of time before we started the campaign. This is I guess whatever, my game. I don't care if it's a hot take or not, but I fully went into this campaign being like, you're never gonna die. It's not gonna happen. That's not the point of this game. Is for you to die. If your character would have died by like the combat or something, I had a billion infinite ways I could have brought you back, and I would have. So it was never the intention for you guys to permanently die and leave the campaign. It just was not the vibe of this game. It's not what I wanted to do. I don't know if, like, I think the only people to die were the Praetors and some creatures and that dinosaur and
died. Like,
like permanently died.
Oh, I was like, but I mean, we died past River of Life.
I mean, like, died and then did not come back to the campaign.
I see.
Remained dead.
Yeah.
Was like, like the Praetors and, except for
Bro
Urbrask.
never existed.
By the way, Urbrask did canonically become a teacher.
Yes, my
He
boy.
became a Prismari teacher.
Ceramics.
Good.
Metal forging.
Oh.
And then,
But I
sorry.
will teach you how to
Blacksmithing.
complete someone.
But,
no.
No.
yeah, no, it just,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I didn't want you guys to die.
Spray bottle.
It wasn't the point of the game. Yeah, if you would have died, it would have been like a whole thing, and I would have like done some crazy shit. But it was, I want to challenge you guys. I didn't want to kill you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'd be like Evenfall, where you're like, this, you guys could all die, and if you do, I have an epilogue prepared for that.
Yep.
Where it's just like, that's how the story ends.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Oh, I guess what I'm trying to say is I never had a story plan for all of you to just TPK. It just
Sure.
would not have happened.
Sure.
I did not want that.
For sure. Nice.
Anyways, that was it.
Yeah.
And then this is an interesting question. This is from Marion, which is probably why it's an interesting question. For the players, what character death, other than their own, would have had the most drastic impact on your character? What would the consequences be? So in the what if scenario, where like maybe one of you leaves the campaign, or we do something with the story where like a character does die and somebody faces in a new character or something, what would have happened?
Look at this face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, why don't you give us your answer, Mia?
Look, it's always it's two people. It's Stalwart or Kalisto.
Yeah.
Either one of those fuckers die, it's like it's game over.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
mission failed.
Yeah.
My argument, I mean, it sucks to pick, but like, my argument is that Stalwart would have been infinitely worse.
Oh,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Well, because there's an element of like Stalwart is going to, in her mind, even though she's like trying to love with like an open hand of like you can go wherever you want, it's like that's the person she's going to spend eternity with.
Yeah.
So like 5 years here, 10 years there, it doesn't matter in the long term because I'm going to have my twin forever.
Stalwart's always going to be there.
Yeah. And if he wasn't, I think that's why like the idea of her planeswalking without him is so devastating.
Yeah.
It's like she's like, I don't know how to get to where he is or if he's even alive.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, we saw how she would react when it's temporary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard enough.
And it broke her.
It was hard enough for him to be in that orb that
Yeah.
like if he died, it'd been terrible. But with him safe in the orb and if Kalisto died, that would have been devastating.
She's cracking that orb.
Yeah.
She's like, okay,
Stargate.
he's still here. It's okay.
Yeah.
But oh my God, Kalisto's dead. What do we do?
Yeah.
How do we fix
Yeah.
this?
I don't know.
Ronin?
Yeah.
Ronin?
I feel like Kalisto, you know, for every party, there's always like the heart of the party, and I feel like Kalisto is 100% the heart of the party. If anything had happened to Kalisto, I think it would have had a terrible effect on every single one of us. And Marion wrote a fanfic piece about it that I think illustrates that perfectly. So you know, that's not just me saying that; that's Marion saying it. And you know, for Mallory, I mean Ronin, like fucking.
Easy.
I read a portion of it while waiting for a plane.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool. And it was like,
It was painful. The part where she wrote about like Mallory Shea like trying to like change into Kalisto, but it just wasn't her. Like that destroyed me.
I'm thinking about it
Oh
right
my
now, and I'm like,
God.
I'm going to cry.
Yeah.
For Kalisto, it feels a little cop-outy, but it's anybody in the party. Because like these were her first and like best friends. Like she hasn't had any friends. She had her uncles, and that's it. And in Luminary. So to have any one of her friends die, and she's come to terms with her own death, but not anybody else's, and she's used to being able to figure something out, and death is something that you can't figure a solution for. You have to deal with it, and so that would just couldn't do it. Hate it.
Do you think there for Kalisto there's like an element of survivor's guilt to it too, where it was like I was supposed to be the one to die first, kind of thing?
Probably, but I just think it would almost be the loss of control of
100%,
like not being able to prevent it.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the thing that would eat at Ronin is like, I can see everything, but I didn't see this
Yeah.
happen, and I didn't
Yeah.
stop it from happening.
Or you saw every single outcome, and that was the only...
The one that I didn't see.
Yeah, or like even just the only outcome that you saw for every single option.
That's why he had a contingency for if Mal died, that Raise Dead would
Yeah.
activate. Even if he died himself, something would bring her back.
Mm.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Kind of a similar thing with you. I cop out, but I feel like pretty evenly generally for everyone. She absolutely, even at the very end, really, she didn't even, Dawn didn't, like, consider anyone, like, dying. So if anyone did, that would probably, I think death would come out more at that point.
Pull the rug out from underneath her.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She might lose a bit of control of that.
That's
I
cool.
think.
Makes sense.
That's very cool.
Just because fanfic was mentioned, this triggered in my head. There was a really cool fanfiction about Stella and Kalisto. Where in
Very
that-
sapphic.
It was very sapphic, but I was also like, sometimes I think I'm being real subtle, real sly in my storytelling. You know, I mean, like, oh, no one's talked about it. But that person fucking nailed Stella so well. I'm like,
funny
stop. I've been
in that
exposed. So
How
Good job.
much of it was like, whoa.
I was like, I talked about this with. That's terrible. I'm done. Goodbye.
Who bugged my office?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at our
What about
coworkers.
you, Stalwart? Maybe besides Stella.
I hate to say
Kevin.
it, but
Kevin.
there's not anyone else besides
Yeah.
Stella in his world.
Makes sense.
I
Yeah.
think Stalwart feels very similar to how I feel with my spouse. It's very where the red fern grows. If that other person's gone, then I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then you just wilt away. I think
Yeah.
especially in Ixalan, there's people that are more powerful do crazier things for less. That go into their crypt and never come out. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's about it.
That's cool. The next question, now that we're out of the death section, is
Right.
from Anonymous.
I thought
This
that
is
was
a-
the end.
I know.
Yeah.
No. We're almost
just
there.
the beginning.
We got 3 more, and then maybe we'll try to speed run some of the donation questions, which I'm trying to load right now.
Boy.
The last ones are easy. So the last this question from Anonymous: what is Max's fate? Which it was Colton's guest character that he played a few times, and Colton sent me a response. And Colton said her entire goal of being at Strixhaven was to learn how to control her powers properly because she was wild magic sorcerer. I think that there are 2 ways that goes. Either she learns how to control them properly and uses that knowledge to eventually become a teacher of other wild magic sorcerers.
That's nice.
Or she didn't learn how to do it and instead has kind of forced herself into a position where she can be certain that her magic won't harm anyone.
Colton.
And then he
Luke
put
Skywalker. living
yeah. And then he put, she's too goody to do anything else. Ha ha. And I think, as DM, I think Max probably became a teacher.
Yeah.
Probably a part of Quandrix to help understand more about
end,
that
good
kind
end.
of aspect.
Yeah, only good end. No bad
No
end.
bad end. No Luke
Yeah,
Skywalker.
that was my other thing. It's like if it wasn't Ronin, if it wasn't Kalisto, it was gonna be Max.
Yeah.
Whenever Colton played, man, Val and Max just had great chemistry.
Yeah, because both are.
Stella's over here. I was.
You're already. Look, you think I can compete with this girl, the dying girl with white hair? I can't do
I
that
don't know.
shit with the
You
emotional
could've
support
tried.
animal.
Yeah.
I can't be that cute, and I'm adorable. You know?
Yeah.
Also, you scare me.
And then we got 2 final little questions here. Was there any plans for Silk Ball as a means to continuation throughout the story,
Aw.
or was it always going to be Mage Tower? From Anonymous.
Silk Ball. Okay, so I was like, huh?
Are you wondering about Silk
Yeah.
Ball? Yeah, Silk Ball
really
was
wondering
fun. We
about
did it in the one shot, and I liked it. But when I ran the campaign, I was like, I know I want to do Mage Tower.
Mage
Yeah,
Tower?
Mage Tower's the.
Okay, Mage Tower is so fucking fun, dude.
Thanks, man.
Like,
Thanks.
I'm like, put it in every campaign. I want to play Mage Tower every time. I put it in one of my Eberron games, damn it. I'm like, they do this now.
Dude.
That's a thing they do.
Dude, Chain Lightning would have been so awesome.
Honestly, we
Yeah,
never know.
run Icewind Dale again
I'm
just
just
to
kidding.
play
It probably wouldn't have been. It really probably wouldn't have
You're
been.
like, all right, speed it up, speed it up.
Especially with us.
Yeah, it would have been different. It would have been different. No,
Icewind Dale is a very, very cohesive team, but I think they're a clumsy bunch of fucks. Could you imagine all
It's
of
true.
them?
It's true. I had
So you were
that.
doing that
Thank you,
on the
Carrie.
walls.
Not to pick favorites or anything like that, but probably one of my favorite arcs of this game was doing Mage Tower.
100%.
I loved it.
It got
100%.
out of control in such a fun way.
And I like that you guys it did what I wanted to do. I wanted to challenge you guys. You guys got to pick a bunch of spells, and then you got to find new ways to cast spells that weren't ways to kill. It was like you guys got new
so
ways
fun.
to use spells,
Yeah.
which it was a lot of fun. I had a great time.
And I
with
was
it.
definitely, I know I was using, because I was so, like attack-based type stuff, so I know I was having to really think about things of, like, how can I use this in a way to make it not kill, but instead have, like, a tactical advantage kind of thing, so teleporting across the map with the follow-up blade flourish and longbow things, that
was cool.
Yeah.
It was
Good
awesome.
stuff.
I got an understanding of how control works, and I went,
Yeah, you friggin'
oh,
bombed
this is
Rio.
bad.
Yeah.
You went through control boot camp with that.
And then finally, I know we didn't get to every single question. I'm sorry, but where did Ronin get that sweet metal arm?
Free healthcare.
Yeah.
There you go.
Socialized
That's right.
healthcare.
That's right. That's
State
right.
subsidized
They just
healthcare.
handed
on
School
it
gave
Arcana.
it, the school was like, oh,
Yeah.
shit,
They
don't
paid-
sue us.
Yeah, they paid all your costs.
Yeah, there was a really
bribe.
there was a super cool guy who came to Ronin. Yeah, his name was Luigi. He was
Yeah.
like, "Here, you want a
Oh
metal
my
arm?"
god.
Sorry,
Oh.
I thought you said that was where the arm came from.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like-
from Luigi.
Oh no.
Where is this going?
Wow.
And then
Free healthcare.
we're
Yeah.
good. I understand it now, but for a minute,
From Super Mario Brothers YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
clearly.
So
love Super Mario.
Spencer, do you have the chat up? Do you? I cannot load these things.
I did.
Cool.
Oh, I think said I.
If you
Aye,
I that's so cool. You should keep
I
doing
have
that.
if you want.
would you
Yeah,
mind
you
if
go
I
ahead.
read them? I was gonna steal them from Spencer. See if that's okay. Oh, thank you so much.
Loaded to a certain point.
Well, I broke the damn wheel. Member for 10 months said that IE Fallout slideshow feels quite targeted. Shut up. Yes, that was your question. I was saying that was the epilogue. Vale Ridge donated $5. Thank you, Vale Ridge.
Thank you.
And said, sorry, +5 modifier for a dirty little 20. What is that in response to?
I don't know.
Sorry, +5 modifier for a dirty little 20. What I
does
mean,
this
dirty
mean?
little 20 is funny, but...
Oh, I like that.
Sorry, Vale Ridge, I don't
that.
understand that one. Captain Dadbod gifted a membership.
Hey,
Thank you, Captain
nice.
Dadbod.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Cal, who got it.
Cal Kestis.
Just Cal.
Yeah.
Cal with the trans flag.
Nice.
Red Comet 33, member for 8 months. Hey gang, thanks for running an awesome game and getting me into Magic. Hashtag Ixalan best plane.
Hey, let's
Wow.
go.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Azarian105 donated $49.99. Thank you,
Holy
Azarian. That is very
wow,
generous of
thank
you. Might as ask then.
Might as well.
Might as well ask.
It just says might as ask then.
Might
What
as
did you
ask
think
then.
of the final system and turning 5e into something that was pseudo-classless? Do you think you will run something like that in
No.
final system again?
No.
I kind of answered that.
Yeah.
Probably not unless I ran Strixhaven again. I did enjoy the classlessness of running the game. If I ever did that again, it would have to be for something crazy like Magic the Gathering, or something like that. I don't see that really happening in any other type of game that I would want to run. Aid writer of fanfic, member for 4 months. The started of the campaign marked my own start watching Arcane Arcade. Joining this community has been so transformative for me and made me a better person. Thank you all for sharing these games. Aid, that is so unbelievably sweet
Thank
of you
you
to
so
say.
much.
Thank you
We're
so
happy
much.
you're here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Pat Bordeaux has been a member for 1 month.
Nice.
Said, keep up the great content. Thank you, Pat.
We sure
Oh,
will.
and then they put the emojis of bacon, pineapple, pizza. That's right. Those are good pizza toppings.
Wow.
Tree Man gifted 5 subs. God damn it, Tree
Hey,
Man.
you're beautiful,
No,
Tree
Tree
Man.
Man.
You're gorgeous.
I think they did that in response to
Oh, of course.
God.
Thanks, Tree Man.
Man, guys, I love Tree Man. Tree
Can't
Man's
someone
great.
rip apart Tree Man's fucking.
No, how could
No,
you?
only his credit card.
Oh, okay.
No, we already
Damn.
said he's
It's
got
fine.
him saved in the fucking computer.
Yeah.
Rip apart
We
all
erased
of
his
it.
memory last
Yeah,
time.
you know,
Oh,
Rip Apart doesn't
shit.
work on the computer.
Nope.
Steppen donated $1.99 and said Dawn becomes the Interplaner's bestseller author. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, she does. Matt Harry. Oh, Albert,
Thanks,
member
Albert.
for 10 months, said, howdy, y'all. Glad this was my first campaign of yours that I watched from start to finish. That's fucking crazy, Albert.
Hell yeah,
What
brother.
the hell, bro? With a heart. If you could choose a song for the end credit scene for your character, what would it be? That is a great question.
Live and learn.
Live and learn. Yeah, that's the whole game. That's the whole game. Yeah. For our individual characters.
Live and learn.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the
don't
live and learn just really encapsulates.
Tree Man
Strixhaven
donated 5
above.
more subs.
Yeah, let's go.
Otherwise, I wouldn't know.
Well, opt in.
Kill him.
Opt in.
Yeah.
If you see Tree
Yeah.
Man gifting out the subs,
This is-
if you see Tree Man shaking the tree of money,
You
just
say
go out
thank
and
you.
just accept it. Make
Brett-
sure that you can get in it.
We're at the end of time here, and this is the final question. What would be your credit song for your character?
Probably something from the Mallory Shea playlist.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's probably gonna be the same thing as what the dance song was for me.
Yeah.
I'm still standing.
Mhm.
That's cool. That's very thematic. That's very fitting. I love that.
Coming of Age by Dury. That one's good.
I
I
don't
like that
have
one.
a Stalwart playlist, unfortunately.
Maybe Stella can
Yet.
save us.
Yet.
Yes.
No, I cannot play them again.
He's done.
Probably "Be Your Own Muse" by Haley
That's fun.
Haley Blaze.
That's cool.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Live and learn.
Yeah.
Live and
Yeah,
learn.
meme answer, but you don't live and learn.
on the edge of tomorrow.
Me and Grace can sign off on Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it again this Sunday, y'all. I'm
See it
seeing
for
it
fourth
fourth time.
That's awesome.
Go see
dude.
Sonic
You
3.
need to watch
That's
Universe
awesome.
2.
Dude, I don't need him. I don't need him. I got Sonic 3.
You know what?
That's
Oh,
like
Sonic 3
four
four
times.
times.
Yeah,
my
I've seen.
God.
Yeah.
It's probably in the name of love.
Oh, that's really good.
Wow.
Do you just mouth everything now along with it?
Yeah.
You like this
I'm
next
like,
part? This
yeah.
next
I'm
part?
like,
So
I know,
good.
son, a woman in the military.
And if I had to pick a song for the end credits of this, I would be very selfish and very stupid and go back to the original inspiration for this campaign,
man.
and I'd play "Might Star You" by Yuki Hayashi from My Hero
Let's
Academia.
freaking go. Let's freaking go.
I would play the-
You say run. You say run.
Well, this is the one from the movie. It's like
Oh,
really
yeah.
emotional, so
Hell
it's like
yeah.
the end credits.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, if YouTube would not copyright me into the goddamn ground, the amount of My Hero music I would have played during this stream,
It's
guys,
perfect.
you have
It's
no idea.
literally
I would have played
perfect.
Trinity. I would have played Jet Set Run. I would have played the rap. I would have played My Hero. I would have played that. Oh my god, it would have been so good. Anyways,
Thank you, Tree Man, for another 5 subs.
Jeez.
you're done. I'm cutting you off,
Literally
Tree Man.
just-
No.
And this
He's cutting
So
you off.
sweet.
You man, we
Don't
always
say
accused Barden of being an oil
know
baron.
what?
What the heck does Tree Man do?
You know what? Don't praise him.
Oh yeah.
We can't.
gross trees.
I hated that you did that. Hold, why don't you join
Tyler.
in for the final moment,
Oh
because
my
we're
God,
about to
come
end
here.
right now. Fucking Max is here. We just talked about your question that you answered.
And we all said only good end, no bad.
Yeah. And you know what, guys? Maybe we will return with these characters in a one shot or something in the future. But
Oh my
for
god,
the-
can Max be there too?
But for the for this story, for this campaign, this is it. This is the end.
I can't
Thank
believe
you
it's over.
for
Gosh.
so much for being here. Thank you for watching all these episodes. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for donating. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a patron. Thank you to Drew for all this wonderful art. Thank you for all the people who wrote fan fiction about this game. Thank you to
Travis Savoy for the music.
Travis Savoy for the original soundtrack that he created for this game, and for
Use it in
for
your own
everybody,
Strixhaven
everything that you guys
games.
can use.
Yeah.
Thank you to Emma and Pepper for this amazing set that they put up every
Tree
single
Man
other
donate more.
week. This set rocked. I love it. It's one of my favorites. This fucking Fire Joel Cafe menu lasted so long.
Oh my god, that's from the draft
the
several years
copies,
ago.
everything.
Those rocks behind you?
This is my favorite thing they've ever made.
The Star Arch?
Is the
Yeah.
Star Arch. I love
The
these.
chicken?
We call them chickens. Off screen, we call them chickens because they look like chickens. I love this Star Arch so much. They're very cool. So thank you guys for everything. Thank you for playing this campaign.
Thank
And,
you.
Thank you for running
Thanks
it.
for running it.
I appreciate it.
Tree Man donated $2 and said, "You can't stop me."
I'm
Take us
still
out.
standing. All right. Bye.